Good morning. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby called to order. I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to give me the roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Here. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Jevan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. absent. Madam Chair, we have 5 members present and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated July 26, 2023, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 00802. Late arrival to Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Dear Chairperson Fred Gregory, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, which is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Fretz E. Lowette's conference room on St. Croix. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Cordially, Senator Ray Fonseca, Member, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, 35th Legislature. That concludes the reading of the correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A quorum has been established. Please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance has scheduled a meeting for Wednesday, July 26, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Fretz E. Lowette's conference room, St. Croix, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2024 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, VI Energy Office, invited testifier, Mr. Kyle Fleming, Director, VI Energy Office. Block 2, VI Department of Health, invited testifier, Honorable Usta Tita Encarnacion, Commissioner, VI Department of Health. Block 3, VI Board of Nurse Licensure, invited testifier, Ms. Tanisha Penn, MSN, RN, Chairperson, Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good morning again to everyone. Good morning to those here with us in the chambers. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and of course, good morning to my colleagues. Let me take this opportunity to recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph, an honorary member of this committee. She's a non-committee member, but she's always here with us. Good morning, Senator Joseph, and thank you for being here. So we're going to go directly to the testifiers. Well, before we do that, let me just reiterate that this morning or today, we're going to hear from the Virgin Islands Energy Office, the Virgin Islands Department of Health, and the VI Board of Nurse Licensure, and they will be providing testimony in support of their 2024 budget. Good morning again to the testifiers, and I'm going to ask Director Fleming to and your team to please put your names and titles on the record. We're going to start with you, Director Fleming.
Thank you. Good morning. Kyle Fleming, Director, Virgin Islands Energy Office.
Michael Jaffers, Deputy Director, Virgin Islands Energy Office.
Magdalene Lawrence, Fiscal and Budget Manager.
Tess Berg, Human Resource and Labor Relations Manager for the Virgin Islands Energy Office.
All right, thank you. And we're going to ask you, Mr. Fleming, to please proceed with your testimony.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, members of the Committee on Finance, and other distinguished members of the 35th Legislature present here today. Special greetings to the listening and viewing audience. As mentioned before, my name is Kyle Fleming, Director of the Virgin Islands Energy Office. Allow me to begin by thanking the Finance Committee for the opportunity to present testimony in support of the Virgin Islands Energy Office's annual budget and initiatives as it relates to the executive budget for fiscal year 2024. As the introductions have already been made, I will also like to acknowledge the team, the Energy Office team, and the presence here in the chamber, to include Lynette Sierra, my executive assistant, Megan Grant, the senior energy engineer, and Michaela Collins, our summer intern at the Energy Office. Strategically leveraging augmented federal funding opportunities will be the theme of the Virgin Islands Energy Office budget testimony for this upcoming year. The augmentation may not be clearly reflected in the post-audit report, due in part to the relatively unchanged general fund budget from prior years. However, the bolstering of federal resources that the Energy Office has been designated to administer represents exponential growth in the energy cost-saving measures the Energy Office will provide to our community. The augmentation of federal funds available to the Virgin Islands can be attributed exclusively to the Biden administration's once-in-a-generation investment into clean energy through the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA. The IRA builds on the foundational climate and clean energy investments in President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. And the passage of this landmark U.S. federal law could not have come at a more crucial time for the U.S. Virgin Islands. As we find ourselves 6 years removed from the 2017 hurricanes that highlighted the vulnerability of our island energy system, the demands for a holistic energy transition have reached a tipping point. The IRA has been heralded as the most significant climate legislation in U.S. history, offering funding, programs, and incentives to accelerate the transition to a clean energy economy, and will drive significant deployment of new clean electricity resources. And unlike years past, this time around, the Virgin Islands will not be an afterthought as it pertains to the federal funding allocations. For the first time in our nation's history, the federal government has made it a goal that 40% of the overall benefits of certain federal investments flow to disadvantaged communities that are marginalized, underserved, and overburdened. Under the IRA law, the USVI in its entirety is considered a disadvantaged community, which ensures local prioritizations for all forms of funding, which improves the ability of the Energy Office to leverage these resources to bring the much-needed relief to the people of the Virgin Islands. To put the scope of the federal augmentation that the Energy Office is set to administer into context, 1 year ago, the Energy Office was managing approximately $2.2 million in federal grants that supported local microgrid development, energy efficiency rebates, and strategic transportation electrification investments. By comparison, in the fiscal year to date, the Energy Office has submitted a spectrum of grant proposals totaling nearly $30 million. The focus area of these grants that the Energy Office has submitted thus far, and in some instances have already been awarded, range from improving grid resilience, developing a new local renewable energy and electric vehicle workforce, and reducing the financial barriers to accessing residential energy storage solutions. Additionally, recently announced notice of funding opportunities identified allocations for the Virgin Islands that exceed $150 million in funding to support Solar for All initiatives and comprehensive residential energy efficiency retrofit and financial incentives. Throughout the remainder of the 2023 fiscal year, the Energy Office will continue to work diligently to acquire these federal funds through comprehensive grant writing and program development. However, funding acquisition is only half of the battle. In order to ensure that Virgin Islands fully leverages this once-in-a-generation federal investment into cost-saving and resiliency benefits of the clean energy transition, the Energy Office will build upon its foundation of expedited funding mobilization, the creative financial incentive program design, and innovative technology implementation throughout the Virgin Islands. The mission of the Virgin Islands Energy Office is focused on the development, implementation, and promotion of sustainable energy policies, programs, projects within the Virgin Islands. The windfall of clean energy funding facilitates the fulfillment of the Energy Office's mission, and more importantly, ensures meaningful and tangible impacts are realized across the energy burden territory. As the global energy industry changes at a rapid rate, the Energy Office will continue to fulfill its mission of reducing the price of paradise by creatively deploying innovative and disruptive solution sets that address the unique realities of attaining sustainability within remote island nations. Relative to the general fund budget for fiscal year 2024, the Virgin Islands Energy Office's general fund fiscal year 2024 budget appropriation totals approximately $1.5 million. This amount represents an increase of $8,814 from the agency's fiscal year 2023 budget. And this increase is based on additional fringe benefits, other services and utilities, and a decrease in personnel services. While leveraging federal funds for innovative projects and programs is commonly the practice for the Energy Office, the agency covers a wide spectrum of activities that could not be supported without the general fund. One key area of support is the Energy Office designation as a co-lead of Emergency Support Function number 12, which is energy. Additionally, the Energy Office supports interagency energy best practices consultation, energy policy development, public outreach, and energy education. The Energy Office's flexible role means reliance on federal funds alone would disrupt critical services we provide to the Virgin Islands community. I've laid out within the budget testimony details of our budget across the various critical areas and how that is represented in both tables and graphs in the testimony. Relative to our personnel and fringe services, the Energy Office personnel and fringe budget for fiscal year 2024 reflects funding for 16 full-time staff positions consisting of 13 unclassified, 2 classified, and 1 vacancy. There are 12 positions fully funded by the general fund, 3 positions partially funded by the general fund, and 1 position fully funded by a federal grant. The projected total fringe and benefits from the general fund and federal funds for currently budgeted personnel positions is $382,633. This sum is set aside to fund the employer's share of the GRS contribution, Social Security, medical insurance, and worker compensation premiums. The other services line item includes office overhead totals, cost totals of $107,844. The Energy Office currently occupies leased office spaces in both St. Croix and St. Thomas districts at the Estate Carlton, Frederiksted, St. Croix, and Niski Center on St. Thomas. And the combined lease for both offices totals $97,000 annually, which is 91% of our rental line item. Additionally, the annual storage cost for program equipment on St. Croix is $4,740, and on St. Thomas it's $6,084. Also included in other services is $98,000 for professional services that will fund general administrative expenses such as HVAC maintenance, janitorial, pest, and security services, and other program support that are essential to the execution of the Energy Office's mission and goals. Speaking of goals, I'd like to highlight some of the fiscal year 2023 accomplishments of the Virgin Islands Energy Office. Beginning first with the solar plus battery storage microgrid at the St. Croix Educational Complex Emergency Shelter. On Friday, April 14th, 2023, the Virgin Islands Energy Office broke ground on the construction of 125 kW solar plus 300 kilowatt-hour battery microgrid at the St. Croix Educational Complex. The microgrid will enable the educational complex's emergency hurricane shelter to function reliably during extended grid outages and significantly reduce the use of fossil fuel generators that have proven difficult to maintain and costly to fuel. Additionally, under blue sky conditions, the solar microgrid will aid in offsetting utility costs that the school incurs under normal operation. Since the groundbreaking in April, the pace of the construction has been rapid. The favorable project pace is evidenced by the completion of civil site work, the installation of more than 120 solar panels, and major electrical infrastructure has taken form. Unfortunately, on Wednesday, July 5th, 2023, the Energy Office was notified that more than 100 solar panels, which accounts for approximately 50 kW of solar power, were stolen from the active and secure job site at the educational complex. The culprits of this grand larceny cut through the perimeter fence of the job site, dismantled packaging that housed the solar equipment, and removed the panels and fled the scene undetected. All the solar equipment that was stolen from the site was funded by the Department of Interior's Energizing Insular Communities grant awarded to the Energy Office. Despite the unfortunate nature of this circumstance, the project continues to make meaningful progress towards completion. The Energy Office has worked closely with the Department of Education and the Virgin Islands Police Department to ensure that improved security is available to secure the job site. Additionally, the project contractor has been instrumental in not allowing this disruption to derail the project entirely. As a result of the comprehensive contracting process, which ensured appropriate contractor insurance was in place, the replacement solar panels have already been delivered to the job site, and progress continues without contract extension requests being required. This project aims to be a catalyst for an aggressive push to diversify the energy mix at educational facilities and critical infrastructure across the territory. Moving on to the Go Fleet initiative. The government of the USVI has been intentional about accelerating the adoption of EVs in the territory, electric vehicles, and the Energy Office has been designated the lead agency, along with Department of Property and Procurement, to support the territory in this transition through the establishment of the Go Fleet initiative, which is the government operations fleet efficiency and electrification transformation. This interagency collaboration has assessed the current fleet inventory, fuel and maintenance costs, and historic procurement patterns with the intent of developing optimized vehicle procurement standards. In 2022, the Energy Office leveraged Energizing Insular Community funds to procure 20 all-electric light-duty vehicles that have been integrated in GVI fleet since the summer of 2022. As a result of this strategic investment, the Virgin Islands Energy Office has become the first fully electrified fleet within the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the Energy Office has led by example, or continues to lead by example amongst our peer agencies, and we've been able to assist other agencies in reaching their transportation electrification goals as well. In October of 2022, the Energy Office announced the release of the Virgin Islands Transportation Electrification Roadmap during the inaugural Energy Fair that was hosted by UVI's Caribbean Green Technology Center and the Energy Office. The release of the roadmap signaled the culmination of a year-long development cycle that included engagement with local organizations, businesses, government entities, and the US VI, or the VI Water and Power Authority. The roadmap assessed the price of electricity and the varying gasoline prices across the territory and found that on average, Virgin Islands residents can save significantly on fuel costs by switching to an electric vehicle, and additionally, electric vehicle can save drivers over 50% over the lifetime of the vehicle in maintenance costs compared to a gas vehicle. The roadmap outlines 23 strategies that will advance 3 overarching goals. Those goals include cost-effectively transition the GVI fleet GVI fleet vehicles in the near term and deploy supportive charging infrastructure, implement policy, regulatory, and programmatic strategies to support widespread EV adoption and equitable access to the benefits of transportation electrification, and align transportation electrification activities with enhanced grid resiliency and stable and affordable electricity rates. The timing of the release of the electrification roadmap was well aligned with the augmented federal funding that was made available through the Inflation Reduction Act. As part of President Biden's goal of having 50% of all new vehicle sales be electric by 2030, the White House has announced billions of federal dollars in public and private commitments to support America's historic transition to electric vehicles. These incentives will lower the cost of EVs and EV charging infrastructure, increase consumer demand and competition, and promote equity and inclusion, and accelerate the growth of the EV market locally. The Energy Office is strategically aligned and equipped to channel the impacts of these incentives towards our community. Over the past year and a half, the Energy Office has sought out and been awarded over $3.5 million in federal funds to support transportation electrification efforts within the territory. These awarded funds have been supporting government vehicle procurement, charger network deployments, for consumer adoption, financial incentives, and electric vehicle service and training center development. In the upcoming fiscal year, a federal funding ceiling of over $18.5 million is available for the Virgin Islands to build upon our transportation electrification efforts. Just in the last week, the Energy Office experienced several milestones along the territory's transportation electrification transition. The first wave of level 2 charging stations that will be used to deploy the Virgin Islands' first ever electric vehicle charging network were delivered to St. Croix. And these chargers will be part of a 34-port charging network that will span all 3 islands and will be co-located at high-traffic public and private parking lots across the territory. Another major milestone that was achieved this week was the execution of an order for 3 all-electric commercial passenger vans for the GVI fleet. These vehicles are essentially electrified versions of the transit/sprinter passenger vans that are commonly used in Vitran, taxi, and shuttle fleets across the territory. This procurement seeks to demonstrate the feasibility of transportation electrification to transcend the light-duty vehicle class within the Virgin Islands. The electrified passenger vans will be strategically deployed in the Department of Public Works, Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation, and Department of Property and Procurement fleets that warrant high occupancy transport use cases. Both milestones were achieved through funding provided by the Energizing Insular Communities Grant, which is the same funding source that supported the St. Croix Educational Complex microgrid. Moving on to our solar financing program. The Virgin Islands Energy Office continues to fulfill its mission of reducing the price of paradise by creatively deploying innovative programs that address the unique realities of attaining sustainability within a remote island nation. In support of this mission, in the fall of 2022, the Energy Office launched the highly anticipated Solar Plus Financing Pilot Program. During the 2022 State of the Territory, Governor Albert Bryan reinforced his commitment to the renewable energy future of the Virgin Islands when he announced that the development of a low-interest solar financing program was underway within the Energy Office. The result of this near year-long effort is a low-interest on-bill financing program that improves access to sectors of the community that have not yet leveraged the benefits of solar within the territory. The Solar Plus Financing Pilot Program for residential solar PV and battery storage systems being administered to the Energy Office and funded by a carryover from the U.S. Department of Energy funds from the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009.
Slow down just a little bit for the reporter, okay?
Okay.
Slow down a little bit.
The intent of the pilot program has been to explore the viability of more expansive financial mechanisms to relieve energy burdens within the territory. The pilot program was a small-scale rollout that identified unmet needs to support larger-scale program implementation. The federal funding for this program is finite, and thus a limited number of applicants were selected based on energy burden prioritization criteria. Within the 3-week application window, the Energy Office received over 340 applications for the pilot program, but based on funding availability, 80 applications were approved for participation within the program. In the months following the application window, the Energy Office has worked with applicants, solar installers, the USVI EDA, Economic Development Authority, and Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to ensure all aspects of the program logistics are aligned. In practice, the pilot program will allow property owners to leverage zero-down financing and non-credit-based eligibility to install renewable energy systems and incrementally pay off those investments through their monthly utility bill, where their savings will also be realized. This program is designed to benefit energy-burdened VI homeowners by lowering the barriers to resiliency and giving them greater control over their utility bill. Systems with the battery component will be designed to result in a 10% minimum average bill reduction during the life of the loan, while also allowing homeowners to continue their daily lives uninterrupted by intermittent outages. The timing of the Solar Plus financing implementation could not have come at a better time, as it has provided a critical foundation for government-based financing program development. The value of this foundation building presents the opportunity to pay near-term dividends as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act's most recent notice of funding. On June 28th, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency launched a $7 billion grant competition through President Biden's Investing in America agenda to increase access to affordable, resilient, and clean solar energy for millions of low-income households. Residential distributed solar energy will lower energy costs for families and create good quality jobs in communities that have been left behind, and advance environmental justice and tackle the climate crisis. The Solar for All competition, which was created by the Inflation Reduction Act's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, will expand the number of low-income and disadvantaged communities primed for residential solar investment by awarding up to 60 grants to states, territories, tribal governments, and eligible nonprofits to create and expand low-income solar programs that provide financing and technical assistance, such as workforce development, to enable low-income and disadvantaged communities to deploy and benefit from residential solar. Through the EPA Solar for All program, the Energy Office is eligible to apply for 3 different program tiers of funding. The program tiers of funding that are available include a small program range, which is $25 to $100 million, which could support solarizing over 10,000 households. Greater than $1 million to $250 million, which can support 10,000 to 30,000 households, or the large program tier, which supports $250 million to $400 million, and that would support over 30,000 households. Based on these funding ceilings, this grant provides an unparalleled opportunity to sustainably transform the distributed energy landscape of the Virgin Islands. Maximizing this opportunity will require an overhaul of current solar and connection and permitting processes, and an initiative that is well underway across the Energy Office, WAPA, and DPNR. I believe U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders, who was one of the main federal sponsors of this program, said it best upon the announcement 2 weeks ago. At a time when people are struggling to make ends meet, and while dealing with the existential threat of climate change, we must make residential rooftop solar a reality for low-income and working families that need it most. Moving on to our energy efficiency and renewable energy rebate programs. The Energy Office has led energy savings programs in the U.S. Virgin Islands that speak to the needs of our community. Our flagship and most successful initiative continues to be our energy efficiency and renewable energy rebate program. In alignment with the rebate programming that the Energy Office commonly executes, the Energy Office has been awarded a $2.6 million grant to advance the Virgin Islands community access to residential battery storage, electric vehicle affordability and maintenance, and energy sector workforce development. This funding has been made available through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and represents a 10x funding increase in the state energy program's annual formula budget. This augmented funding source improves the latitude of innovation that can be incorporated into the projects the Energy Office executes throughout our energy burdened community. For example, the Energy Office will leverage a portion of the funds to provide rebates that significantly lower the upfront cost of consumers seeking to prevent power outages by installing home battery systems, and reduce transportation, fuel, and maintenance costs through the purchase of electric vehicles. The successful and timely award of this grant is indicative of the tens of millions of dollars the Energy Office will receive and administer through augmented federal funding. The Virgin Islands stands to benefit immensely through this once-in-a-generation funding opportunity, and the Energy Office is committed to ensuring those benefits are fully realized. Along those lines, at the end of 2022, the U.S. Department of Energy announced nearly $9 billion available for the Inflation Reduction Act for consumer home energy rebate programs. enabling communities to make homes more energy efficient, upgrade electric appliances, and cut energy costs. These home energy rebate programs will help the Virgin Islands households save money on energy bills, upgrade clean energy equipment, and improve energy efficiency. Of the $9 billion that has been nationally appropriated, the Virgin Islands has been allocated $51 million to develop and implement prescribed rebate programs locally. The Energy Office is still awaiting the release of the application guidance for this funding source. However, $1.2 million in early administrative funds from the $51 million have already been made available for the Energy Office to begin program development, begin the program development process in anticipation of the full funding release. In conclusion, I am fully aware that discussions around energy in the Virgin Islands often take on a dismal tone. However, I am hopeful that the augmentation of opportunity discussed here today shines a light on the clear paths of support at our disposal and renews confidence in the Energy Office preparedness to be good stewards of these once-in-a-generational federal clean energy investments. Sitting here before you all are some of those good stewards. However, the entire Energy Office team across both islands works diligently to ensure the maximum benefits are realized from the resources we are charged with administering. Whether it's supporting charging stations, site coordination with property owners, or frying pâtés using renewable power with high efficiency appliances, or conducting stakeholder engagement with solar installers and product vendors, or streamlining payment processes to ensure vendors are compensated, or even researching national best practices to ensure efficient incentive program development is executed, the Energy Office team works tirelessly behind the scenes to improve the quality of life of Virgin Islanders. In the prior fiscal year, the Energy Office has filled many of our vacancies and strategically added critical roles in anticipation of the windfall of federal funds. While our team has grown substantially, we will be leveraging federal funds to augment the staff further to manage the constantly growing scope of funding under our watch. While the community might not be fully aware of all the things the Energy Office does, the Energy Office is fully aware of the community's energy needs, and we are constantly working to strategically align the solutions with available funding resources. We understand the assignment, and over the next few years, transforming the hundreds of millions of dollars discussed here today into tangible programs and policies that reduce the energy burdens of the territory will remain our #1 priority. Senators, this concludes my testimony for fiscal year 2024 budget for the Virgin Islands Energy Office. I thank you for your time and attention, and I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Fleming. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. And let me just ask, before I do that, let me recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Javon James. Please mark Senator James as present, as well as a non-committee member, Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, thank you for being here with us today. You made mention of a federal opportunity, for federal funds. I think the program is called Solar for All.
Yes.
Is that competitive, or is that an entitlement grant?
So it is stated as a competitive grant. However, the way they have structured or stated the intent, they expect to give 56 awards, and that would account for the 50 states, Puerto Rico, and the insular territories almost exactly. So it appears as though they intend to give awards to all 50 states and territories. Okay, and do you have opportunities, do you have entitlement grants? Are they available to us? Yeah, so a number of the funds, so I mentioned the $2.6 million state energy program grant. That is a formula fund that we are entitled to. That's the only one? No, there's a number. Our weatherization assistance program is an entitlement, or we would call it formula grant. the funds come in different. There's a number of our new funds are also formula grants as well. So it ranges across. So there's some competitive and then there's some formula.
And so let me ask you, those that are entitlement for the most part, do they have income thresholds?
When you say income thresholds, you mean for the territory or for?
Yeah, for the territory. So do you have to meet a certain income level in order to qualify for the program?
So what some of them have done, for example, the homes rebate program, the $51 million, that is an entitlement or formula fund. They set different tiers of eligibility. So if you fall into an income tier, a higher income tier, there may be less incentive you're awarded versus if you fall into a lower income tier, you have a higher percentage of incentives that could be made available for you.
And I asked the question because the issues that we have in the Virgin Islands with energy in particular are very unique to us under the U.S. flag as it relates to the costs of energy here that's passed on to the consumers. So that's why I asked the question, whether or not the entitlement grants in particular have income thresholds, because we don't look like other states. I don't know if there's any other state you may know that see a base rate, and the LEAC, of course, that looks like ours. Would you know?
Yeah, so if you look at really our best point of reference is the Pacific Islands, to include Hawaii and the Pacific territories as well. We're all in the same ballpark, if you will. Right now, we're actually pretty close to Hawaii. Surprisingly enough, they're in the 40-cent range as well. But that's
so they don't give us. So what I'm trying to figure out how we can wage the argument for us to either receive more funds or for our threshold to be lowered, or our what is it, the requirements, the mandates or the policies around the funding can look different, because all of us, this is a major challenge for us. So there must be some argument or some pitch that we're making on the federal level. If it's the outlying areas that, as you indicated, then we should be getting together with all of the other outlying areas to begin to wage that type of argument, so our requirements don't look like Maryland, if you will.
and a couple examples of how some of that's being addressed right now. So the Office of Insular Affairs, they're under the DOI. You may be familiar with Basil Otley and his team. They actually work closely not just with the Virgin Islands, but with all the territories as an advocate for those special considerations. And some of the successes that they've been able to achieve even in this year with this federal funding is a number of cost match requirements have been waived for the territory for some of the same funds that we've been discussing here today, which doesn't apply to any of the other states and even Puerto Rico in times. Additionally, even some of the Buy America requirements, they've offered some flexibility in some programs, not all, knowing that our logistics and supply chains are different than the continental U.S. So the OIA has been a great advocate for us in that way. There's always opportunities for us to expand upon and ensure that equitable access is provided.
Yeah, so I really think that that's something we should consider. You made mention to the cost match, but that cost match benefits more so the government proper than the actual consumer.
Right.
So my primary concern is how are we able to, give our consumers more when applying for these particular programs, because, like I said before, this challenge is not a challenge that some of us experience, other than if you just have straight solar.
Yeah.
It's a challenge that regardless of your income level, your situation, everybody experiences this situation that we have with the energy crisis in the Virgin Islands. So I just think that the time is now for us to really be putting our collective heads together to think about how do we wage that argument in support of the people of the Virgin Islands as we traverse this energy crisis that we have. We know, I hope that there is, and I mean, there's conversation that there's light at the end of the tunnel, but while we are in the middle mile, if you will, I really think that we should be trying to figure out how to do more to support our people. Yeah. Okay. How many vacancies did you say that you have?
One.
Just
Correct.
one. Okay. You are an anomaly. Yes.
Yeah, and we almost got that one full. That's actually one that has, one reason why that still remains a vacancy is with some of the funding, the federal funding that's been coming in, we've been adjusting to make sure we're aligning the scope of that role with the funding opportunities that are coming in.
Got it. Okay, so we're going to go to Senator Blyden. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff, good morning. Mr. Fleming and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for that comprehensive testimony. I believe you have a very important role to play in our future in terms of green energy in the territory. And before I go to the post-audit report, in your testimony you spoke to the $3.5 million for electrical vehicles and some 18.5 that's available. What type of savings can we see in terms of our coffers here with the local government in terms of gas, based on your estimation?
Yeah, so we've actually been able to transcend even some of the estimations, even just by looking at some of the savings we're already realizing through our not just our recent investments, but our kind of sustained transportation electrification. So we see, especially if we look at the price of gas across not just St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, we've been looking at where we've been in terms of what we've been our expenditures for electricity to charge those vehicles compared to what we were paying for gas and then the required maintenance. We're seeing significant savings already being realized just within our small sample of our agency and then other agencies that have received these vehicles also.
Okay, with the deployment of these electrical vehicles, of course, we have the solar panel, we have the battery storage facilities. With all of these different initiatives, and in terms of training, especially with our local people, is there any federal funds available to help assist our people to make sure they're the one that's in the trench and being part of this new
Yeah, so I can
programs?
touch on some, and I'll defer to my deputy director as well. But what we've seen, and we've certainly been pairing workforce development with these funds as well. So we don't just look at the procurement of, for example, on the electric vehicles, we don't just look at the vehicle procurement. We look at the workforce development that will go into the charging station deployment, workforce development that will go into the training, the service center, the maintenance. Even though there's far less maintenance required, there still is going to be a need to adjust the workforce to be prepared and equipped to manage these vehicles. And so that's included. We have call outs for that. We have programs dedicated for that through these federal funds as well.
Okay, thank you for that. In respect to the post-audit report, page 8 of 10, outstanding vendor payments, there is some $291,936 in outstanding vendor payments. The funding source was the PFA. What was the reason for the delay, and what was the purpose of those funds?
Yeah, I'll send that to Magdalene Lawrence.
So those funds,
1 minute.
Please put your name on record.
Magdalene Lawrence, those invoices are for work associated with the development of a detailed energy audit and project implementation plan, and that, I believe, was for the hospital. It was before my tenure, and so it has been carried on the books for many, many years.
Did the audit take place?
The audit did take place. I think
30 seconds.
the actual work, the audit happened, but the actual work never got completed because they weren't hired. I'm not sure why.
So what's the status moving forward?
I do not know. We do not have that hospital anymore, so those costs are still on our books.
Okay, very well. let me ask you, in respect to your federal grants on page 7 of 10, you have 5 federal grants equal
Time.
$5,580,000. There are no sub-grantees for these grants. First of all, when does these grant expire? And do we plan to utilize all of these federal funds?
So we certainly plan to utilize all the federal funds. No debating that. In terms of the timing, a number of the grants carry different time periods. A lot of the funding that we're getting under the Inflation Reduction Act are 5-year grants. Some of our earlier grants range from 1-2 years. Very few are 1, but so there's a wide range. So we'd have to kind of talk specifically to a funding source because they all carry different timelines.
It would be important to see when the grant started, so we can monitor them. But nonetheless, if you can send it to the chair, I'll appreciate that. And thank you so much for your responses, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director, I need to know about your employees first, and then one flying thing. Based on your personnel and fringe from the 22 budget, 23 budget, around the same, have your employees received any wage increases, 22, 23, or anything in line for 24?
In 2023, yes. In 2024, nothing defined as of yet.
Okay, so and everyone received a wage increase?
Sorry, no, not the entire office. There were wage increases in 2023.
Okay, any retro owed?
That for the union?
Tess Berg, HR and Labor Relations Manager. Yes, there were retro that was owed and it was paid.
Oh, okay, so owed and paid.
Yes,
Okay, good. For everyone who was owed were paid.
correct.
Okay, good. Where is the energy office located on St. Thomas?
It's actually located in the Niski Center building.
Okay,
Actually
so
right next to the Lieutenant Governor's office.
okay, so that's a new facility. So the work environment for the employees is super.
Yeah, so we transitioned from Tutu Park Mall in 2021.
Correct.
And so that transition over was one trying to right size. We had a larger space than necessary at the time at Tutu Park, and so we transitioned to Niski, one from a convenient location standpoint, and then from a space efficiency approach as well. And yes, that space we've certainly gone through that transitional process to make sure everyone is situated, but we are, I think, well established at the moment.
Okay, how many gasoline vehicles do you have?
None.
None? Okay, so the listing we saw, all your vehicles electric?
Yes, so when we reviewed the post audit, it seems as though our older vehicles are still carried on the
Yeah.
listing, but we have we can certainly provide our updated vehicle listing.
Yeah, okay, because that's all
to
looking at.
demonstrate that. Yep.
Okay, that's great to hear because I was going to take that money back from you. But good.
No, I'd also add, not only do we have a fully electric fleet, but we also have one of our other vehicles. I guess not really a vehicle; it's actually a trailer. We have a fully solar battery mobile trailer that we also utilize our electric fleet to position at our outreach events.
Okay, great. Now, in light of what WAPA is doing, they just got rid of the VTOL issue. They're transitioning into propane, getting energy, the net metering program. Can that be viable again to put in place for assisting the people of the Virgin Islands?
The net metering program, as it was originally devised, I would very confidently say no, that would not be a solution, I think, moving forward. We still have people who are grandfathered in.
1 minute.
From 2009 to 2017 when the program ended. But in terms of moving forward, I think really what we'll see is a gravitation away from the net metering structure of valuing excess solar. And if you notice right now, almost every system that's going in at the residential level has battery storage as part of the installation, as part of the configuration. And I think we'll see far more, from the utility
30
standpoint,
seconds.
value applied to the battery as a more controllable and dispatchable resource than solar was, which was kind of the basis of the net metering program originally.
Okay, I respectfully disagree on the premise of The net metering program, the panels gather the electricity and put it back into the WAPA system. So WAPA now controls that electricity excess. Then in the evening time, it goes back to the consumer. They use it. They don't generate electricity, a bill. But WAPA has that excess energy. So wouldn't that provide a plus for WAPA with that excess energy?
So, the major difference I would look at if we look at solar, and then if we look at with the battery system, the solar is not really, it's not a controllable load because it varies throughout the day. Whereas a battery system at someone's home, if it's sitting fully stored, full capacity, so it's completely full, and utility can get more value out of a resource that it can control versus a resource it can't control. So it can't control the fluctuations of solar. But we can much more easily control the energy stored in a battery at a person's home than we can the solar that's on their roof. And from a utility standpoint, the controllable resource is a far more valuable. We can plan around that. We can say, hey, we need 2 megawatts. We can get 2 megawatts between the hours of 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. We know we can get that from a battery. There's no guarantee that that's going to be available from solar alone because of the natural variability of the resource.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I want to go back to a question I was asked earlier on page 8. Do you have the post-audit report?
Yes.
And it's under your outstanding vendor payments. So apparently you have a vendor called FPL Energy Services. Are you familiar with that vendor?
I am familiar with them through this, as Ms. Lawrence mentioned, that they've been kind of a balance on our books, but we don't work with them directly. FPL is Florida Power and Light, and then the energy services, their energy services.
Yeah, but if they're on your books, you gotta find out how to clear your books, right?
Yes, I agree. I'd say it's something that we've kind of, it's existed, and it's just been one of those areas that, I mean, we haven't been in contact. There hasn't been any contact with the vendor in either direction. And I'm not even sure when this originated. This
was way back in 2017 was the.
So this is the issue. This information that we have here came from your office.
Right.
There's no way that we would be able to know that you have outstanding vendor payments to FPL Energy Services. So you have to clear your books. There's a FPL Energy Service. Apparently, these look like funds that were floated, bonds that were floated for whatever this project is. And there was a payment. Apparently, the based on what I'm seeing in front of me, there was a project in 2017, and there was a partial payment that was made in October of 2017. And I don't know why they have the amount in the red. Oh,
Yeah,
I see what's going
that's a
on.
deduction.
I see what's going on. So there's a payment of 401,105. What was this project?
So, from my understanding, they were trying to establish a energy savings contract with FPL, which they would come in, assess the hospital, identify the energy saving measures that they can take, and essentially you pay back for so that whether it's lighting, HVAC, whatever retrofits they conduct, you pay through your energy savings. That's about as much as I know about this project.
So this project was tied to energy savings for which hospital?
JFL.
For JFL. Okay, so it was tied to the energy savings for JFL, and clearly there was a contract for this purpose. So why are you still carrying it, though, as an outstanding vendor payment if clearly the storms of 2017 changed the game, naturally, and the services of Energy Services, Inc. clearly were no longer needed? So now you have to go back to the Public Finance Authority to determine what's on the books for the VI Energy Office, because if these funds need to be reprogrammed, then you need to move to have those funds reprogrammed. That's the issue.
That's
You
it.
see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you should have $291,936 sitting at the Public Finance Authority that's available for reprogramming. That's my issue.
Gotcha.
Okay? So that's how you clear your books with this issue. So you have to reach out to PFA to find out if this is still sitting, because we could use this for something else. We have all kinds of different things that, I mean, clearly these are bonds, I'm sure. These look like they were tied to the 2012 bonds that were floated for the purposes of energy retrofitting. That was in 2011, around 2010, 2011. I clearly remembered it because at that time, there was work being done, the same type of the actual work got done in the schools, where the schools, there was a company called ESG that did the retrofitting for all of our schools. So when you walked out of the building, the lights turned off.
yeah.
When you came back in, the lights turned on. So I clearly think that this is the same type of project. So you still have a balance. So that money belongs to PFA. I mean, to your office for you to look to another project. You see?
Yeah, and I think that's something we could certainly prioritize and clarify. I think, like I said,
Yeah.
we've carried it likely far too long.
Okay, so don't just have it sitting on your books and don't look at it, because then it says that we floated bonds for money that we did not need. Make sense?
Understood.
Got it. And then, under your federal grants, I want to go back. I want to thank the good senator here, Senator Blyden. If you go back now and look at your federal funds, so you have, is this $5 million, $5.9 million? Is that accurate?
But that would be, so I'll start and let Magdalene.
5.6 million, sorry.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is accurate.
So can we, though, so in the report that we have in front of us, the report does not provide us with sufficient information. So we are gonna need to get from you, if these grants are still active, when they expire, and what the balance of these grants are.
Okay.
That's missing from our post-audit report. So we just need to share with our post-audit that we have to pull in that more of that type of information moving forward. Okay, so we need to get that information from you. So please send that information back to the committee as it relates to the expiration, the expenditure, the award date, the expenditure, the expiration, and the balance.
Correct.
Okay?
And then we'll also highlight the ones that are formula or entitlement versus competitive.
That's fine. Formula is fine. Entitlement, no problem. Okay. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, Director.
Good morning.
A few questions in regards to personnel. You mentioned in your testimony that your agency, approximately a year ago, managed $2.2 million in federal funds, and that now will increase to approximately $30 million. What was the personnel you had a year ago?
A year ago, we had probably 13 or 14 individuals. You might be able to speak specifically, but it would have been about 13 or 14.
And currently you have?
15.
Do you feel that you have the personnel capacity to be able to manage the $30 million that is coming?
As of today, certainly not, but that's where we actually are looking at. We have one of our funds I mentioned earlier. We had a $1.2 million early administrative funds from a larger pool. That actually is allocated specifically for hiring and support. So we're seeing that as a common trend in some of these grants where the expectation is capacity will be built internally to support the deployments.
Correct. That's my concern. And have you done an internal analysis of what the amount of staffing you would need in order to do so effectively?
In some areas, yes. In others, to be honest, we've been very focused on the funding acquisition side. So in terms of kind of the full scope of program rollout, as we're awaiting the awards to come in, hasn't taken full form yet, but that will certainly be an ongoing effort.
So currently, how much are you managing in federal funds?
Today, we currently have that 5.5 reflects the grants that have been awarded
That's it.
as of today. Yes, we've
Okay.
applied. What we've applied for exceeds that, but the timing in terms of when we've been sending in applications from April.
Okay.
So the awards have been rolling.
So I would have liked to have seen, even though it's federal funding, but what are you proposing for new positions in FY24 in order to prepare, anticipating what you will be receiving? Along those same lines, you said in your testimony that there is a decrease in personnel but an increase in fringe. Did you provide to the post audit report a detailed breakdown of personnel and fringe?
Yes, we did. And Maggie, I don't know if there's any.
Yes, we did.
Okay, so you decrease in personnel, but there's increase in fringe. Just elaborate why that increase in fringe.
Okay, so
While you're decreasing in personnel,
we increased
section.
personnel.
you decrease
Well, our personnel
in the
actually
funding section.
decreased slightly.
Slightly, yeah, it's a slight
and
decrease.
So that could be very minute. It's not like a position.
Okay, no problem. Just moving right ahead. Also, you only have 3 positions that are partially
1
funded
minute.
federally. Have you looked into maybe having some more of your positions? And I think you have 1 that is fully funded federally, 3 partially. All other positions are from the general fund. Have you looked into maybe getting some of those positions partially federally funded? And what's that percentage? What does that look like?
Yeah. So in terms of kind of what the detailed breakdown would be, it's certainly to be kind of finalized. But in terms of trying to tie, depending on how roles are
30
tied
seconds.
to future funding or the funding that we're getting, we'll certainly be looking to tie federal funds to personnel costs wherever the scope of effort aligns.
And for capital outlay, I see that from the federal section you have 850,000. What is that for?
A large portion of that is for the electric vehicle procurement that we continue to deploy.
Any plans in procuring your own property?
No.
Not
Time.
at this moment.
No.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, with regards to the Virgin Islands Energy Office, you're handling a considerable amount. What are the strategies and procedures that you will be implementing to ensure transparency and accountability with managing these federal funds that are coming your way?
Yeah, so one of the key hires that we did add to our mix has been a grants program coordinator, and that role has been and will continue to be instrumental in managing the spectrum of reporting and actual documenting of the progress and milestones that the grants have made, as well as supporting the grant applications as well. We continue to build out our capacity across the team as well to support that, but really there's a human lift effort there that certainly will continue to be expanded.
And then on your webpage, can we see those grants and see the status of it and the programs you have available?
We've mainly used our website to communicate ongoing programs, so the programs that have actually launched, like our solar financing, our electric vehicle initiatives. So as programs launch, so as we go from the stage of awaiting grant awards to actually deploying programs, that's where we usually bring them to our website. But there's a good consideration for us to maybe even start incorporating some level of progress tracking to cover the wide spectrum of opportunities in front of us.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. What is the total amount of electric vehicles we currently have in the government fleet in the Virgin Islands?
Yep. So the government fleet has just over 30 electric vehicles
So
of
you
the
have-
1,700.
So is there a policy being set to require government entities moving forward to purchase electric vehicles, or we still have just a mixed bag and we don't really have a,
Yeah.
a future plan as it relates to how we're moving to electric vehicles?
Yeah, so there are a couple of things. So one, the initial kind of driving force behind this was actually Act 7075, which at the time mandated electric or alternative fuel vehicle procurement wherever possible for the GVI. So that included both electric, hybrid, and I think even at the time they had considered some other vehicle conversion options. So that's been kind of the first mandate. There was a memo by Department of Property and Procurement, which actually originated in 2020, which referenced the law to then also strategically across the fleet, the GVI, reinforce that mandate. The number one challenge that we've had with meeting that, I think from a mandate standpoint, has been vehicle availability. One of the reasons why we've gone through, from the Energy Office standpoint, being able to procure in bulk is because that's essentially how we've been able to access vehicles. That's not the typical process. Usually the GVI uses the local dealerships. However, we've had immense challenges in getting local dealership engagement to make vehicles available for the GVI to purchase. So that's why we've taken this bulk procurement approach. In an ideal world, we would work similarly to how BIT reviews all software and any IT-based procurement for the GVI. We're working with DPP to have that same level of kind of oversight of the procurement practices to ensure where possible the electrified version of a vehicle, as long as it makes sense for the use case, is done. So that's one of the areas that we're working towards, and we've been working with DPP to have that visibility of the procurement request, so that way we can vet and ensure that the appropriate investment is made.
So therein lies my concern. So what we do is, so we know that the direction we want to move in, but then we continue our regular practices. So then we're falling behind. So that's why I asked if there is a clear policy moving forward to purchase electric/hybrid, whatever that looks like, vehicles here in the territory. Because we got to know where we're going. We're now in what, 2023, 2024 is approaching hard. And, we saw that a few months ago, last year sometime, I believe, these 30 vehicles were purchased. And, I really expected to hear today that, there's a policy in place, and moving forward, vehicles that are purchased, like you said, has to be vetted through your office, et cetera. If we're going to do something, and we have to do it in earnest. That's why, because you're moving in one direction, but you really ain't moving in a direction. Right. So we have to be true to whatever it is that we're doing, and that's not just with energy. It just happens with everything that we do. It just seems like we have the good intentions, but then we don't align our intentions, so the stars are not aligned. So then when you look back, then we miss the opportunity, and that's my concern.
No, and I agree with you 100%. And I think in terms of, I've been really trying to make sure that this isn't we don't miss this train, right? This has been one I think we're well suited to not just capitalize on, but also demonstrate the sustainability of this transition, especially given our scale. So certainly not trying to fall behind and miss the bus on this one. So again, our Go Fleet initiative in partnership with DPP has set a foundation for being able to have these conversations, and working with DPP, all vehicle requests have to go through DPP, so that we see that as a very clear path for us to be able to have access to the information to go through that vetting process. I think formalizing it in terms of how that procedure is going to work is certainly something we're going to be looking to complete in the near term.
Okay, so and one of the things that I think we are way into our budget process, but one of the things that we really haven't fleshed out is, whether or not departments and agencies are looking to purchase new vehicles in their capital outlay requests. So as we're having this conversation, I think that what may have to happen is this committee is going to have to send correspondence to them, because at some point we have to make a determination as to where we're going. And as the leaders, the elected leaders, we have to make some decisions as to what we want to see. So we also have to hold the executive branch's feet to the fire because of what you're selling. You sold this to us, and we definitely want to move in that direction. So if it's that we need to have a moratorium, I don't know what that is, but we need to make sure that we put the systems in place for us to move forward in the right way.
So that moratorium was what actually PNP had put that moratorium in place in 2020. But I think that the combined effort, that public-private partnership, maybe opportunity there, is really the challenge. Because if we have a moratorium on vehicles, but we don't have a local supply chain to those vehicles, it's much harder to enforce that moratorium. And we've been certainly trying to work with our local vendors. I'll put this on the record right now. If there is any support that this body wants to levy in trying to improve the local supply through the existing dealership networks, I'd be happy to. It's something we are very committed to doing, because that's how we can put all of these wheels in motion, no pun intended, but that's essentially what is a key area.
The local dealers going to have to get on board. You either lead, follow, you get out the way. I mean, that's just how it works, right? So, Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your point of information.
Same lines as you are talking about infrastructure, I'm also thinking about the new type of mechanics that we will need. Are we identifying individuals within our pool to certify them, send them away if necessary, and have them receive the proper skill sets to be able to maintain and service these vehicles?
Yep, we certainly are, and we're looking at it at two levels, not just at the established existing workforce or existing mechanics, but then also building the new generation of workforce as well. And Michael, I don't know if you want to talk to.
Yeah, Michael Jaffers, Deputy Director. To your point, I actually was wanting to kind of throw that in there, that yes, also another hesitation potentially from other agencies to move forward with the procurement of electric vehicles is the maintenance side as well. And so that kind of brings up the maintenance piece that we are moving forward with. We do have a current program that we're actually identifying GVI mechanics that are going to be able to take part in a EV 101 course that will essentially allow them to build out an electric vehicle kit car, work with it safely, and then be able to administer that training to other members. So we're actually in the quote and PO process right now to be able to purchase that vehicle or the kit car, bring it onto the island, and then start getting our trainers trained up. And so that is currently in place, and that's essentially EV 101, which then kind of leads into the Go Fleet initiative, which is more on the larger scale, which is working with the vehicles that we have here. So I think that that's also something we have to take into consideration, is that in order for us to really make that full-fledged transition, we have to kind of put that carrot on the stick, which is we have the maintenance and support starting with our GVI, and the goal would be that for that same facility, the Go Fleet facility, to also potentially be able to support the local community as well to encourage the adoption of EVs here on both districts.
Thank you.
Point of information, Senator Carrion, does that? Yes. Okay. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to that, have you guys, or are you looking to have any discussions with CTEC and/or the Skill Center in that respect?
Absolutely, and that's exactly who we're working with currently. So we're working with CTEC to administer that training program, and that would be currently just on the island of St. Croix, but we're actually working with education to get additional funds, and we have additional funds coming in through future grants to be able to get secondary, so we can have training on in both districts. And we're also working with the curriculum team at education. Shout out to them, because it's been great to kind of see what their team is doing in order to facilitate that. So the curriculum is going to be purchased and sent to them for review in the coming weeks, and then that will allow us to move forward with the training program. So we're very excited for that to come through.
Nice. All right. Thank you for that information. Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Pleasant good day, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to my colleagues, as well as the hardworking men and women from the Virgin Islands Energy Office. I trust everyone is doing well. How are you doing today, Director?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. I heard a line of questioning, and I'm very grateful that my colleagues chimed in on the training, and know that's one of the major items that I focus on. But today is a budget day, and I wanted to go to page 3 of your budget that you have delineated in your testimony. Now, as I've been seeing and noticing with some of the agency, you're not alone, when you put in the fiscal year 2023 appropriation, what is your source of fund? What is your source for populating this category in your testimony? What do you use?
Maggie?
We used the budget that the governor allotted us.
So you do not use the actual Act 8617 that this body worked tirelessly in the night and passed to populate these columns. Is that what you're representing?
We are given a ceiling, a budget ceiling.
No, I'm just asking for fiscal year 2023. Be kind to answer that. You just represented, you used the budget, fiscal year 2023 appropriation.
Yes, we use.
Wait. Go ahead.
We do use. We are given a budget ceiling that we have to fit all our expenditures into.
No. Okay, so that may not be your correct way of looking at this budget. This body, your budgets are passed by this body. And so in passing this budget last year, we worked tirelessly into the night. I was there. Senators, some of the senators were there also. The chairwoman was there. And we passed for personnel $837,602. You have represented in your personnel that it is in fact $845,037. This is off from what and over by 7,435 for your fiscal year appropriation. So just going forward, kindly use the act that the legislature has appropriated for your fiscal year, which is Act number 8617. That should
1
be
minute.
what you be using, because now instead of you having a variance of negative 3,630, truthfully, when you scrub the numbers, you will have a plus of 3,805. So that's one of my concerns with these budgets that are coming here. I don't know how I'm hearing differences in the responses
30 seconds.
from Tony. So that's one of the issues I have. So these numbers are a little off. It's a minor off, but it's still off. Now let's go to page 4 of your testimony. Kindly indicate for us what this capital, I know it's federal fund, what are you purporting to utilize for this capital outlay of federal funds, the $850,000?
Yes.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Yep. So that funding is tied to the procurement of
Time.
electric commercial vehicles to include they're similar to the Ford e-Transit vans that are commonly used as taxis here in the territory, as well as additional charging infrastructure procurement.
Okay, and also, Madam Chair, I know my time has been called. I have
You
one
can
or two
proceed,
more
Senator.
questions.
You can proceed.
Thank you kindly. And in addition to that, do you have trucks? Do you have an inventory, or your department has collected an inventory of energy efficient vehicles that would meet the needs of our government and plus our, people, if should they want to purchase those type of vehicles?
Yeah, so we actually commonly keep track of that, especially because we're offering programs like, for example, our rebate program. We're actually making a dedicated program for electric vehicle eligibility, and so the communication or the inventory of available vehicles. So we really look at what's available in the U.S. market for electric vehicles in the coming year, and we've been seeing a steady growth in that vehicle availability. Most importantly, we're seeing a steady growth in affordable electric vehicle availability, which I think is far more relevant to our use case here in the territory, and we will constantly keep that information available to the community as well.
Okay, and how do you make it accessible to the community?
So we utilize our social media extensively for communication, not just of our events, but also of that kind of base level information that's valuable to the community. Our website, as I mentioned before, we use our website mainly for our program announcements and details, but that is another area of opportunity for us to expand the availability of that information as well.
Okay. Madam Chair, that concludes my question. I really think we just need to scrub these numbers. These numbers are a little off. It's not a major issue, but just scrub these numbers so it can align with Act 8617 that this body worked on and passed for the budget of the government of the Virgin Islands for fiscal year 2023. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So this is the issue. So in the FY 2023 budget, the legislature passed a lump sum to accommodate salary increases. So I've been urging all of the departments and agencies, once the budget is passed, please get a copy of the budget bill so you could be clear on what the budget is. Because, you know, based on my colleague's conversation, she is spot on. However, clearly, there were increases that were given in the Energy Office during 23, correct? So there is impact on the personnel services line item is 837,602. There's a difference of 7,435. So were there salary increases that were given during that time? And
During the fiscal year 2023?
23, yes. Okay, so the salary increases were issued to all the employees, some of the employees, how did that work?
No, it was not all the employees. It was two.
Tussberg, Human Resources and Labor Relations Manager. It was increases for 2 unionized employees
Okay,
and 2 exempt individuals.
so you had 4 increases.
Correct.
Okay, so that's what it is. And then it also impacted your associated fringe benefits. The fringe, this budget was actually $372,940. And you are representing, as well as our post-audit report, and I did have that conversation because the legislature, we are the ones that would provide any revision. This is the only authority that can revise the budgets. However, we did include a lump sum payment to OMB. So as you process your NOPAs for the additional amounts needed for the salary increases, naturally, it will be added to the ERP, so you'll see that difference in the salary. So that's where we're seeing the difference in the amounts that we appropriated, but it was appropriated to OMB for you to see, for you to utilize once you process your NOPAs for the salary increases. So that's where the little difference is. So we clear on that? Yeah, so that's what it is, because if you look at the other line items, the associated supplies, it's the same number that we appropriated. The other services and charges, as well as the utilities. The utilities is 12,000,
Move to
and
14.
those for 2020.
For 23 is 12.
Yes. So, of course, that $12,000 moved to the single pay account, but it was still appropriated to your department. So that's where the issue is. So I urge you to please look at not only what's on the ERP system, but you always get a copy of the enabling legislation for your budget. Okay?
Understood.
So that's what the issue is.
Thank you.
So hopefully we've cleared this up, because we're going to continue to see it throughout the budget cycle, because salary increases were granted particularly to the unionized employees. Okay? All right. I did have a question, and so I'll just go to it now that we're talking about salaries. So on page 9 of the post-audit report, I note that you have a program specialist, a audit inspector, a program special, okay, another program specialist. Okay, it's the same position, and the audit inspector. So these two positions in particular, one is listed at 20, and a grants program coordinator. They are listed at 24,720. One is listed as 21,000. And the audit inspector at 20,600. Are these employees full-time employees?
Yeah, and Maggie, would you want to describe the breakdown between?
Yes.
And is it
these
tied to federal
employees-
and is it a shared cost?
Yeah, they're shared costs with federal grants.
So it's shared.
Yes.
Okay, so that's also important for us to note as we prepare our post-audit reports, that we need to also include that these are shared expenses. So what is the total salary for these positions? So let's start with the grants program coordinator. Is it 50-50? Is it 60-40? What is it?
The grants program coordinator is 65-35, 65 grant, 35 general fund.
And then the audit inspector?
It's 50-50.
50-50. And then the other one, there's one more, right?
Yes, it's 50-50.
Which would be the
Program specialist.
program specialist. And that one is 50-50 as well.
50-50.
Okay, so that's important for us to know. We can't just list the salaries because that's not really what the salaries are. It's a shared cost. Okay. All right, so Senator, carry on. You recognize your point.
I'm just not seeing you listed in this list.
Yep, DIR, VI Energy Office.
You're there? What's the salary? Oh, there it is.
Yep.
So you haven't received an increase?
Yes.
What is that increase and when?
It announced.
Tessberg, Virgin Energy Office, HR and Labor Relations Manager. His salary is now $115,000 per annum.
Okay, so, sorry. That's it, Senator. Carry on. All right. Y'all gotta give it to me straight. Gotta give me the information. I find that as agencies come in, we have to be pulling it out. So I need to get an updated personnel listing because the listing that we have before us does not reflect the salary increases of all concerned within the organization. So we do not want to short you or give you more than you should have in your 2024 budget. Okay, so.
Thank you. Additionally, the executive administrative assistant, that salary is now $63,000.
So, so then your salary increases is more than, how are I balancing this budget? This kind of puts a different spin on this conversation. Because the director's salary is 15K more, correct? Do you have federal funds that's matching your salary?
Today, I currently do not have a federal tie to my salary.
So there's no federal tie. And then you have, so that's 15K. And then which position did you say, Miss?
Executive administrative assistant,
That's how much?
$63,000.
So that's at 13,000?
Correct.
Okay, so that's 18, that's 28,000. So then the question that I have to beg is, how are you balancing the reduction in your budget? We need an updated personnel listing.
Yeah, we can provide that, and I think in terms of, I guess, the difference between how it's handled this year, I guess, moving forward, we know we had some savings from a vacant position that wasn't filled, but then moving forward.
Slow down a little bit, Say that again. You know you had some savings from, the stenographer has to report.
Oh, sorry. So we have the savings from a personnel side from the vacant position that was not filled for this year, but moving forward, Maggie, I don't know if you would want to speak to.
I believe those funds will be provided by OMB.
Oh, no, no, no.
For the
See, this is
director.
where this is where my colleague have a issue, because then it's going to say to us as legislators that we have to stop giving this lump sum because it takes the control away from the legislature. So OMB doesn't provide it in that manner. We need, as we build our budgets, we need the information. So if this information is not accurate as far as the reduction in your budget, then we need to be told that, because based on the revelation, you actually, and I don't know if there's more, the difference was 7,435, right? For FY23 compared to what we appropriated, compared to what is sitting in the budget, what you have noted. But then we just found out that there's actually another 28K that will, in as much as the numbers are small, our job is to balance this budget. So we're gonna have to get an updated personnel listing from the Virgin Islands Energy Office. And is there any other information that we need to get that we don't have here?
Senator, note that these increases were reset.
That's fine. Whether they're recent or not, it's even if they're recent, the numbers that were represented today says that you have a personal reduction of, I think it was like $3,000 or something, but you really don't. So we have to get the accurate information. I mean, there's nothing more, nothing less here. The accurate information is what we need so we could build this budget in the right way. Okay, so please provide us with the updated personnel listing, 1, the associated fringe benefits, 2. And we want the listing and the fringe benefits in the manner of whether you have single insurance, family insurance, so we can know exactly what the appropriated fringe benefits are.
Okay.
Okay, Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. I want to make a note that the listening public cannot hear what is being transmitted here and discussed. One, that came in on a text. Similarly, Madam Chair, if we could also get a separate column on the increases for the rank and file members. I've been getting a lot of calls from rank and file members telling me that departments are misrepresenting and they haven't seen their increase. So that we place in the budget as a separate item. So we need to also get that, because now they're representing, they rolled up those increases into personnel cost, but we have to figure out and find out truly with a true up if that was actually done based on the numbers. The numbers are not untruth. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair.
And thank you for that, Senator Joseph. Again, our approach to our markup is going to look a lot different. So if information does not come to us the way that it needs to come, then departments will be impacted, and I'm certain that they don't want that. So please provide the information to this committee. So that's just not only for energy, it's just for everybody. We are not going to just add up the numbers and say, okay, hey, that ain't happening this time. Senator Pata, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, colleagues. Good morning to you, Director Fleming, and the members of your executive team. I want to thank you very much for your very comprehensive and detailed presentation. But I wanted to ask you, give you an opportunity to share with us, what is your key, and I know you went through a lot of programs and initiatives and objectives, but what is your key priority for FY 2024? And does your current budget submittal adequately support it?
So I would say our key, the key priority for 2024 will be the completion of the acquisition of the spectrum of federal funds that I described here today. That is an ongoing process as we are continues to submit grants. We actually have one that's due next week, Monday, and multiple due in August and September as well. So we're really hyper-focused on ensuring that the territory has access to these funds. So the accessing the funds is priority number one, and then beginning or continuing the development of the programs that actually create the tangible impacts. And it covers such a wide spectrum, I won't list them all, but that's really going to be our focus: funding acquisition and funding mobilization from the federal side relative to the advancing the energy agenda of the territory.
Excellent, excellent. What is the Energy Office's greatest challenge going to be for FY 2024?
The biggest challenge, I mean, I think the clear concern, as we look at the numbers, is capacity and how we manage that. But we look at it not just solely from exclusively from hiring permanent roles, but also looking at how we can strategically engage with the private sector as well to ensure the mobilization of these funds where the value of these funds are realized.
Excellent. I'm glad you mentioned the private sector, because that was my next question. How are you collaborating with other stakeholders, particularly from the private sector, to accelerate the transition to renewable energy sources? And I asked the question because my colleague, Senator Carrion, and I had an opportunity to speak with the head of the Hawaii Energy Office. And one of the key things that she stressed was that, to her making some movement with regards to this independence from fossil fuel, or the dependence on fossil fuel, was the creation of a public-private committee that met every day to hash out some of the issues and priorities, in accomplishing what we are seeking, which is, unburdening us from the high cost of fossil fuel. Is that something that we are thinking about doing? Is there value to it in your view? I mean, putting together a formal public-private committee who is charged with executing our goal of incorporating renewable energy sources, in our energy programs. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so we actually have a number of different areas
30
where
seconds.
We strategically engage with stakeholders. What we've seen so far, we've really tied it mainly to programs. So for example, the solar financing program that I mentioned before, we've engaged with the installer community across all 3 islands extensively throughout the design and implementation phases of that program. We hold in-person and virtual discussions with them, ensuring that as we look at our program design, that it actually works with the way their industry and the way their businesses actually deploy those solutions. We've actually been working with UVI on the Comprehensive Energy Strategic Plan, and during that development cycle, they actually conducted multiple public stakeholder engagement across not just vehicle electrification, but also renewable energy, even environmental sustainability. So we tie a lot of the stakeholder engagement to the programs that we are offering and providing. We don't have necessarily kind of a dedicated committee of just overarching energy transition targets. We tie it directly to the programs that we're offering, we're supporting.
Okay. So you don't see the benefit of having that one entity that will, who will be charged with that overall, the overall focus of energy independence?
No, I mean, I don't have any resistance or apprehension to it. I think the Energy Office as a whole, it maybe has been that central piece, and again, we work strategically with the wide spectrum of the community in taking that input. I certainly believe heavily in not trying to design and develop anything in a vacuum, and that's why we've had kept an importance on the stakeholder engagement. So I see a lot of that being housed in the Energy Office. There was a time when there was a energy roundtable was a program kind of structure or framework that was in place. It wasn't in place when I started, but I mean, it is a structure that had been introduced in the Virgin Islands in the past, and we'd be willing to explore that again. But I think the way we've been structuring it thus far, I think the results that we've yielded demonstrate the value of the structure that it is.
Thank you for that. Madam Chair, if I may, I know my time was called. Just ask one more very brief question.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Dr. Fleming, with regards, I wanted to just ask you to weigh in as really the subject matter expert here on waste to energy. Is that something that is a part of your goals and objectives? And I know you wear two really significant hats as the head of the Energy Office as well as the chair of the Water and Power Authority Board. Is that something that you have been, putting as a priority, identifying or working with the Waste Management Authority and WAPA to identify a waste to energy solution in the short run or in the long run? I mean, that is, as you know, it's a chronic problem. We're vulnerable in that area, territory-wide. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Thank you very much for your leniency, Mr. Chair. You may answer on the chair's time.
Thank you. So, in terms of waste to energy, my personal and professional perspective on it, I think it is when we look at an island nation with limited footprint, the concept of waste to energy is certainly again, from a concept standpoint, a viable solution set. I think what we've seen over the years is that trying to move from the theoretical opportunity to the actual commercialized solutions that operate at our scale, that's where we've seen the limitations. A lot of what we've seen in waste to energy historically has been dedicated to much larger municipal waste streams. So, from large urban areas, within the states. As we look at our size, that's always been our barrier. Right? We've always looked at needing to supplement the waste streams that we have here with additional fossil fuels to be able to sustain the generation capacity. And so there's been a lot of advancements in the technology realm, and I would say as long as there's more modular, smaller scale solutions that can be applicable here in the Virgin Islands, we'd be happy to pursue them. That hasn't always been what's been readily available, and the developers, we've had a number of developers that have presented solutions, but nothing that has materialized relative to meeting the application needs for the territory. So theoretically, yes, I think again, for a smaller nation, it can and should make sense. The actual reality of the commercial solutions or the developers that are willing to develop the commercial solutions, that's where we've seen, I guess, a number of shortcomings in availability. But conceptually, it certainly is a valuable approach.
Senator Potter, we can't hear you. You could go ahead and close. I think your mic was off.
I was just thanking Director Fleming. Sorry, I was just thanking Director Fleming for his response and thanking you, Madam Chair, for the leniency.
All right, so you talked about, so what do you believe, why do you believe there's a reluctance?
On the waste to energy?
Yes.
I mean, if we look back to, I would look back to the Alpine Energy project, right? I think that's a good example of one that went pretty far down the line. And actually, I was in college at the time, in grad school at the time when that happened, and I remember actually doing a report on it. And one of the major issues then was kind of back to the waste stream again. It wasn't, they were looking at trying to maybe divert waste streams from one island to the next. There seemed to be a not in my backyard type of apprehension around that type of kind of logistics for providing the fuel. The other side of it too is, there is if we look at it from an environmental standpoint, you are still burning a hydrocarbon or a carbon-based product. So there's definitely emissions associated with that process. So if we are thinking about the environmental, what would have to happen to ensure that is as clean of an energy source as possible? It certainly, in terms of the life cycle, makes sense, but then there's that other piece. But those would be the big apprehensions. I mean, again, the technology, as long as the technology is available to work with our waste stream, there's no theoretical barrier there. I think it's really looking at just that, how we, one, separate, because it's more than just the getting the trash. It's all about the processing that goes into taking, what's in a garbage bag and making it ready to go into an incinerator. That's a whole process flow that would have to be changed because we certainly do not have that currently. So again, I mean, I don't think it's so much apprehensions. I think that the right solution hasn't been presented to the Virgin Islands. I think if the right solution is out there and it makes its way here, I don't see any barrier to adoption. So I just don't think that's happened as of yet.
So then, how serious are we about exploring, having those collaborative discussions and really exploring these types of opportunities, though? Because again, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about, losing those opportunities because we're not having the discussions now and looking towards the planning now so we could think about what the future should look like for us. Because I think that, there's a lot of work going on, but I don't know that we are having, and again, it's not unique to your department or your agency, but I don't know that we're having the way forward discussions about where we're truly going. So we're working every day, so we're dealing with the things that are, it appears, let me just say it that way, that we are dealing with those matters that's in front of our noses, but we have to begin to think about, so what is it that we want to see truly 5 years from now, and how do we begin that planning process? How do we make those contacts? How do we establish I like to use the word think tank. How do we establish those, and how do we truly move in the direction that, we want our people to go in?
Yeah, I mean, I think from, I like the term think tank, in this context, because it's certainly, we've already seen it in our comprehensive energy strategic plan development process. There's a lot of different, everyone's eyes is on this problem. And so, and just knowing that already brings a natural kind of spectrum of ideas and concepts. And I don't think ideas is really what our limitation. I think it's especially in this day and age, we can see very clearly what's working elsewhere, but having more of a place where those can go from ideas to actual implementation, I think that's the real challenge, right? I think implementation has always been one of our restrictions here. So that piece, I think, on the implementation side, I don't necessarily know if the think tank does that as effectively, but in terms of making sure that there's a formalized kind of list of planning initiatives, I could certainly see that being an outcome from a group like that.
So it's the will. It's basically the will. It's the looking at it and really having the will to move forward and having the confidence that while we may not have the funding resources, I always believe that, if you have a good project or a good initiative, the funding will come. Yeah.
I will agree with that.
Yeah. All right, Senator James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. Before I get into the topic of the budget, I just want to say I'm very happy to hear the news that came as a result of the United States Court of Appeals from the 3rd District regarding Port Hamilton Refining and Transportation versus U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. In a nutshell, the conclusion of that was they will grant Port Hamilton's petition for review and vacate EPA's final determination letter. Good news for St. Croix and the entire U.S. Virgin Islands. So as we speak about energy now, we're phasing out from fossil fuels to renewable energies, but we can't just get rid of fossil fuels for now. And we understand that. But as far as the future, as we know, renewable energy is here. The Biden administration is pushing it forward. I think the war between Russia and Ukraine changed his mindset. I mean, the Virgin Islands is just the ideal place, if you know what I'm talking about, as far as the refining. But as far as your workforce development, summer internships, do you have those things in the Virgin Islands Energy Office to help produce the next Kyle Fleming?
Well, actually, it's funny you mentioned that because I was an intern with the Virgin Islands Energy Office about 12 years ago, prior to this current position I currently hold today. We have actually continuously had summer interns flow through the Energy Office. Actually, Tessberg has been heading up that. I don't know if you want to speak to some of
And before you even touch on it, as you speak about a budget, where is the funding coming to put that program in place?
We've used the Department of Labor LIFT program primarily for our summer internships. We actually have one in the audience here with us today, Miss Michaela Collins.
Please introduce her and let us know what she does.
Yep.
You could do it on the chair if you want.
No, that's my time. Go ahead.
Our LIFT intern that we acquired through the Department of Labor, her name is Michaela Collins, and she is administrative aide with the Energy Office. She works with the grant programs, the weatherization, the state energy program, and also if there's other need within the office, she fulfills those needs.
Awesome. Greatness. Kyle, I'm not here to toot your horn and make you feel good, but you're doing a very great job, and I'm proud to see a person of your age group doing your thing. But I just want to make sure, as far as the summer internship, how many individuals benefit territory-wide with the
So we've had usually one, maybe two. Have we ever had two at once?
So we've had between districts, one in each district. Within the last 2 years, we haven't had an intern within the St. Thomas district, just predominantly in St. Croix. But the maximum we've had is 2 interns.
And as far as monetary value or amount given from the Department of Labor, how much is that?
I don't have that information at this time, but currently they're being paid at I think it's $7.50 per hour at a maximum of 280 hours. I think it is max for the summer program.
We need to revisit that and make sure, because we want to have more Kyle Fleming is what I'm basically getting at, an entire team. And we want to make sure that we create those environments, even if we have to do
30
our part.
seconds.
I'm happy to know that we're receiving funds from the Department of Labor. If we, as the first branch of government, have to add in anything extra to make sure that we create that environment where more young individuals can be able to move with this new wave of the Biden administration and the world as it is.
I'll just maybe one quick follow-up. One of the conversations I recently started is how we could potentially leverage. I know there's a number of GVI fellows that have recently become are ready for the next phase of that program in terms of permanent employment. And given the fact that a lot of our programs are finance-based, whether it be financing of energy efficient and renewable energy products, we actually think it'd be a very valuable addition to the team, and so we certainly be pursuing that as well.
Awesome, Madam Chair. I could just ask one last question. Okay, and I saw we're out of the $9 billion that came from the U.S. Department of Energy, $51 million will be coming to the U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically the Virgin Islands Energy Office. And my question to you, as you deal with these grants and these fundings, I want to know what strategy has been put in place to hold those individuals accountable within your office with overseeing the federal funds and making sure that we're executing in a timely manner.
Yeah, I mean, really at its core, the federal government has a very strong, very robust framework that we have to follow from a reporting standpoint to allow us to continue to have access to these funds. So that's really the first reference of assurances that we have within the team. And because of that reporting structure, it allows for us to, again, keep that accountability within our own internal space continuous as well.
In closing, do not send any money back. Make your people work. And please, let's move the Virgin Islands forward into the new age. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator, Blyden, you had a point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Fleming, is there any reason why that you don't have any intern in the St. Thomas St. John district? Do you have challenges? What's the reason for that?
We actually attempted to secure an individual earlier this year. I think there were just some logistical challenges that happened there, but it's not for, I would not say it's not for lack of effort and lack of available talent by any means. Ms. Berg, I don't know if you want to.
Tessberg. The individual reached out to me, and they were seeking to become an intern with our office, but when Department of Labor did reach out to him, they were offering him a different position, and he told them that he didn't want it. It was with a private sector, and so he told them that he had already found employment at the Water and Power Authority. So.
You're very well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Blyden. So you made a reference to the GVA Fellows Program.
Yes.
Your, what is your profession by trade? You are an engineer, correct?
Yes, I'm a mechanical engineer.
You're a mechanical engineer. And based on the information that we've received and all of the discussions that we've had around the GVI program, the GVI Fellows Program, those students are basically, well, they're no longer students, those graduates, there's no graduates, are basically business majors, accountants, etc. What we're asking is that we see the engineers like yourself and the like become a part of the energy office so we can grow more Kyle Flemings. That's what it is that we're saying. So while we applaud the GVI Fellows Program, you know, what we're doing is we are building more individuals that are business and accounting, and let's say management related, but we need to see some more techies, some more engineers, and those that have the professional degrees, if you will. So that's the piece that's missing. So when you ask the Department of Labor for your summer interns in your LIFT program, you want to have the engineers, if you will, engineer track, to be a part of this agency, so they could understand and be interested in what we're doing when it comes to moving the energy needle in the Virgin Islands. I think that's what my colleague was alluding to. Okay?
Understood.
Yes. Let me take this opportunity to recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. Please mark Senator Fonseca as present. And Senator Fonseca, you're right on time. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. VI Energy Office, Director Fleming, the whole team, welcome. Couple questions. You know, I wanted to go back to the St. Croix Educational Complex because, you know, I don't know, maybe my colleague from Savan, the Honorable Senator, could explain this to me. So they broke in the perimeter fence, they dismantled the package, take over 100 solar panels, and they escape undetected. Well, Sapupa, that is a smooth criminal. So how has that been going? Has any of the culprits been identified?
As of today, we have, based off of we haven't received any reports of apprehension of the culprits or the materials. However, as I mentioned in the testimony, the contractor has been able to.
Yes, I saw that.
Yes,
I saw that.
Yep,
Okay, good.
Yep.
So it's not an inside job, though.
No.
Okay. Okay, good. You know, let me get to important and a very serious question here, right? Because just say that you go sleep at 10 o'clock, you wake up at 6 o'clock, right? I want you to explain to me with the residential battery program, you want to purchase an inverter. You don't want a generator, you want a whopper goes out, you want to be able to sleep, you know, your 2-fan, your refrigerator. What would that cost for average home person to go on an inverter? Because you know when you're going inverter, whopper switch off, the inverter come on, you don't hear a song.
Exactly.
It's silent. What would that cost, and do you have assistance? Tell me.
Yes. So Actually, one of the key features of that program, we actually call it the VISE program, the Virgin Islands Battery Energy Storage Incentive Program. The key feature to that program will be exactly what you mentioned in terms of the automatic backup potential, because what we don't want to do, we want people to be as far away or as distant as far from the disruption of an outage. And so not having to go turn a switch, not having to take any action, we want, like you said, for the lifestyle to be able to continue. So that's a key feature of that program. In terms of the pricing, so we've been working between our existing coordination with the various solar installers from our other programs and other
excuse
electricians.
me.
Oh, sorry.
I only have 4 minutes.
Okay,
Please
sorry.
get to the price. I want to know the price.
Yeah, so
Sorry for interrupting you.
So we see install systems cost between $5,000 and $12,000 on average, and so that's one of the reasons why we have this incentive program.
1 minute.
Okay, thank you very
Yeah.
much. 5 to 12,000.
Yep.
Okay, so this would involve installing how many solar panels?
So this is actually tied specifically to the battery component. So this would be looking at the.
Okay, but I'm
yeah.
talking about a system where you have the batteries, but you're not using WAPA to charge the batteries. You're using a solar panel to charge the battery. That's $5,000 to $7,000.
No, that would definitely be an additional cost. So we see average system
30
sizes
seconds.
in the Virgin Islands between $20,000 and $30,000 is the average to take an average home, to reduce their bill pretty significantly.
Okay, that's very, very, very nice, and I encourage the residents of our community to look at that, because once WAPA go out late at the night, you don't have to get up, you don't have to turn on. You don't have to worry about your fan, your food in the refrigerator. It comes on, and you don't hear a song.
Time.
And that's one of the programs that we will be launching soon. That's a grant that's already been awarded, and so we've been going through our teams and working diligently on the design, basically, how much is going to be provided, the process by which you apply for the incentive. So those are in the design phase now, so we're looking forward to rolling that program out to the community here in short order.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can I just ask one question? Okay,
Absolutely.
so you said
Absolutely.
it's 20 to 30,000. How much would you assist the resident with? How much can they get from the VI Energy office?
So our typical rebate program, we have usually a ceiling cap of about $5,000. That's for our energy efficiency rebate program. Most of our rebate incentives, we're looking, even for vehicles, for batteries, we're looking in that similar range of about $5,000 of what we can offset.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Let me ask you quickly. We note that your agency did not submit. Media, we have some interference that's coming up on our screen. Can you mute the devices of those individuals? I believe they're for the next department that's coming up. Okay. I was asking you about, we note that the key performance indicators, the KPIs for FY23, moving into 24, we did not see any KPIs for the Energy Office. Did you submit KPIs to the Office of Management and Budget?
So yes, we have a KPI. We've developed KPIs with OMB and review them almost monthly with OMB as well. So yes, we do have KPIs established that we review.
Okay, so can you please forward? That's another request coming out of this committee. Can you please forward your key performance indicators to the committee along with the other information that was requested? Senator Blyden has a point of information. You may proceed, Senator Blyden.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Director Fleming, in
Your
respect
mic
to
is
the...
off.
Thank you. Thank you,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair. Director Fleming, in respect to the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act, what's the targeted date for that act?
So the Inflation Reduction Act is already in place, and the various funding programs that are tied to that act continue to roll out on a monthly basis.
Okay, so what's your best projection in respect to when Virgin Islanders will be able to utilize the rebates? What type of saving are we looking at for
Yeah.
our residents?
Yep. So this year we'll have a number of different rebate programs launched. So as I mentioned before, our flagship energy efficiency rebate program will launch in November. We usually tie that to Black Friday, the launch date. It helps to maximize the savings potential for those investments for the community. So that's one is a given. We have our battery rebate and our electric vehicle rebate. We've been targeting August, let's just say Q3 of this year for those program launches.
Thank you for your question, Senator Blayden. Let me ask you before we wrap up. Your one vacant position, you have one vacant position, correct?
Yes.
Is that in the budget at 100% or 50%?
It's in the budget at 50%. 50% federal, 50% general fund.
Oh, so it's fully funded in the budget. That's basically what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have an issue there. And then one other thing, under your rental property, we need some clarification. The Zophos Enterprise Incorporated, LLC is listed at, I think the information that you provided was that the annual rent is $49,104. However, in the budget book, it's listed at 54. Is there an increase for this year?
Zephos is 54,000.
So it's
and
54.
Niski is 49,101. So I think that was flipped.
Okay, so how many leases do you have then?
2 leases.
Okay, so you have St. Thomas Properties, that's Niski?
Yeah.
Okay, so Niski is, we have it as 47,916. What's that number for FY24?
The FY24 is 49,104.
49,104.
Yes.
And then Zephos Enterprises is 54.
Yes.
All right. And then you have
We
some,
have prime storage,
you have a storage, and what's the amount on that?
4,740, and we're currently negotiating an agreement with Prime Storage St. Thomas.
So you intend to see another lease coming on for St. Thomas?
Yes.
And what is that projected amount?
I think it's going to be about $5,000. I do not have a
Give or take. Okay. All right, and that's important information as we build the budget, okay?
Maggie, I don't know if it's worth highlighting the rental adjustments that we had discussed
Yes.
from where we were to where we are, from Tutu to Niski and.
Well, I just need to know what the 24 cost
Okay.
is.
Okay.
That's it. So you're saying that you've seen a reduction in your cost?
Yeah, from our transition from our former leases to where we currently are, both in our lease amounts and then also in our electrical utility costs as well.
Okay. Very well. So you have professional service contracts with Parsons Landscaping and Lawn Care. So I suspect these will be, these are going to expire at the end of this fiscal year. So these will have to be renegotiated.
We are currently negotiating for janitorial services. We just had some people visit our office, some of the potential vendors.
All right, okay, and then, so currently, do you purchase gas?
For vehicles, no.
So you don't purchase gas because you have all of these, give me the name?
Electric vehicles.
hybrid.
No, just electric, no
Electrical
hybrid.
vehicles.
Battery electric vehicles.
So you know that I always have to put in a pitch for the legislature. So you know that we try to, I don't know why we're always left behind, but we are the best agency to test these things out because this is the agency, or the legislature is the place that you come to request funding. So if you give us 1 or 2, 1 for each district, then 5, as my colleague said, then we would be able to have a level of confidence that, these things work for us. But if I keep leaving us out we have a problem.
I have we have definitely put in additional requests for funding for this year, and we will certainly be in contact with the legislature once that grant's awarded.
Yeah, I think consideration should be given to this institution because we appropriated funding, and then the people who best to give the opportunity to than the people who's providing the dollars. Then you get more dollars.
I would even go as far as say, you know, we push all these initiatives are based off of legislative action. That 70-75 is still our driving light, so it makes even more sense that the legislature is leading by their example that they set forth.
Absolutely. You have to understand how to get the things that you need to get.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, colleagues, I think we've exhausted our discussion with the VI Energy Office. We want to thank you for your...
Madam Chair? Excuse me, Madam Chair, I did a point of information quickly.
Absolutely. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask about the weatherization programs. If they could delineate a little bit more, expound on the weatherization program that was mentioned by Ms. Burke.
Yeah, so the weatherization, I'll start and transition. The weatherization assistance program is one of the it's a free energy efficiency retrofit program for the underserved sections of our community, primarily low income and our senior citizens as well. It has been a program that has been stagnant for a couple years, but we actually just received announcement from the Department of Energy that our application for this year's program has been approved. We have a subsequent approval process to go through for some additional, or for the Inflation Reduction Act, I guess, augmentation. So we have another like $1.6 million that will go towards that program this year. And so we're looking forward to the launch of that as we get through the approval process. Michael, I don't know if you want to touch on anything more.
Yeah, so it's been some time since we've been able to actually implement the program itself. But what the director was saying is true. We are just waiting one final approval to be able to move forward. In which case we're looking from our formula grant funds to assist roughly 150 homes. Then from the WAP weatherization bill, we're looking at about a little over 300 homes as well that we'll be able to assist in the territory. And our team has been working with identifying potential clients for this, as we've been kind of waiting for this approval process to come forward. So we have been doing the work in that regard, but also behind the scenes working on our field guides and things of the nature that are needed to move it forward. So we are excited to have this be re-implemented in the territory, and that is something that we are greatly looking forward to doing.
Yeah.
Senator Joseph, does that satisfy?
It will for now. I'm looking forward to hearing when this program is going to roll out, because of course it's going to help in reducing our taxpayers and people dependency on WAPA and the like. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair.
And thank you, Senator Joseph. And, I'm glad that you said that, because I really think that this is our finance committee, and our approach here for this entire summer is to really flesh out our budgets and determine what our appropriations will be for our 2024 budget. But I think what really matters is that our respective committees really take the time, and they do. We take the time as other committees and really look at these entities, these agencies, these departments, and really begin to drill down on the things that really matter for our citizenry here in the territory. So I'm certain that we've been doing it, but we have to do some more. So we're going to use our committee process to really take care of that. But my primary focus right now is how do we move forward with our 2024 budget, and how do we make sure that we meet the needs of the people and are able, and the departments and agencies are able to run the departments efficiently and effectively. And we also look at those agencies like our hospitals, and I say it over and over, and our Department of Health, and those types of agencies that provide critical needs to the people, that we really begin to look at that and figure out how we can provide them with more funding. So as we see the fluff, we're going to move it to where it needs to go. That's the plan for this year. We really need to ensure that we are able to provide the necessary services in a meaningful way. So moving forward, probably in 2024, we'll see some scaling back of certain things that happen in the government, but we'll see scaling up. We should see some scaling up of the things that are critical needs for our people. So, Mr. Fleming and your team, we want to thank you for being here, and we're going to allow you a 30-second close.
Yep. Thank you again to the entire finance team and the 35th Legislature for this opportunity. I hope the path for positive impact and that clear light forward has been communicated here today. We look forward to launching and actually bringing to fruition a number of the initiatives that we've discussed here today through the continued effort of the Virgin Islands Energy Office team, and look forward to highlighting those accomplishments in 2024.
Awesome, and thank you again. Colleagues, we've exhausted our time with the VI Energy Office. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 15 minutes.
Right there, you want to tell them about the Youth About Face program?
Well, Mr. Williams, I think you should ask the kids them.
Okay, say less.
It's fun, exciting,
Amazing, hyped up,
adventurous,
full of culture,
diverse,
inspiring. YAM. We the best love sight by your chest. Youth about face. They want youth about face. They want youth about face. We the want youth about face. They want dance Makajumbi, dance for drill. Let's go. Join the program. Learn something. Yeah. Dance Makajumbi. Let's go. Dance for drill. Join the program. Yeah. Josie Lusterine.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to please read this afternoon's agenda into the record.
Block number 2, VA Department of Health, invited testifier, Honorable Busta Tita Encarnacion, Commissioner, VA Department of Health. VA Board of Nurse Licensure, invited testifier, Ms. Tanisha Penn, MSN, RN, Chairperson, Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure. Madam Chair, that concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good afternoon to the testifiers that's here with us today from both the Virgin Islands Department of Health and the Nurse Licensure Board. I see that we have a full audience this afternoon, so good afternoon to you as well, here in the well with us, and good afternoon to those listening and viewing. We're going to ask that the Commissioner of the Department of Health put her name, title on the record, and allow your team to do likewise. So, Commissioner, you may proceed.
Good morning, Justa Ortita Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Let me just ask the media division if they could turn the mics up. The mics have been very low. If you could turn the mics up, we would really appreciate it. Let's try that again, Commissioner.
Good morning, everyone. Justa Ortita Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tatia Monell Hewitt, Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Health.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beverly Stevens Samuel, Departmental Budget Control Officer.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joan Jean-Baptiste. I'm the Deputy Commissioner over Human Resources and Labor Relations.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner at the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Dr. Nicole Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health.
All right, thank you. We're now going to ask the representatives from the Nurse Licensure Board to also please put their names and titles on the record. We're going to start with Mrs. Vanterpool Romney.
Good afternoon, Carmen Vanterpool Romney, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure.
Good afternoon, Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director, Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure.
All right, and thank you. And I know that you shared that you should have 2 other individuals joining us in St. Thomas, or are they on Teams with us? Do we have anyone on Teams media? Okay, so we're not seeing them from the nurse. Is that yes? What about the Department of Health? Do you have anyone?
We should
on
have,
Teams?
some of our directors should be on Teams.
Okay, so we're gonna ask your directors to please put their name and title on the record. And I see that we have a Wanson Harris. That's a male. Please put your name and title on the record. And of course, you got to turn your screen on. Okay, we're not hearing you, Mr. Harris.
Good afternoon. Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health for the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Okay, could you say that again? We're having a little hard time hearing you.
Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health.
Okay, and I see that you have...
My camera have me upside. My camera have me upside down, and I don't know why.
Okay. We got to get this right, guys. I really wish that we knew that you all were coming on Teams, because the chambers in St. Thomas is always available. We are no longer in the height of COVID, so we are encouraging our testifiers to if you have a spillover testifiers who wish to remain in their respective district, please come to the chambers in the respective districts so we can conduct the meetings and we don't have these challenges. So we're going to ask I think I'm seeing Dr. Charmaine Myers. Could you please put your name and title on the record?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Charmaine Myers, the MCH Director here at the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
And I saw in the room with the previous person, what is that? What was that name again? Wanson Harris. I saw that there were two other individuals sitting in the room. So can you please put your names and titles on the record?
Blessed good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Greenwich Payne, and I serve for the Office of Emergency Medical Services.
So you serve in the EMS. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Richardson Peter. I'm the Director for Professional Licensure and Health Planning.
Could you say your last name again, ma'am? Deborah
Richardson hyphen Peter. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Commissioner, these are all your employees.
Yes, and Senator, we're asking for them. They're here. They can come so that it can actually reduce the need to use Teams. So we're asking them to come down here as well.
Well, they don't have to.
They don't have to?
No,
Okay.
we'll, you know.
We'll work it?
Like I said, and I've been saying this to all of the committee, all of the members, all of the departments and agencies that come before the committee. This conversation is around our budget. We do have committees that deal with health, human services, and all those other matters. So we want to, of course, what's happening in your agencies do impact the budget. So, you know, we'll have those questions, but, you know, we want to really focus on the budget. So I wouldn't, no, they can stay on the teams as we have the meeting. If we need them, I'm certain that my colleagues would call on, or you would advise us who's the best person to respond.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, so we're going to start with the Commissioner of Health. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good day, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Honorable Senator Novalee Francis, Junior Vice Chair Committee members, and all other members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, the listening and viewing audience. I am Justa or Tita Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health. The department appreciates the opportunity to appear before the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee to share our fiscal year 2023 accomplishments along with goals and objectives established to satisfy the governor's recommended fiscal year 2024 budget to support preventive health in the territory. Our goals and objectives are guided by the department's strategic plan and key performance indicators. I have with me today my Assistant Commissioners, Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims and Ruben Malloy, Chief Financial Officer Tatia Monell Hewitt, Deputy Commissioner of Human Resources and Labor Relations Joan Jean-Baptiste, Budget Control Officer Beverly Stephen Samuel, and other members of the Department of Health joining us in the chambers and via Teams. The Department of Health in the United States Virgin Islands serves as a regulatory and public health authority of both the state and local levels, as mandated by the Virgin Islands Code, specifically Titles 3, 19, and 27. The primary responsibilities listed in Titles 3 and 19 are to provide public health services to the residents of the Virgin Islands. This includes safeguarding and enhancing the well-being of the community through various health promotions and preventive initiatives. The preventive measures are widely acknowledged as crucial elements in enhancing overall health and reducing healthcare costs, especially concerning chronic illnesses. The department oversees a total of 30 operational programs. Additionally, it serves as the lead agency for Emergency Services Function, or ESF-8, which involves supervising hospitals during time of declared emergencies or disasters. As we proceed, please advance to page 8, graph 6, for the combined financial graph of the department. General funds, $26,818,867. Health revolving fund, $1,976,755. Federal funds, $26,142,771. Non-appropriated funds, $3,127,329, for a total again of $58,065,722. The breakdown is depicted in the graph. Revenue cycle management, we are projected to collect $1,981,365 in FY23, which is a little lower than the fiscal year 2022 collections of $3,505,473, primarily due to the integration of EMS to Fire EMS. Revenue collected as of June 2023 totals $2,549,728. The VI Department of Health continues to support via VI FEMS with their billing and coding efforts. The breakdown, revenue collected, $2,549,728 with 47 cents. EMS collection shows $1,001,324.54 cents. There's a less EMS collection, that would be $1,548,403.93 cents. 7% is taken away from that for billing and coding distribution, and that is $70,092.72. The department's total collected revenue, $1,618,496 with 65 cents. Table 2 shows revenues collected October 2022 through June of 2023, and that is outpatient is $243,453 with 95 cents. Environmental health, $307,605. Food handlers, $266,726. MCH outpatient, $112,780.92. Audiology, $2,202.23. Eye care, $7,256.97. Medical records, $8,640.69. Vital statistics, $119,113 with 74 cents. Ambulance services, $1,481,502.97. Substance abuse, $130. Again, revenue total, $2,549,728.47. In the past 6 months, there has been a significant 17% rise in the proportion of revenue derived from submitted claims. The USVI Interagency Business Process Improvement and the status is of July 18, 2023. We are currently in the second year of our Business Process Improvement Initiative, which is funded by the Office of Insular Affairs and facilitated by the Association of State and Territory Health Officials, or ASTO. This initiative has received support from various departments, including OMB, Finance, Property Procurement, Department of Personnel, Department of Justice, Department of Education, Human Services, and of course, VIDOH. All agencies involved are actively participating in bi-weekly community of practice meetings to monitor the planning and implementation of new federal grants, as well as to continuously improve our processes. To track our progress, we have implemented a scorecard that allows agencies to report data on cycle time and errors. Initial results demonstrate high-quality outputs across all agencies, with a notable reduction in cycle time within the Department of Justice. While data entry in the scorecard is currently done manually, the Department of Health and OMB have collaborated to develop and test an e-civis data report. This report automatically populates most fields in the scorecard, improving data quality and reducing the time required for data collection. The template for this report is shared with other agencies for their use. Additionally, Department of Justice, Health, and OMB have collectively defined a new expense and grant spend down column, which agencies can begin filling using the ERP data system. Although progress has been made in establishing new process consistency, there is still the task of completing the scorecard reporting. It is important to note that encountering challenges during this transformational change is not uncommon. On June 29, 2023, the cross-agency leadership team, including the Office of the Governor, met to review the progress, scorecards, and discuss next steps. A project celebration and handoff are scheduled for November 14th of 2023. The Office of Procurement and Contracts Management, since its establishment, the OPCMR has actively involved in 8 GVI-wide contracts and various vendors covering services such as janitorial, exterminating, purchase of household cleaning supplies, security system, and guard system services, among others. These efforts have led to the successful execution of 20 agreements attached to monthly recurring charges for FY23, FY24, and a similar approach will be followed for FY24, FY25. Additionally, the collaborative work between OPCMR and Department of Property and Procurement resulted in the execution of 62 department-wide contracts, with 10 contracts expiring in the first half of the calendar year 2023 and 5 more set to expire December 31, 2023. While some agreements have durations of 3 to 6 months, they were still executed as planned. Presently, the OPCMR is actively working on 63 pending agreements and solicitations, as well as 24 pending leases. Furthermore, the unit has successfully executed 12 leases, with 4 on St. Thomas and 8 on St. Croix. The OPCMR continues to diligently handle these responsibilities to ensure smooth and efficient procurement and contractual operations for the department. Over the past 6 months, there has been a notable 43% increase in the number of approved justification letters presented. The Office of Federal Grants Management oversees 34 core projects and 95 single budgets. The department has received 36 individual COVID-19 grants from various programs, including epidemiology, laboratory capacity for infectious diseases, Ryan-White Care Act, Title II, immunization vaccine program, maternal child health program, mental health and substance abuse services, public health emergency preparedness, the national initiative to address COVID health disparities among populations at high risk and underserved, including racial and ethnic minority populations, and rural communities grant program. The total federal budget awarded to the department amounts to $93,320,410. As of June 2023, all federal grants have been fully reconciled, achieving a 100% completion rate. In the Department of Health's FY 2023 budget, there are 370.5 funded positions, with 208.75 funded through the general fund and 165.75 federally funded. Of these positions, 178.5 employees are in St. Thomas and John District, 192 are on the St. Croix District. Among our workforce, 223.5 employees have classified positions, and 133 are exempt, and 14 are temporary. From October 1st, 2022 to July of 2023, there have been 11 separations, 7 resignations, 3 retirements, and 1 dismissal. However, we have successfully recruited and onboarded 33 team members, including 17 new hires and 16 rehires. The Bureau of Human Resources has also accomplished 11 successful promotions for team members. There is a total of 49 vacancies, 20 on general funds and 29 on federal funds. Of the 20 on the general fund vacancies, 14 have approved PRFs. Furthermore, effective collaboration with the Office of Collective Bargaining has resulted in new salary plans for the Virgin Islands Licensed Practical Nurses Association and the Virgin Islands State Nursing Association. Additionally, the Department of Health has provided an average of 10 training opportunities per month for our team, both internally and through partnerships with other agencies and organizations. In June 2021, the department was awarded a 2-year grant with an end date of 2024 from the Center for Disease and Control and Prevention of $3,114,521. The grant addresses the Health Disparities Response to Health or Health Crisis National Initiative to address COVID-19 health disparities among populations, otherwise known as OT 21-2103. The department continues to collaborate with Puerto Rico as the other Atlantic district who has also been awarded a disparities grant, along with ASTO, who was selected as a technical assistance for the grant. The first Community Health Workers Summit was held in June of 2023, and the second Health Disparities Leadership Conference will be held later this year. OT 21-2103 remains a precursor for the first VI Public Health Official Office of Health Equity. The next step is to secure future funding, the expansion of current staffing level, and priority given to the growth of the community health workers, inequities, and increasing access to care and community services. The initiative will benefit populations including the LGBTQIA+ population, those with behavioral health challenges, the pediatric population, those living with HIV, and with a significant impact projected for those experiencing chronic diseases such as diabetes. The public health preparedness team throughout the calendar year 2023, the division has successfully concluded 3 out of the 4 scheduled all-hazards tabletop exercises, specifically focusing on hurricanes, tsunamis, and earthquakes. Additionally, the team has initiated monthly training classes led by FEMA for the Incident Command Systems, or the ICS system, to ensure thorough preparation for the staff on ICS 100, 200, 300, 400, 700, and 800. Collaborating with HR, a new key performance indicator has been established to achieve 100% completion of ICS 100-400 training for all staff during their onboarding process at the department. Over the past 6 months, the division has provided training to approximately 7.2% of the department staff. The first training session was conducted on St. Thomas from July 18 to 19, with the second sessions scheduled on St. Croix from July 24 to 28, with a break to attend today's hearing. In 2021, the department joined the Office of Veterans Affairs and other districts as the National Governors, Mayors, and Association members. The follow-up on the Implementation Academy continues on St. Croix as the Governor's Challenges leadership visit us here in the territory on August 1st and 2nd, which would include private entities, nonprofit entities, as well as other government agencies. From November of 2022 to April 2023, a total of 790 patients availed themselves of services at outpatient clinics located in St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix in our behavioral health division. These services include one-to-one therapy, case management, methadone services, medication management, clubhouse membership, and substance use services. During the same period, the division collaborated with various departments such as Education, Human Services, Labor, Agriculture, and Licenses and Consumers Affairs. Together, they provide these essential support services. The graph below, or the table below, shows that information was shared. Individual crisis counseling, 2.6% of those shared. Group counseling, public education was 14,619, or 27.2%. Brief educational support contact, that was 37,777. That's the population served, or 70.2%. And that was in the primary services. In St. Croix, individual crisis counseling, I'll read a few. Group counseling, public health education, brief educational support contact. That's a total of, basically it's 100%, but 291, and the most was 26,175. In St. John, individual crisis counseling, group counseling sessions, brief educational support services, and that was 2, 10, and 17, a lower amount. In St. Thomas, of course, higher individual crisis counseling, 1,095, group counseling, public education, 3,246, and brief educational support contact, 11,585. Depression screening, school-based data high school sampling conducted January 23rd to May 23rd. The PHQ-9 tool was utilized to assess 415 high school students ages 13 to 19. This assessment is used to identify symptoms of depression and suicidal thoughts, and individuals have experienced within the last 2 weeks by self-disclosure. Little interest, information that was gathered, little interest or pleasure in doing things, 37%, feeling of depression, 24%, and suicide thoughts or suicide risk was 2%. The data mentioned above represent surveys conducted to address mental health needs in the United States Virgin Islands community, with a specific focus on primary care. Since January, these efforts have been expanded through outreach activities to reach a wider population. The collected data will be utilized to develop personality treatment plans, employ various psychotherapy approaches, and manage medication effectively. Plan for crisis intervention and implement strategies for behavioral modification whenever feasible. At present, the Elder Shelterburn facility accommodates 25 individuals, while 43 individuals receive off-island care. Among the 43 individuals receiving off-island care, 25 are placed in forensic settings. In the current fiscal year, 6 patients have either reunited with their families, transitioned to independent living from residential care, or concluded their court hearings in preparation for discharge. The Behavioral Health and Substance Use Team leaders organized a presentation at the July 2023 Virgin Islands Judicial Conference titled Leading Change Through Judicial Education. The purpose of the talk was to introduce and address inquiries regarding Act 8688, VI Behavioral Health Act. The participation was highly effective, leading Dr. Sims and Dr. Noel to conduct 2 workshops at the Supreme Court on St. Thomas. Additionally, we will be holding training sessions on the bill with VIPD and VI Fire EMS to ensure a comprehensive understanding of our obligations. The initial planning meeting of the Interdepartment Collaborative occurred in June. The number of patient visits in the calendar year 2023 was 1,229, has shown a 35 increase compared to the same time frame in the calendar year of 2022 of 789 visits. The division has significantly amplified their outreach efforts, experiencing an astonishing 635.7% increase at 22,512. A significant accomplishment of the Communicable Disease Division was achieving a 90% linkage to care within days of confirming the diagnosis for 90% of newly identified cases in 2022. Within that year, the division identified 17 new cases of HIV/AIDS, 626 cases of chlamydia, 44 cases of gonorrhea, and 3 cases of infectious syphilis. Primarily, data reported from January to May of 2023 indicates the presence of 104 cases of chlamydia, 10 cases of gonorrhea, and 2 cases of infectious syphilis. There is a nationwide shortage of bicillin and the first-line treatment regimen for syphilis. However, or for infectious syphilis. However, we are currently not experiencing a shortage of medication in the territory. The Communicable Disease Division team has scheduled meetings with local providers to discuss alternative medical countermeasures for the treatment of infectious syphilis if needed in the future. Between calendar year 2022 and 2023, the division has observed a 45% increase in the number of HIV-positive clients who achieved viral suppression while enrolled in the care at VIDOH at 816. However, there has been a 39% decrease in the number of individuals tested for STD, HIV, and TB monthly territory-wide in the calendar year of 2023. It went down to 683, compared to the same period in calendar year 22 of 949. Office of Emergency Medical Services Regulatory, also known as EMS Regulatory, plays a critical role in overseeing EMS professionals, instructors, vehicles, and services. Other responsibilities include licensing, inspections, and certification, requirements for those entities to operate effectively within the territory. As we review our mobile integrated healthcare paramedic program, and explore appropriate funding sources, we continue to provide care and treat an average of 80 patients per week. Since the program's initiation in 2017, following the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, we have successfully provided care to over 1,800 patients. This achievement offers significant contribution to preventing hospitalizations and admissions. The Division of Environmental Health and Safety will initiate the classification and business into low, moderate, and high-risk categories in terms of consumer safety. Priority areas identified as high risk will be subject to regulatory surveillance. Furthermore, the department will commence training and testing on the Serve Safe program. The total number of inspectors in the territory is 5, with 2 located on St. Croix and 3 on St. Thomas. Additionally, there are 3 enforcement officers and 3 stationed, and with 2 stationed on St. Croix and 1 on St. Thomas, along with 2 administrative staff members, 1 in each district. Through the Workforce Development Grant, 2 additional inspectors were granted approval. We are presently engaged in recruitment activities. In June of 2023, we received 3 new vehicles, enabling us to expand our surveillance operation. The objective is to increase the vehicle count by 2 on each island prior to end of fiscal year 2023. The number of inspections conducted year to date has undergone a 41% reduction in 523 inspections less compared to the corresponding period in the previous year, which registered 885 inspections during calendar year 2022. In the Office of Professional Licensure, a total of 789 professional licensures were renewed. Some of the accomplishments noted created the VI Board of Medical Examiners website, the VI Board of Physical Therapy website, received support from the Federation of State Medical Boards for audit and guidance on legal authority and national standards and operation, received support from the Federation of Physical Therapy Boards for digitalization of records and website creation, received recognition from the Federation of States Medical Boards and the Secretary of the VI Board of Medical Examiners, who was selected to serve on the Federation's nominating committee, and commenced automation process for initial licensure, which was greatly needed. We currently have 87 participants in our Certificate of Need program. 5 CONs were issued, 7 are pending thus far for FY 2023. We currently have 65 participants in our Allied Health program. The division has successfully attained 100% compliance rate in notifying applicants of their application disposition within 3 days following the board review. Immunization, FY 2022 to 2023 KPIs focus on COVID-19 vaccination administration. The immunization division has experienced a substantial 91 decrease in the number of outreach and educational activities as expected. The team has refocused on increasing vaccination rates on all vaccinations. In the fiscal year 22-23, there were 403 recorded births, 459 recorded deaths. The full automation of vital records and statistics is scheduled for February of 2024 with a cohesive plan with designated timelines for accomplishing the goals and objectives guiding the process. During the calendar year of 2023, there has been a significant increase of 49.5% in the number of vital statistic records processed within 3 to 5 business days, with 8,050 records processed compared to 4,662 records processed during the same period in the calendar year of 2022. Community health workers. With a 3-year seed grant from Cigna Foundation, the division hired the first community health worker in May of 2022. Later onboarded 5 additional community health workers. The outreach program or portion of the program is ongoing. The Division of Chronic Disease spearheaded the implementation of a non-communicable disease collaborative, a quality improvement project that was implemented in the Department of Health and the Federally Qualified Health Center clinic settings to improve the management of diabetes among their patients. The clinics utilize nurses and community health workers to identify patients with uncontrollable diabetes, a hemoglobin A1C greater than 9. In the St. Thomas Department of Health Clinic, 46 patients were identified and referred to diabetes self-management classes and encouraged to set specific goals to improve their diabetes outcomes. This included numerous phone calls and in-person interactions with the patients to link them to care and services. Within a 3-month period, the average hemoglobin A1C of the patients enrolled in an NCD collaborative reduced from 10.8% to 9.9%. This exemplifies the positive impact that community health workers have on improving the health of Virgin Islands population. Data from the Department of Health St. Croix Clinic and FQHCs are currently being analyzed. Community health workers and the involvement of all healthcare services providers in the territory will be the focus on decreasing the number of chronic diseases and, in particular, diabetes. The chronic disease program includes several federal grants related to health promotions and disease prevention focused on chronic diseases. Grants include diabetes and tobacco prevention and control, preventive health, health services block grant, includes sexual assault, cancer prevention and control, breast and cervical cancer early detection program, comprehensive cancer control, the VI Central Cancer Registry, rape and prevention, and surveillance, the BREFIS, or the Behavior Risk Factor Surveillance System Survey. The Cancer Registry and the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System programs collect and report on chronic diseases and their risk factors such as alcohol and tobacco use, nutrition, physical activities, cancer, cardiovascular disease, and weight status, which have a substantial impact on individuals' health. To date, the incidence data for 2026 and 2016 and 2017 have been compiled and released. The incidence of cancer for 2016 was 525 and 347 for 2017. The Comprehensive Cancer Control Program, funded through the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, recently held the first cancer summit aimed at developing a comprehensive cancer control plan for the territory. Over 50 internal and external stakeholders participated in a facilitated 2-day working meeting to begin the work on this plan. The BREFIS was completed as planned and should be released by the Center for Disease and Control this summer. Data collection for the 2023 BREFIS is in progress and will be completed by January of 2024. Up to this point in 2023, there has been a remarkable 195% surge in the number of participants in the chronic disease self-management program, reaching 65 participants compared to just 22 during the same time period in the calendar year 2022. While the reported revenue generated by the community health eye clinics for the period of October 1st in 2021 to June 30th of 2022 totaled $385,836, exceeding the revenue generated for the same period of 2021, which was $315,243. There was a reduction in revenue generated from October 1st, 2022 to June 30th of 2023, which totaled $243,454. This reflects the possible impact of shift in services hours due to the need to address various challenges with the facilities on all 3 islands and the loss of our primary care provider in St. Thomas, the late and celebrated Dr. Nutter. During calendar year 2023, there has been a noteworthy decrease of 62.6% in the number of clients served who are diagnosed with diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, risk factors, amounting to 1,227 clients in comparison to 3,277 clients recorded in calendar year 2022. Our replacement of primary care providers started July 5th of 2023. The department is addressing these challenges and anticipate a return to prior activity and revenue generation in the new fiscal year. The Family Planning Division focuses on providing comprehensive reproductive health care services and information to individuals and families. From October 1st of 2022 to June of 2023, the Family program served 1,814 clients and submitted all required reports and continuation grant application to ensure continued funding. During the current calendar year of 2023, the number of clients receiving family planning services has increased by 33%, serving 1,814 clients compared to the 2,717 clients attending during the same period in the calendar year 2022. Moreover, in calendar year 2023, the performance of breast cancer and cervical screening and diagnostic services have seen a 40% decrease, with a total of 994 services conducted, in contrast to the 1,565 services provided during the same period in calendar year 2022. If you look at the chronic diseases program, noting that we now have federal funded, that is going to now open the breast cancer and cervical screening program, that is our means of increasing our numbers. The primary objective of the Infants and Toddlers program is to provide a range of support and services in a child's natural environment, including service coordination, development therapy, speech language pathology, physical and occupational therapy, vision screening, and audiology. Despite the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the program has resumed mostly in-person services and continues to provide support to children in both districts. The division maintains 100% success rate in ensuring that all children with individual family service plans receive their initial evaluation assessment and an initial individual family service plan meeting within 45 days. MCH programs include the Virgin Islands Child Psychiatric Access Program, which was launched in both districts in 2022. It establishes a new pilot regional pediatric mental health telehealth access program, VIC-PAP, for the psychiatric consultation, care coordination, and referral to behavioral health services in the USVI. In July of 2023, the program hosted a 4-day children's mental health summit in both districts to encourage community leaders, parents, community partners, and providers to come together to discuss and seek solutions for mental health concerns impacting our territory's children. Some topics included trauma, gun violence, depression, the effects of poverty on our mental health, early childhood expulsion, and sexual abuse. Approximately 100 professionals from key agencies who serve children and adolescents participated in St. Thomas, and a similar number is expected for the St. Croix District training scheduled for tomorrow, July 27. Many families have attended the father versus son basketball games and the mental health concert events aimed at increasing positive interaction. Year to date, the newborn hearing screening conducted prior to discharge have shown a 35% increase, reaching 703 screenings compared to 512 screenings in calendar year 2022. Additionally, the number of clients receiving prenatal delivery within 6 weeks have decreased by 66%, dropping from 374 in calendar year 2022 to 126 in calendar year 2023. Furthermore, the number of children served in MCH and SHCN has experienced a 64 decrease, with 592 children served compared to calendar year 2020 with 1,651 children served. The Department of Health has secured a pediatrician and a nurse practitioner on the Workforce Development Grant, which will improve access to care and increase overall number of children seen within MCH and CSHCN. The Primary Care Office of the U.S. Virgin Islands plays a crucial role in enhancing access to high-quality health care by conducting assessment to continue health manpower shortage area designation, certification of sites for National Health Service Corps primary care provider recruitment, working with the University of the Virgin Islands Nursing School of Nursing to promote the National Nurse Corps Loan Repayment Program, and promoting workforce development. It is fully funded through a cooperative agreement and with the Health Resources and Service Administration, or HRSA. Across the entire country, WIC serves approximately 2,531 clients each month. Notably, the average rates of infants breastfeeding within the WIC program showed a significant improvement in 2020. The breastfeeding rate stood at 60%. However, by 2022, it rose by 72%. This increase places the Virgin Islands with the highest breastfeeding rate among all WIC state agencies during the fiscal year 2021, as reported by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. During the calendar year 2023, there has been a 7.6% decrease in the number of infants breastfeeding per month, amounting to 3,828 infants, as opposed to the same period in calendar year 2022, when 4,414 infants were breastfeeding. The Territorial Public Health Laboratory continues to provide efficient testing for diseases of public health importance. The laboratory completed a federal inspection and successfully renewed the certificate of need for high complexity testing. The average time for receiving a specimen to providing test results is under 24 hours, and a significant improvement for tests that may have had to be sent off island. The Public Health Laboratory has the capacity to run a total of 49 diseases. Relocation efforts are in high gear to accommodate the demolition and reconstruction of the Charles Howard Complex. Both FEMA and Coastal Zone Management approval have been obtained. The VIDOH lab has observed a 7% increase in the number of tests conducted by anticipated diseases at the Public Health Lab, increasing from 46 to 49. Approximately 82% of healthcare providers have enrolled and are submitted electronically reportable data to the VIDOH Epidemiology Division through the National Electronic Disease Surveillance System, or NEDS. Health Information IT, the division ensures the network availability within VIDOH at a rate of 95%. In Facilities and Management, the VIDOH intends to repair the 11 buildings in the St. John S. Moorhead Yard using FEMA public assistance funding. We have requested architectural services from the Office of Disaster Recovery, which has assigned Springline Architects to the project. Additionally, FEMA has recently decided to replace the Newt Hansen Tower on St. Thomas and the Morris de Castro Clinic on St. John. ODR has also appointed Springline Architects for these projects. In calendar year 2023, the number of work orders received experienced a substantial 79% surge at 266 in comparison to the calendar year 2022, which had an amount of 149 work orders requested. In reference to transportation, in June of 2023, 27% of the vehicles are under 6 years of service, contrasting with 51% in June of 2022. Furthermore, all VODH vehicles have undergone inspection, reaching a 100% inspection. Project management and capital projects. Office manages a diverse project portfolio of 49 projects funded through various sources, including FEMA, public assistance, tobacco funds from the Public Finance Authority, and as whole bill number 32-0247, FEMA Hazard Mitigation, Housing Finance Authority, CDBG, and USDA Food Nutrition Services Infrastructure Grant. We work closely with agencies such as the Department of Public Work, Department of Property and Procurement, FEMA, VITEMA, VI Housing Finance Authority, the Office of Disaster Recovery, with O'Brien and other subject matter experts. The Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. is actively tracking 20 of our highest priority projects. I would like to highlight a few. The Charles Howard Memorial Complex Master Planning and Design project is 90% complete in the design phase. Abatement is finished and demolition work by Lamartec is 18% completed. We expect construction of the new complex to begin in the first quarter of 2023 and finish in the first quarter of 2027. Senate President Noel Francis recently sponsored Bill number 35-0029, honoring Donna Christensen, MD, with a recommendation to rename the Charles Howard Memorial Complex to the Donna Christensen, MD, Virgin Islands Department of Health. Our USDA-funded WIC facilities renovations on St. Thomas and St. Croix are on target for completion by September 20th of this year. The WIC Newt Hansen construction project on St. Thomas and is 74% completed. The WIC Frederickson renovation and St. Croix is approximately 60% completed. We have 2 behavioral health facilities projects in design or procurement, including Anna's Hope and Eldridge Shelterman Behavioral Health Residential Complex on St. Thomas. Improving mental health services remains a top priority. We have a design development kickoff meeting scheduled with Springline Architects on August 4th for the Anna's Hope facility on St. Croix. I am pleased to report that all our projects are progressing on time and within the established periods of performance. My team and I are committed to the effective management of these mission-critical initiatives for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Department of Health continues to fill critical vacant positions. We'll continue our public relations campaign geared towards informing and educating the community about health risks and trends as seen across the nation. We are steadfast in our quest for health equity as we strive to improve the quality of services in collaboration with our community. Continuing to be guided by key strategies and priorities outlined in our strategic plan 2020 to 2025 and Healthy Virgin Islands 2030 Community Health Improvement Plan, which can be viewed on our website. As always, I would like to thank the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenta A. Roach, members of the Cabinet, and other members of the 35th Legislature for your continued support in positioning the Department of Health to be able to continue improving the services needed in our community. To our VIDO8 staff, and in particularly our directors, thank you for the strong support throughout the year. In conclusion, Senator Fred Gregory, the Department of Health is committed to reducing health risks, increasing access to quality health care provided in a culturally sensitive, equitable manner, and enforcing health standards. As always, the department is dedicated to continue collaborative efforts within members of the 35th Legislature. Senators, this concludes our testimony. Thank you for your continued support. We stand ready to respond to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Encarnacion, for your testimony. We're now going to move to the Nurse Licensure Board. Mrs. Carmen Vanterpool Romney, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chair, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature, other testifiers, member of the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure, the listening and viewing audiences. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure 2024 budget. I am Carmen Vanterpool Romney, Executive Director. With me are Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director, Ms. Celia Sebastian, Executive Management Officer, and Stacy Penn, Compliance Officer, and in the audience, my Vice Chair and Chair and Vice Chair, and other members and staff of the board virtually. The following summary of activities will highlight the board's work for this past year and clarify our budget request for the fiscal year 2024. For decades, nursing boards have been tasked with the unique role of protecting the public, overseeing nursing practice, and ensuring compliance within their jurisdiction. The Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure was created by the Virgin Islands Legislature more than 4 decades ago to carry out these tasks. As the regulatory organization for nursing practice, our mission is to identify and promote policies and standards for nurses and nursing education that would safeguard the practice, which is a craft within itself, the principle and the discipline. In 1981, Act number 4666, Section 415, Title 3, VI Code, Subchapter 4, Bill number 14-0094 merged the Board of Nurse Licensure and other purposes by the 14th Legislature to constitute a quorum, subsequently defined their practice of nursing by specialty licensed and registered as such. The board's power and duties is to enact rules, regulation, or bylaws as it relates to establishing higher learning, including continuing education, and establish credentials in accordance with the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. VIBNL regulates practice, audit applications, and renewals, proctor examination for nursing assistants, administer fees, and credential applicants with current practices and standard as required. Members of the board represent the territory at the National Council of State Boards of Nursing annual meetings and conferences throughout the year. The profession of nursing is growing tremendously, and with this growth, many boards are plagued with increased workload and challenges with the licensing of applicants. As a territory, the potential for fraud and non-compliance in nursing practice increases. Our borders are open and new faces in the profession reach our shores every day. The Virgin Islands is not immune to the exposure of criminal or non-criminal activity in the nursing practice. Guided upon these cases, it was prudent that we organize and restructure the board to fulfill its fiduciary responsibilities and safeguard the health of members in our community. Discipline cases include misdemeanors, criminal convictions, and non-criminal actions such as patient abandonment, practicing with expired licenses, and falsification of credentials, just to name a few. Statistical data will be expounded upon further in our testimony. The profession of nursing has evolved, and a nurse is not only found in the hospital or at the bedside. Nurses can be found in myriad places and organizations, such as urgent care centers, ambulatory care, hospitals, clinic, hospice care, telehealth, consultant administrators. The list can go on with over 100 specialties. Nursing is a multifaceted and versatile profession. A nurse stands as the glue to coordinate an individual's healthcare needs in and out of the hospital setting. The role of a nurse is crucial to the wealth, improved economic standards, and well-being of a community. Nurses are present at birth, during life, and they're with you when you take your last breath. As a nurse is the first healthcare professional seen when you are seeking medical attention in emergency care. Nurses cannot discriminate or refuse to care for an individual seeking medical attention, be it your friend or foe. As regulators of nursing practice, the board will not entertain or settle for mediocrity with the standards of care received by members of our community. Therefore, applications go through a vigorous screening process to achieve our mission before an endorsement or license is granted. Applicants will be held accountable and follow the mandates of the board for their licensing and credentialing in this territory. Our signature and seal mean that a nurse was well vetted by the board and can be respected not only in the Virgin Islands but around the world. Licensure. The above table depicts the number of licensed practical nurses and registered nurses in the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure. There was a decline in nursing numbers for this past year. While we do not know the definitive reason, these declines can be attributed to various reasons, such as more attractive salaries on the mainland, loss of interest in the field, directly and indirectly relating to the pandemic, greater personal interest in wanting to gain more exposure, as well as to further their education. The number of active nurses total 1,506 in 2023, whereas compared with 2022, there were 1,551 active nurses. Although this value shows only a difference of about 45 active nurses, this is concerning for the Virgin Islands. These numbers are a clear indication of the unpredictability of nurses in the healthcare profession. Advanced practice registered nurses, licensed practical nurses, and certified nursing assistants are required to renew their licenses every 2 years, pursuant to Title 27. The board also issues temporary permits. However, there were no temporary permit issued during the fiscal year of 2023. However, if any is given, it would be issued under conditions of the Nurse Practice Act, subsection 99, under exemptions, which reads, no provision of this subchapter shall be construed as prohibiting, one, the care of the sick rendered by family members, non-institutionalized person, or incidental care given by domestic hired help, as long as such does not include the practice of nursing as defined in this subchapter. Assistance by anyone in case of an emergency. The practice 3, the practice of nursing by a student enrolled in an approved school. 4, the practice of nursing by a nurse currently licensed in one of the United States or its territories for a period up to 90 days, after providing the employer with satisfactory evidence of current licensure and having submitted proper application fees to the board. This time may be extended by the board for administrative reasons when necessary. The board shall determine what constitution is a registered nurse. The board shall determine what constitute direct nursing supervision and performance of basic nursing care by nursing assistants supervised by a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse. To ensure that the board roles and responsibilities be carried out, we were charged with the task to re-examine the roles, function, and responsibility of the board to meet the needs of our community. Currently, staff members are being tasked with multiple roles and responsibility to allow for the growth, proficiency, efficiency, and efficacy of the board. The board staff is currently comprised of the executive director, executive management officer, operations director, compliance administrative officer, administrative assistant, administrative specialist, and one vacant position in St. Croix of a compliance officer, and a senior community employee program worker from the Department of Human Services. Although the team is expanding slowly, it is imperative that this office attains operations of an appropriate staff level in alignment with the industry counterpart for advancement. Furthermore, as the board moves forward to meet its fiduciary responsibility and expand, it is necessary that a complete workforce be established. A grand total of 7 staff members carries out the enormous task of serving our community. Board members comprise of the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure is composed of 1 nurse anesthetist, 1 nurse midwife, 1 nurse educator, 3 nurses from varied areas of specialization, 2 practical nurses, 2 voting layperson, 1 from the St. Thomas District and 1 from St. Croix District, which is now vacant. During our last budget hearing, we saw the need to add compliance officers at the board. So currently we have 1 in St. Thomas, and now 1 is needed for St. Croix. In compliance with our fiduciary responsibility, and as the regulating body that oversees the practice of nursing in the community, we must ensure that any nurse providing health care is well vetted for the practice in the Virgin Islands and beyond. The board, in its responsibility, will not allow for any opportunity to lower the standards in nursing care. Evaluation and checks are necessary to safeguard the vulnerable population from nurses in the territory or for those coming into the territory who may have infractions that may lead to potential harm to our population. With an increase in fraudulent cases in the nursing practice, the board has maintained standards and allow all opportunities for training to assist with prudent review of nurses' application. The Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure received a total of 39 discipline cases, 18 cases from May 2022 to December 31st, 2022, 21 cases from January 1st, 2023 to present. Discipline cases include criminal convictions, misdemeanors, and non-criminal actions in violation of the Nurse Practice Act. As of date, the board has distributed 29 board orders, which include reprimand of licensure, denial, probation, suspension, cease and desist. The board has issued one consent agreement in which the nurse's license was placed on 6 months probation and additional penalties and fees. The board has issued 15 notice of opportunity for hearing. As of date, the Disciplinary Review Board has conducted 3 hearings regarding disciplinary action. The board has also issued 2 orders for suspension, 2 orders of probation, and 1 order of permanent denial, 2 orders of non-permanent denial, and 3 reprimands with no requirement. We also issued 9 reprimands with requirement. 8 of the reprimands were issued to nurses due to the nurse working on a lapsed or expired license. The reprimands included a penalty fee and a written warning, but no discipline was placed on these licenses. All nurses within the territory with an expired license should be receiving communication from the board, alerting them of the status of their license to practice. Any nurse found working, practicing, providing nursing care, or nursing supervision will be sanctioned by the board. It is critical that the practice of nursing be respected and regulated. Providing any act of nursing practice with an expired license is illegal according to the nursing practice. Our budget. The Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure was appropriated funds with implementation of Act Number 8498, Bill Number 34-0133 for operating expenses and other purposes to act independently as established by the 34th Legislature on September 17, 2021. VIBNL received a general fund appropriation in the amount of $825,000 for fiscal year 2023, which is the board's primary primary financial support. The ceiling for FY 2024 is also equivalent to same, which sustained the present staff level and board operation. This amount compromises of the salary, which is over 80% in salaries and fringe benefits. With 7 full-time employees, we have a total of $11,597 for supplies and other service charges, and $100,000 for rent, building, and land. The board may receive and expend funds in addition to appropriation from this jurisdiction in accordance with authorized objectives set forth. VIBNL's financial statements and graph are on the following pages to reflect the breakdown of revenues and expenses for the fiscal year 2023, which can be found in the booklet. The revolving fund is used to cover administrative or operating expenses such as vehicle repairs, maintenance, equipment, meetings, conferences, software, uniform, rental machinery, professional service, security, training, communication, advertising, printing, transportation, travel, insurance, miscellaneous charges not listed, utilities, and capital outlay. Pursuant to Section 415, Title 3 VI Code, Subchapter 4, Subsection 97, the Board of Nurse Licensure Revolving Fund was established to deposit funds received for the board and disbursed by the Commissioner of Finance upon certification of the board chair to pay administrative expenses of the board. The board's fiscal year 2023 revenue totals thus far $79,956, which consists of nursing licenses, examination, endorsement, certification, renewals, and penalty fees. The revolving fund is a special fund used for all purposes of implementing provision in accordance to the Nurse Practice Act. All fees received by the board are remitted to Department of Finance through collection and disbursements are to be used for executing duties and fulfilling responsibility. Revenues collected show an increase during the renewal periods for the advanced practice registered nurse and the registered nurses in the odd year, and a decline during the even year with the renewal of the licensed practical nurses and the certified nursing assistants. Each year, there is a dramatic difference due to the number and the level of applicants completing the renewals. Over the years, have demonstrated this trend in principle. As we move forward, the board is proud and excited to highlight some of our accomplishments, the benefit and impact it has on our nursing community, public health, and the general health of the Virgin Islands community. One of our accomplishments, the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure officially launched the new Optimal Regulatory Board System, ORBS, nurse portal on Monday, July 17, 2023, which means all nurses are now required to use the portal online. The board is now paperless. This was achieved through an agreement with the National Council of States Board of Nursing to implement ORBS, Optimal Regulatory Board System, which is a new turnkey solution to license and manage and discipline enforcement across the lifespan of a nurse. It provides module for licensing, discipline, and education program management. Nurses are now registered nationally through NCSBN database, which collects historical data of the nursing practice, not locally, but also nationally. We became one of the first top 20 states to be a part of this national database. We were congratulated by NCSBN for our hard work and dedication in completing such a huge task with minimal staff. This accomplishment was not an easy task. It meant daily meeting, continuous session, and audits of record and correction of our database to meet national standards. Over 1,000 plus records had to be corrected as guided by NCSBN. Updates and relevant data had to be audited to ensure that our system of information correlated with national standards. Two, we complete all data and updates for all nurses in the Virgin Islands. Three, completed online processing of a total of 108 certified nursing assistants and 56 licensed practical nurses, which were our first cohort of online registration for nursing licenses last year. Four, the board welcomed our operations director, Ms. Joycelyn McFarlane, who conducts and oversees our fiscal operations of the board and other related duties in the St. Croix district. Five, reviewed application for the compliance investigator in the St. Croix district, and interviews will begin within the upcoming month. Six, continued with the maintenance of our nurses database with the assistance, again, from NCSBN, where Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure easily generates demographic information and statistical report on nurses practicing within our territory. NCSBN has recommended that the board apply for a grant that will assist VIBNL to complete updating and scanning current applications and old files for record keeping. This grant will be payable directly to a contracted agency or individual if hired through the board by NCSBN. Quotes for decontamination of records for damaged building at 3 Congens Garter has begun on St. Thomas. Quotes from agency for scanning and destruction of documents are also being collected at this present time. 8, we are proud to announce that the board members have begun updates on our rules and regulation, and the Nurse Practice Act is close to completion for revision and vote by the board. During this year, the board administered nursing assistant examination in both districts. It was an extremely great experience to conduct nursing assistant examinations in the District of St. Croix. We had, in the St. Croix district, there were no examination done over the last few years. On December 7, 2022, we conducted examination at Raphael O. Whitley, which there were a total of 11 certified nursing assistants. And on June 28, 2023, 6 certified nursing assistants retook the examination. On July 19 through the 20th, we conducted a total of 18 CNA nursing assistant examinations on the district, St. Croix district. We are pleased also to announce that we have partnered with AeroMD, and there will be an offer for scholarship to the University of the Virgin Islands nursing students who have successfully met admission requirements and criteria as per board requirements. We have also partnered with AARP to assist with the development and the regulations in the care of our elderly population to safeguard them by utilizing a qualified home nursing assistant. Meetings continue to be held with contracted agency, Geridian, along with the Department of Health to begin reconstruction of the property at 3 Congens Garda. We continue to have communication with NCSBN for implementation of compact nursing, receiving updates from the Director of Compact and Guidance to meet the standards for implementation. It is a work in progress. We have served approximately over 500 inquiries via mail, not to include email, telephone inquiries, and with a response should be within 5 business days. Assisted with 150 walk-ins and completed over 40 verification for advanced practice nurse. Regulatory visits were conducted on both districts by our Compliance Administrative Officer for continual surveillance of licensed personnel in the territory to ensure compliance by institution and providers. We have improved collaboration with the Office of Inspector General and the Attorney General to aid in decreasing healthcare professional fraud in our community. And last, we take this opportunity to say thank you to all our supporters who took the time to join us on our grand opening and ribbon cutting ceremony, which occurred in St. Croix on June 6th. This has been a long-awaited event for the nursing community in St. Croix, and now the clients, we will be able to service clients with the same level of personal customer service as in the St. Croix, St. John, St. Thomas district. For our strategic goals for the fiscal year 2024, we are expecting to have full implementation of the Compact Nurse Licensure Bill 34-004. The purpose of, we must have our criminal background check completed. Secondly, we are to continue coordinating a territorial conference with the National Council of State Board for Nursing for the Virgin Islands, which will offer first-hand information about compact nursing as we introduce it to the Virgin Islands and information about regulations in nursing from our national office. We are going to fill all board vacancies and begin extending opportunity for our nurses to serve on ad hoc committees within the board. Currently, there's 1 vacancy for the educator and also for a layperson in St. Croix. We need to improve our marketing skills and continue to build our website to offer a gateway for nurses to receive day-to-day happenings in our nursing community. We will be offering continuing education for our nurses on a quarterly basis. We are hoping to complete contract with CE Broker, which will help nurses in completing continuing education hours online at no additional cost, and they will have one non-stop location to complete their online application. We also hope to complete online payment processor that will assist in collecting all revenues at the board. Decrease all multi-function roles of employees, and seek to improve turnaround service to our members. Introduce new members to augment this growing facet of nursing service at our office. We will continue to work with our community partners in public and private sector to improve the nursing regulation process and to minimize illegal or substandard nursing practices. 11, increase revenues for the board through the revision of fees for application, fines, and other inter-office charges. Obtain grant to cover expenses for the decontamination, scanning, and destruction of our nursing record. This is to include the old site at 3 Congens Garter. Complete hire for compliance office investigator in the St. Croix district. Provide education and training for nurses to teach medication aid programs and administer testing for successful graduates. Reintroduce a curriculum for practical nursing in education in the St. Croix district. Continue to improve compliance and surveillance of the practice of nursing. And also work on the collaborative agreements and implementation of new legislation with advanced practice registered nurses in the territory. What are our challenges? Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure is unable currently to complete and implement the compact nurse licensure law without a criminal background check. According to Title 27 VI Code subsection 221 and Title 34 VI Code, all nurses must undergo a criminal background check. The purpose of state and federal criminal check is intended for local authorities to exchange data with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They may review criminal conviction on a case-by-case basis to determine eligibility for licensure. However, all factors regarding the conviction shall be considered as prescribed according to the law. It shall be administered via the Board of Professional Licensure in conjunction with the Virgin Islands Police Department through the Federal Bureau of Investigation. One of the other challenges that we have is to ensure properly implementing all our laws, rules, regulation as expected by the board. We are going to continue to search for and secure a site that will assist with the continuous availability of space to conduct nursing assistant testing and training as needed. In conclusion, nursing is the nation's largest healthcare profession with nearly 4.2 million plus registered nurses and 920 plus practical nurses. Hence, we must be more diligent, efficient, and effective as an organization. According to the 2007 NCSBN Delegate Assembly, as regulators of the nursing practice, there is a need to utilize evidence-based standards of practice, technology, demographic, and social research in its mission to protect the public. It requires prompt and thoughtful responsiveness to the evolving marketplace. The nursing scope of practice, clarity, and congruence with the community needs for nursing care is essential. So it is necessary as regulators that at the state level we work concurrently with standardized regulation and access to licensure. There must be unbiased ethical practices and policies to address the social, political, and fiscal challenges of nursing and the nursing practice. The Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure has made many accomplishments and will continue to do so as we move forward to meet our goals, mission, and vision. These goals, mission, and vision are aligned with the mandates of the Virgin Islands Code and it relates to the board, as it relates to the board. In addition, to maintain standards to remain eligible membership of the National Council of State Board, it is important that we adhere to their guidance and the law. In closing, I would like to say thank you first to the staff and to all those agencies who have assisted VIBNL and with whom we have interacted over the year for their assistance in providing us with staffing and resources for training. We will look forward to their continued support in achieving our stated goal as we carry out our mission of public protection and safety. Thank you for your attention and consideration of the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure Report Fiscal Year 2024 Budget Request, and we await any questions you may have. Thank you.
Mrs. Vanterpool Romney, thank you for your testimony. And Commissioner Encarnacion, thank you for your testimony as well. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 7-minute round this afternoon. Let me just start with asking, so Commissioner Encarnacion, I note that the FY 2023 budget for your department, we have some line items that are actually programs. What we're going to need from you is actually a breakout of how these funds are administered. So let me just be clear. And the reason why we need that information is because these are not listed in our budget bill as special appropriations for these respective programs, so i.e. HIV Red and White Title V Program 4, Vital Records Information Management System, etc. So you understand where I'm going? So when I look at our numbers, for FY23, what is your bottom line number? It seems like it's 29,045,622.
For FY 23?
Yeah, we started with 23.
Yes, it should
Put your name on the record when you speak
Tatia.
first.
Okay.
For the stenographer.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Tatia Monell Hewitt, Chief Financial Officer. For our FY 23 budget, it should be $25,795,485.92.
Okay, so, and that's because?
And that's because,
Okay, so let me be clear. So when we look at the budget bill that was passed in FY 2020, for FY 23, which is Act number 8617, the Department of Health's budget is $25,781,917. Now, we do know that there was some funds appropriated for salary increases for this year. So I suspect that's where we're seeing the increase in your budget numbers. Give me that number again, 20.
for 2023,
Yeah, give me that
it
number.
is $25,795,485.92. So there were a $13,000 increase for salary increases.
Okay, so you had $13,000 worth of salary increases in FY 2023 thus far?
Yes.
And what positions were those positions that received salary increases?
The increases were, I don't know the position, I will defer that to HR, but I can say it was one SIU, one United Steelworkers, and 2 GS employee staff.
HR, do you have that information?
Joan Jean-Baptiste, Deputy Commissioner, Human Resources, Labor Relations. So the question, Madam Chair, you said, what were the positions? I'm sorry. So one was for the GS, it was 2 HR positions, one HR coordinator, and the other one was one HR generalist. There was also on the, one was a EMT, and I could try to pull that, but it was someone from EMS under the USW, and there was one more.
And those salaries in total somewhere around 13,000 in total increase?
I believe it was
$13,569 to be exact.
13,569. Okay. All right, so that's where some of the differences. And then we're also seeing a difference in your supplies category. So what we appropriated for your supplies category was 300, 594,000. But I don't want you to get into the details of that. I recognize that the issue with that, as well as other services, our appropriation was 7,054,917. However, I recognize that the challenge with the breakout is within the respective programs.
Right.
So you have the prenatal Inc., HIV medication, sickle cell, vital records, and the Ryan White, as well as the Central Cancer Registry. I
And the
suspect-
mobile van, behavioral health mobile van.
And correct, and the behavioral health mobile van, and it says staff slash supplies. So in there, do you have staff included in that?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to get from you a breakout of these budgets because of these appropriations by prime, because we don't have a handle on how many positions you have under behavioral health mobile staff slash supplies. Make sense?
Understood.
Yes.
Yes, so if you could send that back to the committee so we could be clear on these, because we're gonna have to list these a little different
Will do.
in the future. These need to perhaps be in your miscellaneous, or they need to be rolled up into the Department of Health's budget, proper,
Thank you.
okay?
Yes, it's included in our miscellaneous part of the budget.
No,
Not here.
no.
Or not in the, okay, not in the budget book, but in ours.
No, so it's not. So the budget book is what determines what is the presentation to, but secondly, the Act of 2023, Act number 8617 also creates a little challenge for us, as well as yourself. So we need to break this out so we could be clear on how these funds are being spent.
Senator,
Because right now we do not know.
Thank you. We sat down yesterday and identified everything. It was discussed, so we will be able to submit.
So you recognize it as well?
Yes.
Yes, we recognize it. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a challenge, the way we have this done for 23. So we just need to get a breakout because I suspect the behavioral health mobile staff is,
635,880.
yeah, but guess what? We only appropriated 440,195. You see the challenge? This is the challenge. So I suspect, if I'm not mistaken, that the behavioral health mobile staff and the supplies, let's just say the behavioral health mobile was a new program. So now that needs to be rolled up into the Department of Health because that's would now become ongoing, correct?
Correct.
So that don't need to be identified as a separate program. Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, and the Vital Records Information Management System, do you need funding for that this year?
Yes.
The funding that we need for that actually has to do with the scanning and archiving of the data. So we're looking also at our ESL grant, which allows that for digitalization. So we're trying to see what we can do internally as well.
Okay. So then what happens is when, once this budget was passed, then OMB asks y'all to break out how you want these funds to be laid out on the system.
No, before it was passed, what happened, they include the miscellaneous part of the budget as our regular general fund budget. So that 2 million is part of our regular general fund budget, is part of the 25 million. It's just that they broke it out to the different programs, listed it out
Right,
on
so
the sheet.
we on this end can't follow it.
Okay.
However, we created the confusion as well. So we need to fix it. That's basically what
Understood.
I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, and then, so let me make sure I have the right thing. So, okay, so Ms. Romney, Rantapur Romney. So under the nurse licensure board, you're asking for a compliance administrative position?
No, Senator, we have one. I think we asked for that last year. So currently, this is one for St. Croix.
Okay, so
We're not-
what's the purpose of that position?
The compliance officer is the one, or administrative personnel is the one who ensures that all legal practices are met by nurses. She goes out into the field, she calls the institution, make sure nurses are practicing according to the Nurse Practice Act. In simple terms, she's like the police in nursing.
I see. So,
we already are, Senator, that was in last budget, so we are going to be doing the interviews upcoming August. We just couldn't do it
so
before.
these are new positions?
No.
When
One.
did we fund?
2023.
Yeah, they're new. They're all new.
2022, sorry. We're 2023.
2022?
Yes, Senator.
FY 2022?
We funded for the compliance in St. Croix, and we also got funded for the operations director in
So
2022.
do we need to, I'm just trying to make sure that we are following the statute of the board. So do we need to expand the statute based on your, what you're doing now in the, on the board? Because I'm looking at the statute and it says that these boards are established, it's like 8 boards that are established under the Department of Health. And then the further statute that gives the powers and duties of the Board of Nurse Licensure. I'm just trying to figure out this compliance component that you are conducting now. I'm trying to make sure that it's under your purview based on the statute, and I'm having a hard time finding that.
Okay, based on our duties and responsibility according to the law in the nursing practice, this is our responsibility to ensure that the practice of nursing is followed through and that it's being monitored.
Right, so that's why I asked if we need to expand the
Yes,
statute, because
looking
right
at it.
now you are operating outside of the statute. That's why I asked the question.
Yes, yes, Senator.
So that's a discussion that we need to have with the Department of Health and yourself, because currently, us here in the legislature, we have appropriated additional money that's outside of the statute. So I just want to make sure that I keep it real every single time.
Okay,
We are
I will-
operating outside of the statute. So if the statute, when we make these decisions, we have to also make sure that we address the information in the statute to ensure that there are no liabilities on your end as well.
Okay, Senator, based on what I know, I came to this position, meeting a compliance position, and that's in every state board, there are
No,
compliance
No,
administrators.
I'm not debating that. I'm
Yes.
saying if our statute needs to be upgraded and it be added, then that's what we have to do, because I'm looking at the statute. Let me just ask the commissioner quickly, and then we're going to get to the budget. Commissioner, am I off key here?
No, you're not, but I do agree that, yes, it needs to be changed because
Yes.
compliance is a high incident. In reference to, I think she spoke a little bit, the executive spoke about some of the nurses that actually had to be reprimanded, and so that is where the compliance officer comes in.
Okay, so we just need to make sure that we update the statute, Mr. Health Chair. Okay, so that's something that we really need to work on, just so things could be in line. Okay, I want to make sure
thank
that we
you.
get that.
Okay,
All right, so colleagues, we're going to go to, and then one more thing. You spoke about the background checks.
Yes,
And you
Senator.
said that you're having a challenge with that?
Yes, we are not the Virgin Islands. So far, we cannot, or actually, I cannot say much about the criminal. I know we are not in full compliance with it. And I know we were working with the Department of Health to get that done. So I'm not certain as to where we are with the criminal background check right now.
Okay, so that should not be very difficult for you to get done. That's between DOJ and VIPD, so you could get the NCIS check. So that's something that's
NCIC.
NCIC, yes, NCIS. I say NCIS. That's so now you guys know what I love to watch on television. I do. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
So that shouldn't be so difficult. I think that requires just some collaboration between those.
Based on what was reported to us, there are some laws that needs to be changed in our
end.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
and so if that needs to happen, then we need to make ourselves available as we are making the changes to the statute.
Yes, Senator.
Okay?
Yes,
Senator, if I may, our Director Richardson Peter for the Professional Licensure Division, it would be nice to get that information together so that you would know exactly where we are with that as well, because from our medical examiners area, we're working with the same issues.
Yeah, so it just requires some collaboration, and then we have to make whatever those changes are to the law, so we can make sure that we are in line. Okay? All right,
Okay,
so
thanks.
colleagues. Oh, sorry. Oh, good afternoon, Senator Capehart. Thank you for joining us, non-committee member. Thank you for being here. So we're going to go directly into the questions, and we're going to start with Senator Marvin Bladen, Senator Bladen, and Senator Maurice James. Thank you for being here with us. Good afternoon. Senator Bladen, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner Encarnacion and your management team there with you and your support staff. And good afternoon, Edie Romney and your team that's with you. And thank you so much for your testimonies. Commissioner, your testimony on page 3, you spoke to 8 GVI-wide contracts, 20 agreements attached to monthly recruiting charges. You spoke to department-wide contracts that's going to expect in December, etc. You talk about 63 pending agreements and 24 pending leases, and of those, 12 have been executed. Also, on page 4, on human resources and labor relations, you spoke to having 223.5 employees, 14 who are temporary employees, 11 separations, 7 resignation, 3 retirement, and 1 dismissal. And you also have 16 new hires, 17 new hires and 16 rehires. But in respect to the budget, the post-audit report on page 10 of 33, it has $15,559,755 in respect to amounts on this exhibit, right? But it needs to be updated too, because I'm not sure if that's a total that's been expended, a total that is owed, a total amount of the grants. I'm not sure. It's not clear. So it needs to be, this chart needs to be specific.
In
And they're all
reference
CDC grants.
Okay. Yes, those are all CDC grants. Those are the ones that were specified. We actually submitted all, but only the CDC grants were placed into the post-audit report. So that is something we need to make adjustments for as well.
Please, in the essence of time. Okay, and also, when it goes to you have some leases here also. On page 11 of 33, you have the family planning program that had a lease in Sunny Isles Medical Building.
Correct.
It was returned for revision. What the status of that lease?
I'm going to ask Doris Harley, who is our Chief Procurement Officer. She should be online to address that. I will start by letting you know that the owner needed to provide some information that was not provided, so that's one of the reasons we had to send that back. So we're pending information from the owner.
And while you're at it, also there are many other leases that says executed. So many of them expire the end of this year. But when you say executed, a new lease was executed, or that the one that was executed before? If they can explain that for me, the leases. It's saying executed. Many of them like expire the end of the year.
Several expired earlier the year because they were like 3-month that we had to do. Some of that we had to change, but we're actually in the process of renewing the leases as well. I'm gonna still ask whether or not my Chief Procurement Officer is online and would be able to speak to the leases.
Say succinctly, please.
Ms. Harley?
Yes, good afternoon. Doris Dunlap Harley, Chief Procurement Officer. Going back to the one for family planning for Sunny Isle, that was executed. Everything that was pending had been provided. So the one for Sunny Isle has been executed. If you give me specific items, I can speak on them.
Okay,
Senator Blyden.
Okay, I know. Okay, to make it easy, all of those that's pending are being worked on, correct?
Some of those that were pending on the post audit report have since been executed.
Okay, very well.
Okay, but yes, everything that's pending is currently being worked on. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner, let me go to page 9 of your testimony. I need to go there because, as you know, I was out for a while, right? And I'm here looking at this chart, and it jumped out at me. It's saying the number of inspection in 2021-22 was 1,902. Fiscal year 22-23 thus far, out of the post-audit report was 523. That's 3 times. That's way less. Right? In terms of number of inspection, health permits issued, 21-22, 2,272, 22-23, 1,348. Number of health cards issued, 21-22, 2,272, and 22-23, 5,892. Let me ask, first of all, with employees for the Environmental Health and Safety Department, how many employees do you have, and are there any vacancies there?
Director Harris can speak to that. I'm going to first go to Deputy Commissioner Joan Jean-Baptiste to address that.
Okay.
1 minute.
Deputy Commissioner Joan Jean-Baptiste, I will speak to the vacancies. Currently, we have 2 environmental health officers vacant.
How long have that position been vacant?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. We had one that's been on the books, and the second one recently vacated. Since then, we have posted, and we are currently interviewing to close out those 2 positions. The issue was, and you didn't ask me this, but as soon as we literally onboarded one person, that person declined and left the agency. So,
if I may, Senator, our workforce development grant, we actually have 2 surveillance officers who are hiring for that division, so that should assist us, as well as we just recently started back our CDC Foundation grant. And so we have 2 surveillance officers on that as well. So we have a little bit increase in staffing, and of course the vehicles would allow us to go out. So yes, we are deficient in the number of surveillance we have been conducting.
Well, it seems like the number of health permits have decreased tremendously, but at the same time, the number of, by 75%, and the number of health cards issued have increased, have doubled from 2272 to 5892. What's the reason for that? What's going on in that space?
The number of health cards, I'm going to start by saying, especially in February, you'll see that Agriculture Food Fair was one of the increase in terms of our health cards. Director Harris, if you want to add to that, is that okay, Senator? He can do that as well.
Good afternoon, Director Harris from Department of Health, Environmental Health. So the increase in health cards stem from individuals that participate in temporary activities such as the various festivals, the agriculture fair, and what I'm also seeing is that we have nonprofit organizations that are doing a lot of sales out there that they're actually coming in for health cards as well.
But we do have these activities year-round. We have these activities year-round, so I seem to disagree with that explanation.
If I may, Senator, there has been an increase of activities, obviously, between 22 and 23. So you would see an automatic increase of the health cards. So that's one of the reasons why you'll see that increase.
But anyway, in closing, I just want to say that, you know, it's vital in terms of our health and these type of positions, whereas, you know, we have oversight and assure that, you know, what needs to be done is being done, because it can kill you.
I agree.
In other words.
And let me just say, if I may add to this, one of the things we spoke about is our Serve Safe program, and that is a program in which we train individuals for food safety. So that, in essence, it's a best practice methodology for food safety, and once we implement that, that would allow us to increase our schedule, our fee schedule, but also look at what's happening within a territory, and we know food safety is critical. So we're doing both.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I think what the senator was trying to allude to is the number of inspections in particular. That's where we've seen the 75% reduction in inspections. And we know that food safety is a challenge. Did you note that specifically the senator indicated that he was out for a while?
We've spoken.
So he's sharing with you that he's concerned with the fact that we have reduced the number of inspections. So these inspections, I suspect, is inspections at restaurants?
Correct.
So the question is, why are we seeing such a significant reduction in inspections of our restaurants here in the territory? That's basically the primary concern. It isn't more so the health permits. Well, that too, but we're seeing a reduction there as well. But we're seeing more than double uptick in the number of health cards issued. So health permits, number of inspections, we are very concerned about that. So we need to get clearer explanation around why inspections are not being conducted on the same level.
There is also a concern for us in the Department of Health, and that's really why we're looking at the levels in reference to high risk, low risk, and moderate risk, and how we need to actually look at our inspection. We're changing now. We're going also out in the night to inspect, but I'm going to allow Director Harris to speak to us as to what his plan is to ensure for an increased number of inspections throughout the territory.
Good afternoon, Director Harris. So the decreased number of inspections, Senator, was due to a decrease in our workforce. We had inspectors that was on a CDCF grant. They just came on a few months ago. But the increase in health cards, what we noticed is that for the last year, we've had these different festivals. We've seen these Hatip festivals and Kalaloo festivals, these different various type of activities that are coming up. So the health cards increase came up was due to these temporary events and not so much of the employees working in a restaurant, Senator.
So I hear you, but if you're referencing the fact that you're seeing an increase with nonprofits, et cetera, having activities with food, etc., then your health permits should be higher. That's the issue. Your stars are not aligning between your health cards and the number of the permits and what you're representing as the reason. So that's something you gotta do a deeper dive into.
Acknowledge the
Okay.
health permits go mainly for businesses, and not all of the individuals who are outside with the small vendors have businesses. So they're not gonna have permits. They're gonna have health cards. So that's why you see that increase.
I don't know if that's I
Makes
run a
sense.
nonprofit and I know that I have to get a health permit if I am keeping an activity.
The
Yeah.
individuals, some individuals actually just have one-time activity, but do not have a nonprofit,
Okay.
do not have a business, one activity, have a health permit, but they do not continue that process.
So you know that in most states, if not all states, that when you go to a restaurant, restaurants are given what do you call it, a grade?
Yes.
A, a B, a C. Of course, we don't have that law here.
It is in the law.
No, we did, no.
No, that's
We
true.
did, it's not in our law. I remember in the 33rd, we did, I can't remember what it was, but I know it was former Senator Barnes. There is a law that there's a signage that should go up in our restaurants for, what is it that y'all are doing now? Tell me what it is. I can't recall, but I know we passed that legislation.
Well, let me just say, we spoke about that in terms of the grading system. So it doesn't mandate that so we give them a grade once we do the inspection, but the law doesn't mandate
no.
that they post it.
But I'm asking you, what is the law that you are to be checking now that was passed in the 33rd legislature? If your inspectors are doing that work now, they should know what it is. There should be a signage in all of the restaurants saying, I can't remember what it is.
Director Harris, can you help us with that?
And it'll come to me. Trust me, it'll come to me. But if we don't know what it is, then that's mean we're not monitoring it, so it's not getting done.
Director Harris?
Somebody from my office, I'm sure, is
Yes,
listening. We're gonna present the law to you. It's passed in the 33rd legislature. Where I was going with this is most states, if not all states, have there's a requirement by law for restaurants to be given a grade, and it has to be posted up but if we're saying that we have a challenge with staffing, then, I mean, how are we what are we saying to our consumers about the confidence in the restaurants here in the territory? We have our health department have to be that entity that says that we've done our inspection and you're good to go, or you have a C, or you have a D, or you have an A.
So
That's
like,
very important.
I
My
agree.
colleague was sick.
I agree. And so, like I said, we do give the grades. The law doesn't mandate it to be posted, and
We know.
So we need to, so we actually are now speaking with the Office of the Governor, looking at the fee schedule, as well as changes that need to be done within the law so that we could present it to someone in the legislature. So we're aware of the changes that is needed. We'll be
But the
speaking with
question
you.
still is, we have 75% less inspections that's occurring. It may be more than 75. That's occurring, that's not occurring rather. But I'm gonna let Senator Blyden his point of information, and we will go to Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner,
Sir.
have the standards been decreased in terms of getting your permit because you don't need certain documents to get a permit?
I'm going to ask Director Harris to actually address
Please.
that. I don't
Please.
think we've changed the standards per se. That would be part of the act that we're trying to present so that we can have some changes. Director Harris?
Yes, Director Harris. So the standard has not decreased. What we did is we improved our process in terms of how we turn around permits and process permits. So for example, if, what is required in the initial business for getting a permit may not be required or not required for a renewal of a health permit. Once the lieutenant governor vet an area and DPNR vet an area that deem good for a specific establishment, then there's no need for us at the Department of Health to ask for a deed or any other information once another agency already vet them.
Mr. Harris, is it a fact that to get a health card, you do not need certain documents anymore? Is it a fact? Yes, yes or no?
Correct.
Yes.
So,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
so it has an increase. So in other words, Social Security card used to be asked for and is no longer asked for.
What did she say?
What did you say?
The Social Security card used to be asked for and is no longer asked for.
So you do not need a Social Security card anymore to get a health
correct.
card?
Okay.
Okay,
You
thank
need an identification card, but not a Social Security card.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Senator Gittins, your point of information, and then we're going to go directly to.
Thank you.
Media, I really need to cease the chamber in St. Thomas. Okay? We're going to go to Senator Gittins. You recognize, Senator.
Thank you.
One, two. Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Going to the talks of the inspections. Commissioner, I know that you know that these inspections are critical,
Correct.
very important. So I was a little confused about the moderate risks. Risk is risk. So we need to make sure that these inspections are taking place and citations, if they have to, are issued. And I think the chair was referring to that legislation that we passed in the 33rd, in the 33rd regarding signage of, in those restaurants, showing people how to do the
CPR,
Heimlich maneuver
technique.
in case someone is choking. All right? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So thank you, Senator Gittins. So the question is, are we requiring those signages, and is that being monitored?
Director Harris, could you please respond?
Director Harris. So the only signage that I'm aware of is the smoking sign. In terms of the Heimlich maneuver, I definitely have to meet the legal counsel and look into it and then implement it in our operation plan.
Okay, if I may respond as the commissioner, I recognize that that is something that is deficient. Director Harris and I have been speaking in reference to what we need to do to change how we are actually inspecting our businesses, and we will come back to you with a plan as to how we're going to do it with the limited amount of staff that we have, but we know that it's critical to be done.
Okay, so of course, we are now in the 35th legislature. That measure was passed in the 33rd. So when measures are passed, the expectation is that they should be implemented. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, present. Commissioner, I'm looking at the budget for 2022, Act 8474, and 2023, Act 8617. And for 22 budget 8474, Department of Health, the total was 29,000,008. And the personnel and fringe, the personnel was 13 million, the fringe was 6. Now, in the 23 budget, the personnel is 11 and the fringe is 5. And I know you say added the 13,569 to the 25 to increase. So what is the personnel and fringe for the 23 budget? What's the final personnel and fringe for the 23 budget? And I guess if they could check on that, how many did individuals receive wage increases in 22?
Yeah, we spoke of that, but I'm gonna first go to the first question you asked in reference to the budget for
Yeah,
personnel
I'm
costs.
alluding to 24. I'm getting to 24. Yeah, that's it.
Can you repeat your question, please?
The question is in 22, personnel were 13 million, fringe 6 million, and in 23 the personnel was 11.5 and fringe 5, and there was a 13,569 added to the budget for 23.
Yes, that's due to salary increases.
Right.
Yes.
Now from what were the increases also in 22? Because the personnel and fringe gone down from 22 to 23. And it even went up some because of some wage increases, but it still didn't get back to what it was in 22. So were there wage increases in 22, and are they being covered for 24?
I'm sure they had wage increases for the union in 2022, and is also covered in 2023 budget and also 2024.
Okay, it's just hard to see, but the numbers in the two budget appropriations, like I say, Act 84, 74, 22 budget, Act 86, 17, with how the numbers went down, is concerning that if you had wage increases in 22 and also in 23, what you're asking for at 25 now, your personal and fringe, your personal for 24 is what? And fringe.
Personnel and fringe personnel is 11,762,451, and fringe is $5,421,591.
Right. So for 24.
And it could be a reduction because of EMS moving to fire.
Okay, and that's what I want. If all of that's it, then that's what we're trying to find out. Because one of my questions, so that's what it is?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I was just saying, now, are there any support staff left for EMS in Department of Health?
We have EMS regulatory, so not support for EMS, but it focused on EMS regulatory.
Okay, and have they received wage increases also?
I will refer to the Deputy Commissioner of Human Resources.
Joan Jean-Baptiste, Deputy Commissioner for Human Resources. Senator, yes, anyone who was supposed to receive their wage increases, we went ahead and implemented that. It was a total of 9 persons that were retained to Department of Health. So yes, salary increases were paid.
Okay, your capital projects are 63,000 for 24 budget. The Department of Health, where they're located, I don't know where they're located on St. Croix, but on St. Thomas, it doesn't need more capital projects for your work environment for your employees and stuff. They aren't old buildings and everything, and they're working in this environment every day and for years and years prior to you coming. And so 63,000 for capital projects, is more funding needed, or is it covered under some other funds?
That would be covered under some other funds. Our Assistant Commissioner, Ruben Malloy, actually has a complete template of projects that's going to be conducted within both St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. So
Okay,
he'd be better able to-
for the essence of time, with all due respect, if you don't mind submitting that through the chair for your projects, so then I could just keep moving since I just have 7 minutes. In your testimony, Commissioner, you mentioned, well, it was 400 and something births in the territory. How many of those births were in St. John? You know me and St. John. How many St. John births we had?
We have our director, Benjamin is on the line.
Okay.
On St. John, that would be, Director, can you answer that? Lorraine? Director Lorraine?
Good afternoon, Lorraine Benjamin Matthew, Director of Vital Records and Statistics.
Good afternoon.
For the 2022 live birth count,
we had a total of 393. Usually for the St. John birds, normally if they go to the hospital, that is counted
1 minute.
the St. Thomas St. John district, which, excuse me, let me make a correction, it was 481. What we have been seeing in the past few years, most of the births in St. John are considered home births. And for the home births in St. John, we have a total of 3 for last year.
3 home births for people who can afford it, and then the rest is they have to come down on a boat and to be born. So St. John, 3 out of, see, that's what I say, the population
30
of St.
seconds.
John really, our native St. Juniors, gone. That's a travesty to me. Electric vehicles, do you have any electric vehicles? Anything in process? We just had the energy office, none?
No, it's been requested, and they have us on the list, but we don't have any right now.
How many did you request?
We just requested at least one for the department to begin with.
Okay, it's a start. Now for nurse licensure, director.
Time.
Okay, I just wrap up. You know my budget. You have 7 employees. You just came on. Wage increases for your employees. That's in the makings. I believe I asked you this before, but I like it on the record.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Yes, salary increases are actually, I am beginning to do that, not only through just raising salaries, but I firmly believe in upward mobility of staff. So as they move up, then others could come in on the lower level.
So it'll be in the 24 budget or in the end of the 23?
24.
24 budget. Okay, good. They're getting a raise. We could follow up.
Hopefully
it's in your budget. That's fine with me. So I just wanted to make sure it is the employees we're dealing with and the working environment, and we go from there with the rest.
Well, to clarify that, some of the raises were in the 22 budget. However, we were unable to give all the staff because we higher raises we were asked to not give any raises at a point. So we held on and held up, not on our own, because we wanted to, but we had to.
So it's in the 24 budget?
Yes, prayerfully.
Okay. Don't hold nobody money no more. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Please don't hold nobody.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the team from Department of Health and the Board of Nurse Licensure. Good afternoon. Commissioner, outstanding vendor payment. Where are we within your department?
And I'll happily turn that over to CFO Manel Hewitt.
Our total outstanding vendor payment is $1,189,683. Of that figure, $955,871 is off-island care for a different facility we have in the mainland, and $233,812 is regular vendors.
Okay. So 1.1, and what's the plan to pay down on that?
Currently, the outstanding obligations are going through the different process. We have some that are internal in our OPCMR, some that are going through the justification approval through property procurement. We have also some at finance waiting for the issuance of a check.
And let's talk about the outsource the patients that are an off-island facility. So you said 955. When was the last payment? We have multiple facilities, right?
Yes, we do.
How many facilities do we have?
We have
3, 5?
wait, 1, 2. We have 6 facilities off island and 2 on island.
So 6 facility off island. Are we running into any issue where they might evict, send those patients back? When was the last payment done?
Yeah, April. So we're outstanding May and June.
Okay. April. All right. Is that also Silmar Health Rehabilitation Center? That's one of them? Okay, so
Yes.
here, contract
Yes.
listing.
Mhm.
Okay. And the last payment to that one was when? April?
Yes, that was April.
Speak into the mic.
Actually, the last payment was May for Selmar.
Was May. Very well.
And to answer your question, Senator, no one is threatening to send back the patients currently.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, we have to ensure that we make good to our vendors, especially the ones here locally. So 231 of that is local vendors in the territory. You said they're at different phases of payment.
Yes.
Okay. Hopefully before this fiscal year ends, we'll be able to reduce that amount that we have outstanding.
Yes, tremendously, because we have some at the Department of Finance, a good amount, actually.
Very well. When was the last time that your fee schedules were increased, Commissioner?
1980s. It's been quite some time.
Oh,
So
wow.
right now we actually are looking at increasing our fee schedule for vital for environmental health. So we did an actuarial study about 3 years ago, which listed what our fee schedule should be. So we're presenting that along with the required changes to the bill that Senator Fred Gregory is speaking of.
So you'll be submitting that by when?
Well, it's already, right now, it's in our legal counsel as well as legal counsel of Office of the Governor, and then we will be forwarding it to you.
Okay. And with regards to the integration of EMS and with fire, have you had any positive impacts when it comes to the revenue collection? We know, of course, it made sense, saves lives, but we're here for budget. So what does that look at numbers?
Well, we could look at the exact numbers in terms of revenue collection last year and this year. I could say that one of the things that we have been, that has been positive for us is that we don't have that overtime cost, because of course that was our EMS. However, there is a financial impact. We did lose some revenue. However, I think the impact more so is in saving lives. And I think that is something that has been truly impactful. The Director George has been able to spread all throughout the territories, and now we have access to care more simply. But in terms of looking at last year's budget and this year's budget, how the differences, I'll let CFO Manel Hewitt speak to that.
Yes, good afternoon. So currently, we do not have available $931,231. So if EMS was with Department of Health, that funding would be under Department of Health.
So that funding is now under fire?
Yes.
Department of Fire.
Yes.
Very well. Also, with regards to the post-audit report, Exhibit 12, on page 14, you have a list of vendors there on outstanding obligations. You have, for example, Liberty Place and Project Hope, and some of these are nonprofit organizations.
1 minute.
Or what's the status with those? And when you look,
Those outstanding obligation was as of March, so those have been paid.
Those have been paid.
Yes.
Okay. And the increase for the nurses, what's the status on that?
Okay, we actually have been OMB. We were submitted, most of them, to OMB in terms of general fund. All have been submitted and approved to be processed in OMB. Federally, from our
30
federal
seconds.
funds, there's 3 outstanding. I'll have DC Jean-Baptiste fill you in on that as well.
You captured it real well, Commissioner. I'm sorry. Basically, Commissioner captured it. We've submitted all the requests for funding through the Office of Management and Budget, and thank you, OMB. You guys have been wonderful if you're listening. So right now, for the federally funded positions, we have 3 that are actually going through budget revision to include the
Time.
increased salary. salary so that we could implement those changes. But all the generally funded ones have been approved by the OMB.
And Madam Chair, but has the newly negotiated nursing salary, that hasn't been implemented yet?
No, sir. So our process is this way. So after negotiations, then we, meaning Department of Health, we send documents over to the Office of Management and Budget with the rest of the nurses indicating exactly what the difference in salary will be. So we do have some nurses that fall on the federal grants. And for the federal grants position, budget revisions to support those salaries have to be displayed on that budget in order for OMB to sign off on those. So the general funded ones, we've recently received our approvals. So my team is doing the implementation there. The federally funded positions, with the exception of 3, where budgets have not, well, not that they have not been revised, they are being revised to support those salary levels. So it's ongoing.
They have to actually be approved by the federal agency that's supporting the funding.
Right.
Very well.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. I heard you, Senator Joseph. Just 1 minute for your point of information. But so back to my colleague that spoke last. So you spoke about some outstanding payments that total some 1.1 million. Those outstanding payments are within this fiscal year? The obligations are obligations that's tied to this fiscal year, or they're old obligations?
No, they are tied to this fiscal year. It's this fiscal year.
So they're outstanding obligations. You're gonna pay them with your current allotments.
Yes, correct.
So the ones for the off-island care, what month did you say they were? What months were not paid?
May and June.
Why?
It's going through the payment process right now.
And that's because.
And there are different stages, as I stated earlier.
So is that because they have to send you a bill
Yes, they have to send us an invoice every month. And also we have some facilities that do not have a contract, so a justification letter has to be prepared, and that has to be approved by property and procurement.
Okay, so why they don't have a contract?
We're actually, as Ms. Harley can speak to that as well, but we actually have draft contracts with everyone right now. We're just trying to make sure that we have their documents on hand, and some of the documents we have not gotten. But because of the justification letter, that does not hold up the payment process. Ms. Harley could speak more to that if she needs to.
So these contracts are, what kind of payment do we make annually on these contracts?
I would have to
These
refer
services.
to Ms. Harley in reference to what the contracts look like right now. Do
And
you have that?
Yeah, so are you saying that you're on a month-to-month with these vendors?
The ones that we don't have a contract with, we have negotiated daily prices for them, and so Ms. Hardy would be able to speak to that. I do have my director of behavioral health in the room right now. She can also speak to that. But Ms. Harley, can you look at the contracts and let us know exactly what the cost is per day for these specific
No, I
contracts?
want to know what the annual amount is. What's the annual amount on these contracts? And there were previous contracts, or these are new contracts in total?
Prior to us beginning with the new property and procurement 4.5 years ago, there were no contracts whatsoever. So we actually have begun implementing and putting those contracts together. So this is actually a fairly new process, but we're close to being finished.
Commissioner, you can't have a prayer to this administration. This administration has been here for
That's right.
4.5 years. So you're saying for the past 4.5 years and more, and that's why it's important for us to get from you, what is the amount of those contracts? You're saying for the past 4.5 years, we've been operating month to month on these large obligations. I know that they are. That's what we've been doing?
So we've been
we are
working.
outside. So this is the issue. We are outside of our own procurement laws. So we are appropriating money for areas where we do not have contracts and the departments continue with these month-to-month.
On a draft contract, I would, let me allow
You ain't
Ms.
got no
Harley.
draft contract. You either have a contract
Or not.
or you don't have one. So it's either month-to-month or you're operating from a contract.
May I have Ms. Harley let us know exactly how
Please.
many contracts we have in place for behavioral health off island?
Good
Ms. Hall.
afternoon again. Doris Hawley, Chief Procurement Officer. We have executed contracts for various amounts with the different vendors. For instance, Devro, we have a certain per diem rate.
Okay.
And it depends on how many clients
Time
are
out,
at the
Ms. Harley.
facility.
Ms.
I'm
Harley.
sorry. I'm sorry.
The question is not executed contracts. The contracts that are not executed, what do those amounts look like on an annual basis? And perhaps you don't know because they didn't come through the procurement.
Right.
Perhaps the fiscal person needs to answer that question.
Yes, I do have the figures, but I need to know which one are not executed, because she has that.
Which one is what? Which ones are?
Not executed. Ms. Harley, can you
But you
mention
should
which one?
know, because before you make a payment, you should be checking to see if your contracts that you're paying on are executed, right? So
List, just go ahead and list the annual.
Okay, annual, Larkin.
Larkin, you said?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, I will allow you an opportunity to look for that information. I'm going to go to the next senator. I think Senator Joseph had a point of information. So we can come back to that once you find it, okay?
Thank you.
No problem. Senator Joseph?
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I wanted to follow up on the previous speaker from St. Croix, his inquiry regarding the grants funding as well as the payment of personnel. Do you have a cost share for staff, meaning that you have some staff members are paid by the grant at 50% or 60%, and the other are paid from local funds?
We have several of them, but DC Jean-Baptiste, can you speak to that?
Okay, she doesn't have to speak to it. We're going to just need to get that listing of their salary.
Of course.
The salaries and how much is the cost share and the positions. Salaries, positions, and the grants that are being used to pay those individuals.
Of course, and
That's all.
I need to give you an example. Let's say, for example, for the RNs right now, if the grant does not have the monies to support the increase, then it'll have to come from general fund so we can make sure we have parity. So we're working with that as well.
Right. So that should be a column in your budget or whatever document you send to us, indicating this is an increase that was not and cannot be absorbed by the grant funding. But you should have made every possible effort to have that increase absorbed by that grant funding.
And that's what we're doing now currently.
Okay, thank you kindly. That was my point of information, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph, for that. Do you have the information?
Yes, I do. So the unexecuted contracts are Larkin, which is a total of $1,767,000. And then we have St. Elizabeth Hospital, which is $459,792,000. We have Hogar, that's $31,200. We have also Josaphat, $873,792. And that's it for the unexecuted contracts.
So basically, you are carrying and paying vendors 2 million, $2.5 million in unexecuted contracts. What is the challenge with getting your contracts executed? It can't take us 4 years to execute contracts.
Understood. I'm going to have Ms. Harley speak to the dilemmas in those contracts being fully executed.
Good afternoon again. Therese Hawley, Chief Procurement Officer. Larkin is currently at the Office of the Governor, awaiting his signature. St. Elizabeth is actively being worked on with the vendor. Josapha is actively being worked on with the vendor. The only one that we have a problem with is Hoga, who unfortunately they're reluctant to provide the business documents, the corporate documents that are required for us to move forward. So we're working with the division as to how we're going to deal with that one. But all the others are active.
What's the name of that vendor? Every time I hear it, it seems they're very choppy. So what's that name?
Well, maybe I'm not pronouncing it right, but I think it's Hoga, Rigaldo, or something of that nature. They're in Puerto Rico. We have one
Does
patient
anyone
there.
at the table know the actual name? Because it can be something like
Hoga
that.
de
What is the
Salud.
name?
It's Hogar, Hogar, de Dios.
Okay, it's Hoga Regalo.
Dios.
Okay, Hoga Regalo. Okay. So, Commissioner, if you're having an issue getting corporate documents, that does not sound like you're dealing with a vendor that can provide you with them. That's just part of doing business.
We have, right now, what I'm doing is asking Dr. Noel to let me know exactly how many vendors, how many patients we have over there. And we'll handle that, Senator.
Because, well, the contract amount that, did I get 31,200?
Correct. Yes.
So that sounds like one person.
Yeah.
All right.
That is correct, one person.
Okay, and that's what I thought. Right now, we don't have anyone in that for that person, so can't say exactly what's happening, but we don't have anyone there right now.
So I'm going to ask you to please look at that closely and make a determination if we want to continue business with this particular vendor, because we're talking about our people going into their institution. Okay?
Thank you.
So what's the term of these contracts? What is the proposed terms?
Ms. Harley, can you let us know?
For
Larkin?
the ones that are that's unexecuted, right?
Correct. Larkin?
Larkin, the proposed term is to end in 2026. That was created in 2015. We went back to 2015, but it will expire 8/31/2026. That's the one that's up at the governor for execution. Larkin.
And then the other one for
Saint
Jessup, the one for 873?
St. Elizabeth. Well, 873, was that St. Elizabeth or was that
Sorry, that's St. Elizabeth is
or was that
459.
Josapha?
Either one.
Okay, St. Elizabeth. Okay, St. Elizabeth is from 8/1/2022 to 7/31/2026. That's the contract that's going through right now. And then we have I think it's Josapha. Josapha went back to 2008 actually, and that will end August 30th, 2024.
$2,008. So what's
Yeah, the patient was admitted back in 2008.
That's a 15-year contract? So how are you doing that? Are you doing like a,
We never had a contract with them.
so what is the
So,
term of this new contract? It can't be back
we
to
were told
2008.
when we submitted it to PMP, because no contract was ever in place, we have to provide the payment history and to bring it forward. And the contract start date goes back to when the patient was admitted.
So and that one expires in 2025, you said, or 24?
24.
Okay, so then, Commissioner, that seems like you need to begin negotiations for the following, because you don't want to find yourself, or is it, or I guess, but the better question is, do you have renewal options in that contract?
Yes, we do.
So what are your renewal options?
We have 2 renewal options of 1 year each.
Okay, so that gives you to 2026, the end of 25?
26, yeah.
All right, understood. All right, thank you. Senator Fonseca, you recognize your point of information, and then we're going to go directly to Senator Joseph.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on that particular line with that patient from 2008, I recall Bronco, Dr. Hendricks, telling us that we had patients at St. Elizabeth for 30 years. Is that the same case? We have patients at St. Elizabeth for that long off island?
I'll actually have to refer that question to Dr. Chantel Noel, who will have more details about the patients that are actually in the facilities. She's in here. She is actually in the building if you'd like to speak with her.
Yes, please. I'd like you to answer that question. To the chair, Madam Chair.
Sure. Sergeant at Arms, you're bringing someone into the well?
Yeah, I have a question about St. Elizabeth that we're discussing, those off-island
Please
patients.
bring her into the well.
So, you need me to repeat the question?
1 second, Senator.
Yes.
Please put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chantel Noel, Director of Behavioral Health. Can you repeat your question, Senator?
Yes. Hi, Ms. Noel. How are you doing?
Well, thank you.
With the question about St. Elizabeth, I've heard that we have patients up there was up to 30 years. Is that still the case?
Historically, my understanding is that there have been patients there for a long time. We currently have 1 patient there who was admitted in 1988.
1988. Is the patient still alive?
Yes.
And doing, okay. You know, I've been discussing to you about visiting the facilities with the committee.
Yes.
So I think we might need to go to see that patient. Let's cancel. Well, we'll discuss that later.
Okay, no problem.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Media, I'm going to ask again that we please bring up the screen of St. Thomas. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Who did I miss?
Thank you kindly,
1 second,
Madam
1
Chair.
second.
Good day to everyone, especially, of course, the hardworking men and women of the Department of Health, as well as the hardworking, very small board of the nurse licensure. I want to begin my line of questioning with first the Board of Nurse Licensure. I was trying to get the chair's attention after the Sabanero spoke regarding your needs. And you mentioned about pay increases and additional staffing. Question, is the budget that you have submitted to us, or that the governor's office submitted to us, sufficient to cover your needs and expanded jurisdictions?
In reference to the nurses' increase in salaries?
Board of Nurse Licensure is the question I'm directing it to. So that would be Ms. Carmen Romney.
Good day, Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. Currently, the budget that we have this year and for next fiscal year, it would only sustain the current 7 employees and the one vacant compliance person. However, no, it will not be able to, in reference to your question as to expanding, no, the budget does not have in order for it to expand.
Okay, and you don't have any expanded needs. Speak truly, they don't make the decisions here with the budget, you know. We put in as supplemental for nursing licensure. I recall that vividly because of the need that they had. So what are your needs as far as where you're taking, especially the implementation of the compact nurse license? Where are your needs going to be? That's a question, and that's what I wanted to try to get at, including the increases that you alluded to in answering the previous speaker.
Executive Director Carvin Vanderpool Romney. We do not have any extra funds in our current budget. It's the same ceiling as last year. As mentioned in my testimony, it would be that the same staff that I have, it would be more added responsibility to their workload.
Okay, and so have you done an assessment and seen what additional staff you would need? Because this implementation of this compact is really intensive and extensive.
Yes, Senator, I'll let the Operations Director answer that question.
It won't take too long with answering the questions. I have to switch to department.
We have, because we are going to have a need to restructure this board as per national requirements and mandated by law. We internally have made an assessment with the positions that we would need to effectuate the requirements and to adhere to the law. So internally we have done that, and we have our numbers and our positions and our job descriptions. Everything is prepared, but we do not have that here.
So you have done an
internally, because correct, we proactively did that.
So would you be able to tell us how much, realistically, how much new employees that you're looking at and how much that would inflate over the ceiling that you were given?
So we would, if we had to request today, we would say 2 at the moment. In reference to the amounts, we don't have the numbers here with us.
Employees?
Yes, it would actually be more, but to be generous, yes. I don't want to.
Okay, so you're being a little conservative. 2 new employees.
Yes.
And it would be a total of 3, and that would make your whole complement 10 total employees that you're looking at?
So currently we have the 8, that counts the vacants.
Mm-hmm.
So 8.
And so it was
right, currently.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 2, so that will bring it to 9, correct? I mean 10, I apologize, 10.
Okay, that's what I wanted to say.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and what capacity with these 2 new employees?
So we need some more support administratively, because we're trying to, especially with the online system, we have our licensing specialists dealing with the approvals. And so now that we've gone live, we need to now shift some of the duties that they're doing, because we're all multitasking and we're basically functioning in various levels. And that's fine, but at some point, in order for us to move forward and for advancement, compared to our national counterparts, we need to start doing some of that shifting.
Okay, so through the chair, if you could supply us with your assessment and the additional and justification for the additional staffing that you would require to fully implement the nurse licensure compact and all of your needs going forward, because we do have a major shortage in nursing. And so we don't want to hold up the process for our nurses to get registered. It's really critical, especially in light of what the Department of Human Services revealed, that they only have one registered nurse functioning territorially. That is a crisis, okay, especially when we're dealing with our elders and that population is going to grow. So we need to make sure that you are staffed up and able to get the nurses licensed and do your compliance.
30 seconds.
Okay, I'll move on now. If you could send that information through the chair to us.
Yes, Senator.
Next, I wanted to ask about your grants Department of Health, Miss Commissioner Encarnacion. Kindly indicate for us. I was looking through and I may have overlooked it. It's a lot of information you shared, and those are vital information. Do you receive indirect cost for the administration of your grants?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and which I didn't see it in your budget, God have mercy. And what percentage of it is there? What percentage of indirect costs? What's your indirect cost rate? Let me get it out.
Our indirect cost rate is 19.8.
And that goes into a fund, the indirect cost fund that we have in the government, or is it going directly to you and you use it?
Okay, so 5.2 goes directly to the central government, and 14.78 goes to the department.
Hold on. 5.2%? 5.02% goes to the
Central
government.
government,
Time.
And 14.
Madam Chair, may I?
Senator Joseph, your time was called about 3 minutes ago, so can you please wrap up?
Oh, I didn't hear it the first time. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's
Can
okay,
I
but
just wrap
can
up
you
on
wrap up?
this?
Certainly.
Thank you kindly. Okay, 5.2 goes to the government, and the remaining amount?
14.78 stays with the department.
14.78. Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. And just to follow on Senator Joseph's question, Nurse Licensure Board, I think you indicated that the compact law, nurse compact law that was passed by this body now requires you to do, it's requiring you to do some restructuring. Could you please provide us an explanation of your thought process around that, and what does that mean for the board based on how the law is written?
Okay, Executive Director Carmen Vanderpool Romney. The two are separate. The Nurse Compact Law will implementing that will require more work from the board administratively. In reference to your question, could you repeat the first part?
It's just one question. How does the law impact your board, and what are your additional requirements that you've indicated specifically?
Okay, with implementing the compact into the Virgin Islands, we will get some help and grant from the National Council. However, also implementing that will mean more administrative work on the staff to get the implementation completed.
All right, thank you.
And Senator, could I, if I may?
Certainly, yes.
Okay, in response to your question that you had asked earlier about compliance, I just wanted to do some review. With the Nurse Practice Act, subsection 93, the powers and duties of the board, it states that the board may amend or repeal such rules and regulations and bylaws consistent with this chapter as may be necessary to able to carry out into effect the provision of this subchapter. In number 6, it states that the board will conduct hearing upon charges calling for discipline of licensure and verification of licensure, which means, I guess, and issue subpoenas, compel the appearance of witnesses, and administer oath. So our compliance officer, if I am to be correct, looking at the law that is written, our compliance officer, I guess, on number 17, employs such other person as may be necessary to carry out the work of the board. I guess they saw it necessary because this person receives complaints, follow through with the AG office on discipline, and also enter discipline in our system with the National Council. So I guess that's how it was included. And we are aware that we have to update our rules and regs and Nurse Practice Act. We are currently doing that to clarify some of what is written.
Understood, but as I indicated before, we have to expand the statute.
Okay.
Yeah, we do. All right. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to our invited testifiers, Commissioner Encarnacion, as well as Executive Director Romney. I'm going to start my first question to you, Commissioner Encarnacion. I wanted to just have you to briefly share with us what you find to be the most significant public
Please hold the senator's time. Hold the senator's time. Senator Potter, I think we're having a difficult time hearing you because you have your hand over the, you're moving like you're singing the mighty, yeah, you're moving like you're not singing, okay? So we need to hear you. All right. Okay, you may proceed.
My question really to you, Commissioner, was briefly, what is the most significant public health challenge, in your view, that's facing the USVI today? And does the FY 2024 budget submittal, does that begin to address this challenge?
I would say two things. Chronic disease, and of course behavioral health is one of the chronic disease, cancer being another chronic disease. So I would say chronic disease definitely would be what we're looking at. From a federal funding standpoint, we are seeking, of course, more federal funding to be able to support that. If you look at the testimony, family planning indicated that they actually had a decrease in testing for breast and cervical cancer. We're now able to, because of Dr. Linnea Fredericks and her program in chronic disease, we now have federal funding that's going to put that program back in place so that we can have early detection of breast and cervical cancer and treatment. So those kind of things we have to put into play and put together.
Excellent. Thank you for your response. As the territory's chief medical officer, Commissioner, what are your thoughts about the increasing number of, I guess you call them surgical centers that we see, successfully operating in the territory and filling some critical gaps, I'm sure. But what impact do you think they are having or will have on the territorial hospital system? And I'm asking you that in that we are about to embark on the construction of 3 state-of-the-art medical facilities, right? And do the local healthcare, the market dynamics allow for these private and expanding surgical centers or offices that are doing surgical procedures to exist with our hospitals? Can they coexist without some specific coordination or collaboration? I just wanted to ask you your thoughts on that, and it's a question that I really am also posing to the hospital CEOs.
Okay, so you're speaking in the mind of the governor, I have to tell you. So we just recently met with the governor about 2 weeks ago to look at the healthcare infrastructure from a territorial perspective and focusing on health as a system and at health as an individualistic entity. So hospitals, Department of Health, are federally qualified health centers. How are we working together as a team to ensure access to care is expanded throughout the territory. So great question. I have to tell you that, for example, our new building, the Dana Christensen Medical Center, Public Health Center we're going to be building, that's now going to hold an outpatient service that can act as though it is a ambulatory service center, so that if hospitals want to operate that, they can. So we're trying to work together to figure out what entities that we need within each of those buildings that are being built right now that's going to complement the other rather than compete with the other. In reference to the certificate of need that's been given to the other surgical centers out there or ambulatory centers out there, that is a competition for the government and as well as the hospital. But how can we actually work better with them? And so that's what hospitals conversation is coming up now. I have to tell you that both hospitals as well as the board, we had a finance educational session just a couple of days ago that spoke to that. How can we work with our private partners to include them into the incentive program in both hospitals that would avoid a pulling of finances away from the hospital?
Excellent. I'm glad that that's on the front burner. It has always sort of bothered me because I know that you have surgical centers doing procedures that normally would have been done at our hospitals and taking away potential revenues from those facilities. So I'm glad that something like that is really on the front burner of our healthcare administrators or healthcare leaders, because it's one thing to have a nice, shiny hospital that is set up for failure. So I'm very, very excited about that. To the Ms. Romney, the Board of Nurse Licensure, I know when you were here the last time, there was some discussion about your independence, if that is the word. I wanted to, and there was some discussion about the ERP and whether or not you were included in the workflow and the like. I wanted you to take this opportunity to tell me about the current workflow in the ERP and, with respect to how is it now versus then, and how are you doing as far as processing requisitions and procuring goods and services, et cetera.
Good day. Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. When I came aboard to this board, as it relates to the workflow, the board was channeling invoices, requisitions.
1 minute.
NOPAs through Department of Health. But my role was to do basically the fiscal and operational aspects of the board. And so we went ahead and submitted our workflow documentations. And so now, since I've been here, my tenure here so far, we are operating as such. In addition to that, health is still concurrently in the process, being that they're still in the workflow, but we are operating and we're able to approve our documents and so forth. There are some challenges with finance as it relates to stuff sitting on a system, but that's out of our purview and our control. However, in reference to the procurement part, we had just received back some approved JLs. There's one contract still outstanding, so we still have some challenges as it relates to that. Also, we had also realized that the law itself needs to be revisited because it's a very old law and some stuff needs to be made clear, even though...
Time.
May? So after our assessment of the title and the Nurse Practice Act, for instance, the language states that executive secretary. We don't have an executive secretary, we have an executive director. It may sound simple, but when you talk to other entities, it might be construed. The law is open for various interpretations, so sometimes you have to put everything in word for word in black and white. In addition to, there's no provision where it states the funds go through and how it's spent. It doesn't address the appropriate mechanism to spend it. The law is basically outdated. It needs to be revisited altogether.
Okay, thank you very much. I know my time was called, and it sounds as though some additional discussion between you and the Department of Health, as well as with some intervention from this body as far as providing clear and clarifying language as to how we would like, the administrative functions to flow for the Board of Nurse Licensure. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senator.
Thank you, Senator Potter. One second, Commissioner. So let me just make sure that we clearly understand how the Board of Nurse Licensure was created. So that was created under 3 VIC Section 415, and it says that there are several boards that's established under that, 8 boards, and one of those 8 boards is the Board of Nurse Licensure, and those following boards are established within the Department of Health. So there is clear direction as to how the transaction should be processed. If there is expansion of the responsibilities, if the Board of Nurse Licensure has changed significantly, and the Commissioner of Health says to us that, you know what, there needs to be some autonomy because of the expansion, then we hear it, but it just can't be that the Board of Nurse Licensure decides that they feel that they should not be under the Department of Health. As it stands, they are under the Department of Health by statute to include the Board of the Medical Examiners, the Dental Examiners, the Board of Pharmacy, Physical Therapy, Chiropractic Examiners, Podiatry, and I think I missed one. The Board of Optometrical Examiners. So that's 8 boards. So if there is something different, then we need to get a clearer understanding of what that difference is and why we should make a change. So Commissioner, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was to add to that, Senator, and thank you for that information. We are working closely, our attorney, Makeish Taylor-Jones, is working along with Department of Justice. We've had 2 meetings thus far. We also meeting with the new Commissioner nominee of Finance tomorrow to further address some of the concerns and re-look into the law. And then, of course, we'll be presenting if there's any changes that needs to be.
Okay, so let me ask you, Mrs. Romney, do you have a fiscal person?
Yes, we do. The operations director is.
Okay, so your operations director is a fiscal person. So Commissioner, what prevents the Department of Health from giving them access to the ERP and changing the approval, what do you call it? I didn't do this in a long time. The approval levels within the system to allow them to put their information in the system, and then the approval levels can include your office, someone from your fiscal office. That's a fix.
Okay.
Is that what's happening now?
Currently, that's what's going on now.
Sorry, that's what's happening now?
Yes, that's what's happening now. They enter all the documents, all the payments, and it goes through the approval process, and I approve it. I mean, they have the internal approvers, the fiscal person, I think, what's her name? What's her name?
Let me just ask them though. How long did it take to approve your stuff? Because that might be a frustration. Let's just keep it real.
So let me just back up a little bit, if I may. When it came to the board, for example, the executive director wasn't approving the documents. Yes, they would insert it, but it would go straight to
let's talk about what's happening now.
So now we submitted. So now we submitted the forms, and the staff does enter it. We approve it, and then it does go through health because they're concurrently in the queue. For example, the 2 levels with executive director and health. So whoever goes in first, it gets approved.
What's the challenge though? The challenge is it taking long? Because you continue to talk about it. So if you're talking about something, it means that there's a challenge. So what is the challenge with the internal workflow?
Okay. Executive Director Carmen Vanderpool Romney. So the problem with the system is we are here at the committee for appropriation of funds to the board. The big problem with the issue is the executive director was not part of the approval process for the budget. Nowhere. If you look into the system and you check to see if the executive director, which is my role, to carry out the functions according to the law and the bylaws of the board. The chairperson is the certifying officer of the board, which means if the board gives me a directive, I execute it. If when we go into the system to send out whatever there is, you do not find the board signature on most things initially. That should not, if we're being given monies to be spent, then it's strange that this board is not getting the ability and the opportunity to, number one, before I could not, there was nowhere you would find the executive director in the system.
Are you in
to
the system
approve
now?
it.
Are you in the approval process now?
Now I am.
Okay, so then we don't have a problem. We just have a issue where we feel our signature need to be on a document. But the issue is if you are in the workflow, if you said to this committee, listen, when we process our stuff, it's taking months, it's taking weeks, it's taking too long, then I understand the concern. But if it's merely that the PO, if you will, because that's what it is, does not have your signature, you have to probably work on property and procurement to figure that out. But if your transactions are being processed, I'm not certain what our issue is, and that's something that we could discuss at another
Point of
time. But I want to
information.
make sure that we stay focused on the 2024 budget and not on who should be signing what, because that does not give us any money. Okay?
Could I?
So allow me to finish.
Point of information.
So we need to make sure that your transactions are being processed. So let me just ask the CFO for the hospital. Do you have a timeline to ensure that the transactions for the nurse licensure board is being processed in a timely fashion?
Yes, we have a standard operating procedures, and we approve all documents within 2 days, and most of the time is within the same day.
Okay, thank you for
Point of
that.
information. Point of
And
inquiry. Point of information.
Senator James, you're recognized for your
Point of
7 minutes.
information. Point of information. Inquiry.
Could you please turn off the mic of Senator Joseph? Senator James is speaking.
I didn't hear Senator James speaking. I was making my point, Madam Chair.
Why is her mic on? The next speaker is Senator Javon E. James, Sr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and if that's the case, every senator deserves a point at the rate we're going. Come on, man. Anyway, nutrition program specialist. I see that we have a vacancy. I'm assuming that's a territorial position.
Correct.
In the interim, while you have that vacancy, who is filling that void?
That is the WIC program, Women, Infants, and Children. So I'm going to have Director Concepcion speak to that.
Please.
Lorna Concepcion, WIC Director. Presently, if there are any high-risk individuals, meaning individuals who need any high-risk intervention, presently, the nutritionists, we have our nutrition education coordinator who is a nutritionist that will address that. And and that's the base reason for having nutritionists on the program, so that they can intervene in very high-risk nutrition instances. For the other
Okay, let's stop right there.
job
Stop right there.
descriptions.
Stop right there.
Yes.
So there's a vacancy. In the interim, you have somebody who is capable of doing it, so they're doing their job and somebody else's job. That's what you're basically saying. And my question to the commissioner is there any way you can promote that person, and with the position that you're promoting the individual, put out one out to how to call it, carry it out there so individuals can fill it and move forward? Can we do that?
I can't say yes now. We just have to look at the credentials and see if this person who's there actually fits that credential. Now, DC Jean-Baptiste could probably speak better to that.
So, Senator, thank you for the question, Joan Jean-Baptiste. So, I don't know who specifically you're talking about, but if we have persons, we believe in upward promotion as our data shows. So to your question, yes, I can reach out to that person to see if they actually applied for the position because it was posted. We do now have an eligibility listing for that specific vacancy, so I could cross-reference that to see if that person has made that eligibility and speak the person through the process. So we can look into that.
Yeah, when it comes to territorial positions, I'm very mindful on making sure that we fill those vacancies, especially when you want to talk about a nutrition program specialist, as we speak about improving our health in the Virginia. So please look into that. And I see you have 7 vacancies for program manager at an average of $47,000 per year salary. And my question is, I do see it in the personnel listing where you have other program managers. So I just want to know how many program managers you have on board currently.
For a program manager, we actually have grants that actually have program managers for many of the grants. Plus, we're also recruiting program managers in our PMO office, our project management office. So we would get that number for you.
So I'm assuming with the 7 vacancies for program managers, they're attached to specific programs.
Correct.
I wish it was outlined in the budget so we can have an idea of which programs they're attached to. But I guess through the chair, you could submit those information to us.
Will do.
So we can have a better understanding. And as far as your emergency call center operator, I saw where I think you have 3 of them. That's more than enough?
We actually, the young lady that right next to you, Dr. Chattel Noel, could speak to that. Let me just start by saying that we originally wanted operating call centers or operators, but we're looking at advancing that into a more skilled level position. So once they are called, they not only are called and listed, but they can actually intervene. But Dr. Chattel Noel can expound upon that.
Good afternoon again.
The brief version, thanks.
Of course. We actually are expanding not only our grant application, but we're expanding to 8 positions across the territory to have individuals at the call center, as well as mobile intervention crisis. Those positions are currently in our HR department, and we're working to get those posted.
Thank you. And then Department of Health, Commissioner, your department deals with a lot of data, and I see where your data manager position is vacant. How long has it been vacant, and did anyone came forward to fill that vacancy?
DC Jean-Baptiste, can you please respond?
Okay, we actually have 2 data manager positions, one through one of our grants. I'm not specific as to which one you're talking about, but we do have candidates for those on the grant. So I need to look at exactly which one you're speaking to. So
the post-audit report don't go into those details.
You're looking at the one for, I'm sorry, I didn't know which listing. So if it's one on the post-audit report, it has to be going through our JD process right now, through the Division of Personnel, before we could actually put that and post everything out there.
Just to let you know, we actually have 1 individual in our epidemiology department that we're pushing towards an advancement, a data management system. So we're looking at that as well in terms of what you said before.
And as far as the mobile units, my colleagues and I think that was in the 34th legislature of the Virgin Islands during COVID. We went to the ribbon cutting for the mobile units. How is that coming along as far as adequate funding and moving that program along?
Oh, happy to say we've actually, I would say, more than triple our outreach program within a territory. Dr. Chattel Noel can speak to more about what we're doing with the vans.
And when you say triple, I want you to expound, please.
We currently have 14 members of our outreach staff, state prevention coordinator, chauffeurs, community outreach workers, and substance abuse outreach workers that go into the community to make sure that needs are being addressed. So we have expanded.
And as far as the number of individuals that are being, taking advantage of these programs or participants, individuals as far as in your database, you have do you have an idea of how many individuals you serve on a monthly or weekly, daily, annual basis?
Yes, if you, it's actually in the testimony, so that we actually broke it down in terms of percentage as well. So if looking at St. Croix, is 26,175. St. John 17, St. Thomas 11,585. But if I may continue, Senator, may I finish? All right, so we are really and truly utilizing all the, and they're actually accepting our services, so we're not just asking them to come to us, but we're going to them, including schools. So at times, we actually park the van at the schools, and the students and parents are coming to the vans.
My last question is, I know you have a vacancy for Director of Public Relations, so I know you have a good marketing team. I see the press releases and what have you, but it kind of take a drop. I know during COVID, you were out there, pushing, I guess, because you had the funding. But I just want to make sure when you have these specific programs, it can't be for every single program, but to make sure there's some focus placed there to make sure that you get the information out there so individuals can utilize the resources that you have. And if you want to expound on that, you can do that in the chair time. Thank you.
If I may, Senator, we actually have an excellent communication director. She's actually here with us today, so I'm not sure if that's is something that we need to change. But that she's been with us for the last several months, and she is excellent. And actually, we have information out there on a daily basis throughout social media as well as radio.
Thank you for your responses. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of inquiry. Information.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. I appreciate it deeply. I wanted to ask in your line of questioning, because of course it goes back to audits and the like, and it deals with our finances. Ms. Romney or Ms. McFarlane or the commissioner, who certifies as a certifying officer for the expenditure of your funds for the Board of Nurse Licensure?
Our Chief Financial Officer, Tatia Monell-Hewitt.
And okay, so she still certifies for the expenditures for, okay, thank you. That was my question.
Thank you. I thought we had verified that. Commissioner, very quickly, just back to the senator that spoke previously. How many vacancies do you have in total?
It was 49 vacancies,
How
20
many?
general fund, 29 federal funds, but
20
by memory.
GE and
20 general fund, 29 federal funds, 49 in all.
And your general fund vacancies budgeted at
50%.
different percentages?
50%.
All of them?
Yes.
So you have shared costs, shared expenses across your budgets with general and
Some of them,
federal
not.
funds?
We usually try to, if it is a federal fund, we try to close it out with federal fund, but if we need to, we have to.
So the epidemiologist position is federal?
Well, we have several, yes. That is usually federal.
Is that 75,000?
Is that, I'm going to ask DC Jamavis to look into that, because we hire epidemiologists for communicable diseases as well as epidemiology itself.
I see. The reason I'm asking is because I have a vacancy listing here, and you have 1 million, 2 million, like almost $3 million worth of vacancies. So I want to know if that's across federal and local. I believe, so you have a program manager that would fall under federal?
It could be both, local as well
Yeah.
as federal.
And some of them are funded at 70%, some at 100. So I need to get clarification.
As to where?
Yeah, we need to get back from you, because if you said 20, this list have on much more than 20 positions. They didn't give us the number. I don't have the number here, but what's Fund 3100?
That's federal.
Okay, so that's federal. Okay, so some of these are federal funds. So those are the ones that are budgeted at 100,
100%.
but you do have some, one or two federal funded positions that are budgeted at 50,
Right.
one at 30, one at 25. So that's why I asked if you have shared costs.
We do.
You do? Okay. And all of your other positions, so what are you doing to fill all these positions? Because on the local level.
I'll have DC Jam to touch bases with you on that one.
And before you answer, okay, go ahead, because these are funded at 50%. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So we continue to try to recruit and fill all our positions, Senator. So different, we pull from different areas as far as recruitment. We tap into referrals, sometimes from our other agencies, of course. Right now, I'm moving personally to place some of our vacancies on publichealth.org, which is afforded us through ASTO in collaboration with them. It doesn't cost us anything to advertise there. We also rely on our professional groups. For example, the doctors would make referrals. After COVID, and I've said this on the floor before, people always call our divisions and continue to pile us up with resumes. So there is a plan to get the positions filled. As we get new grants, of course, more vacancies amount. And so we will continue to try to fill those positions the best we can.
So these positions are currently advertised on the Division of Personnel's website?
Senator, I cannot say concretely all of them. They're not all, because some of the hiccups in recruitment, and if I could spell it out, we've had process changes or process reinforcement, if I could put it that way, with our sister agencies on how we, develop those vacancies in terms of ensuring that concrete job descriptions are formatted and completed for every position. So before we even get there, that has to be done. So it's a process. I'm not making excuses, just trying to show the reality of it. I must say, and I've said it before, we do collaborate greatly with Division of Personnel and OMB. So that process has streamlined quite a bit for us. So we are hoping to get our vacancies
So then
filled.
the question is, do you have approved PRFs for these positions?
Right now, right off the top, without counting all the numbers for the general fund, I could concretely say we have 14 approved PRFs as we sit.
You have 14 approved PRFs?
Yes, ma'am.
So your 14 positions should be listed on the Department of Personnel website?
Approved PRF, not necessarily approved job description. So we're trying to streamline the process, making sure that everything is moving in tandem. So when we post, we don't extend our recruitment
So
days, in other
how are
words.
you able to create these positions and you don't have job descriptions for them?
Create them through if they come in from a grant, we give them the job descriptions.
I speak
but a
about the
basic
ones from
one.
the general fund in particular.
I'm sorry?
I speak of the ones from the general fund. How are you creating positions without job descriptions and getting them approved? It just seems to me like we are putting the cart before the horse. You should have your positions and your job descriptions ready. Once you get a PRF approved, then you're ready to hire.
I agree with you, Senator. I talked about process change and
Yeah.
process reinforcement. So that's right where we are. My team, I have a new team. We had some turnover as well. So right now, we're making sure that all component parts of the recruitment move in tandem. So to your point, yes. And then, of course, some of the positions were already there, so they were existing.
So you have about $1 million worth of local funding positions. It's actually more than $1 million. It's $1.3 million. Almost $1.4 million in local positions. So that's going to require you to provide this committee with your critically needed positions, because what we've seen over the years is year in, year out, departments and agencies are carrying all these vacancies, and we have other areas that we really need to provide assistance to. So send us your critical positions, please, because we can't continue to carry all these vacancies.
Understood. Senator, if I may just to let you know, we met with Department of Personnel not too long ago, along with all our directors and Division of HR, so we can all be on the same page. So we did that. We meet every Monday for a half an hour to an hour with finance and HR to push any of the vacancies as well. So we are going to make sure that changes are made.
All right, very well. I'm losing my paper here, so Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, the Department of Health is to be commended and congratulated. I'm very impressed with the Department of Health. It's a lot of competent individuals. Also, I wanted to actually congratulate, you know, the 35th legislature in session on July 20th, last week. We approved bill number 350033 to award posthumously Benny Benjamin and rename Route 30. And right here today, we actually have his daughter. Some of my Crucian counterparts have said they hadn't met the father, but so we have Beverly Samuel. So tomorrow, Friday night, we're going to meet over by Ariel's Corner. We have some water and orange juice. Yes, blessing. You know, I also want to congratulate maternal child health because, you know, I was checking out the black mothers' infant mortality rate. And black mothers have a very high, as a matter of fact, the highest infant mortality rate. And I was looking at the VI. Wow, the VI is excellent. So congratulations, whatever the maternal child health is doing, continue to do it because the Virgin Islands, this is an example where the Virgin Islands is leading in infant mortality rate. Wow, congratulations. Okay, quick now, I gotta give some blows. So Kim Christopher in maternal child health, I already spoke to your folks here. And also we got Nurse Barron at Elja Schulterbrand. We got the assistant director of Elja Schulter. There's some pay issues. Now let me ask you, the nurses, when I checked, the nurses was at 46,000. They've done the new things where the nurse is supposed to be at 75. So have the nurses gotten the increases?
They're in the process. We did report that we got the general fund was approved, so OMB is going through the process. So that should be
okay. Good,
quickly.
good. They're in the process. I got so much question. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
Okay. So also now, the vice president of the legislature and we had went out to Schulterbrand and they needed a cook. What's happening with having a cook out there? Because you got a nice big kitchen and everything.
Well, I have to tell you that the assistant director spent her evening last night going through and ensuring that she did a cost analysis to changing the system right now. Right now we have a contract. We know it's very expensive, but that cost analysis should be able to be sent to you through the chair if that's what you would like.
Okay, so you're going to hire the cook or you're going to not hire the cook?
So we have to look at the cost-benefit analysis
okay,
first
good,
and
good,
determine
good.
the
Thank you very much. I want to go to another important issue here, right? With page 2 of the EMS, right? You show you have collections of 1,548,403, which is very impressive. That means you're actually collecting from the ambulance $6,531 a day. Do you have an accounts payable? Are you still collecting that money? Where is that deposited? And is there accounts payable for amongst owed for ambulance? Do you have that number?
Okay, I'm gonna start and then CFO Hewitt would actually continue with that. We are continuing to collect for EMS fire at this point in time. Right now, there's a 7% collection fee for the billing and coding. As of the new fiscal year, OMB has spoken to us and they're actually going to be putting an appropriation in place for $2.1 million, and that would actually be, so it would be pulled out of the Department of Health on a month-to-month basis to be able to provide that money back into EMS fire. Our CFO can expound if needed.
No, that's fine. Okay, go to page 6, the behavioral health. You spoke about Anna's Hope and Eldra Schulterbrand. So Anna's Hope is in design and Eldra Schulterbrand is in procurement. That's what I'm assuming.
No, right now with Anna's Hope, and AC Malloy can speak to this, we actually requested through Senate President Novelle Francis to hold off on that and look and put those funding to architectural design to figure exactly what we need to do with that. Prior to you coming back to the seat, we indicated that we had a meeting with Governor Bryan about 2-3 weeks ago that is going to speaking to infrastructure, healthcare infrastructure, from a behavioral health standpoint, hospital standpoint, nursing home standpoint, Department of Health. What are we doing with the funding we have available, and what is the best that we can do to provide care within a territory? So that's where we are right now.
Okay, I want to go
Excuse me,
to...
Eldra Schulterbrand, we are pending. We go tomorrow to St. Thomas with FEMA and with O'Brien to look at the Eldra Schulterbrand area to see. We're trying to get full prudent replacement. We have not been provided that yet, but we are asking for full prudent replacement.
Okay, good. Now, on page 14, even though I just big you up with the maternal child health, I noticed that there's a 64% decrease in the children seen. It gone down from 1,651 to some, I think 600.
1 minute.
Why is that? Why is that such a big decrease?
A couple different things, and Dr. Myers is also on the line, can speak to that. One, our infrastructure is not healthy, especially on St. Croix, so we had to move, and that decreased access to care somewhat. Two, we do not have we're actually recruiting a pediatrician as well as a nurse practitioner. Both are going to be providing increased access to care in a maternal child health, both St. Croix and St. Thomas. Dr. Myers, if you have to add to that, if allowed
30 seconds.
Madam Chair, can I be allowed to finish? Okay, but I don't understand. How could you go from 1,651 children seen down to 592? You lost staff or COVID? What happened?
Not having the provider available is one, but Dr. Myers, do you want to add to that? She's online.
Yes, I can. Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Charmaine Myers. I'm not quite sure which numbers that we are utilizing, but I know the reporting for the St. Thomas Clinic may not be accurate because due to shortage of staffing, that report was not submitted for a few months. So I know that number is not accurate. But what the commissioner stated as it relates to us not having a pediatrician in St. Croix, that is definitely correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Just for clarification, you indicated that the report for the St. Thomas, St. John district may not be up to date?
It is not up to date. We have not received some monthly reports from our clinic due to shortage of staffing. However, that information will be updated because we recently hired 2 front-end staff that will be tasked with ensuring those reports are updated and so that we can provide that current information in a timely manner.
Okay, and this information for the St. Croix district is up to date?
So yes, it is, but St. Croix district, because we don't have a pediatrician, we don't have the influx of services that we do have in St. Thomas. However, they are very accurate with the reporting in St. Croix with all of the services that they provide.
So the reason for the decline in a number is because you're lacking a pediatrician. So that's the answer. Okay. Let me just take this opportunity to really say that I've been paying very close attention to the work in maternal child health, and I have to commend Dr. Myers for the work that she's been doing. She's been out in the community and really pushing the importance of child health here in the Virgin Islands. Just this past weekend, I saw that there was a van, so Commissioner, kudos to you as well, because you remember we talked about the fluoride treatment, and they were out in as Will Harris quote, we call it new housing, actually providing that service for the children of that community. So kudos to y'all for
Thank you.
really moving forward with ensuring that we are able to take care of our maternal child health in the Virgin Islands.
I'd also like to give collaborative kudos to both Dr. Myers and Dr. Noel, who has combined and going into schools together as well from a behavioral health standpoint.
And we appreciate that. So that's a piece that I didn't see personally. So thank you for that as well. So we see that you all are on the move. There's a lot more work to do, but we see that you all are on the move. So Senator James, Maurice James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, everyone, testifiers, and everyone paying attention to this budget hearing. I want to piggyback a little bit on what my colleague said about the us having the lowest maternal mortality rate. And I had also said to you that in terms of when we talk about medical tourism, we have to talk about medical tourism where we're excelling beyond what we provide to our local population. And that may be one of the things we need to tell Black Americans, that they can come to the Virgin Islands for excellent maternal care. I also want to say that I know you talked about EMS collections, but, and of course, as you know, I was a part of that integration, but with you also lost expenses also.
Yes.
I mean, you have to admit.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted you to.
900,000?
Yeah, okay. So, you know, say one, say two, right? Like we say here in the VI. When it comes to federal grants, and I do want to ask, how do you identify federal grants? Is it that you simply hear of them, or do you actively identify grants and pursue them? That's my first question.
A combination of things. We have a Director of Federal Grants, an Office of Federal Grants, and Director Johannes actually sends us grants when she sees them as well. Our division directors also seek grants. However, through the workforce development, we are hiring public health strategists. That individual is going to be responsible for researching, assisting to write, and manage or oversee grants. So we're looking for that in the near future.
And a follow-up to that is, do grants eventually phase out? And then in situations like that where a program has been very effective in the VI, what do we do in terms of seeking and sustaining funding for those specific programs?
We actually have a program that's happening right now. It's called the Project Launch in MCH, and that is a very critical program in reference to looking at behavioral health from actually preschool to 8 years of age. And Dr. Myers can speak to that, but we drilled down on that just this past week. And so we're shifting the individuals from that grant into other grants so that we can continue the work of that program. Also looking at it's actually a SAMHSA grant. So I actually spoke to the director of SAMHSA Region 2, Dennis Ramiro, on that. So he's also going to help us look at how we can look at other funding to supplement that program.
Okay, and that one is a very important one to me, as you know, as the chair of the education committee. I want to go now to MIH, and I want to say to you that I'm the final tweaking of the bill. I want to thank Assistant Commissioner Dr. Sims for providing comments on that. When it comes to the revenue that you're collecting now, how is that arrived at, the fee schedule?
Okay, so I'm going to have our CFO as well as Director Jacqueline, what's her name? Greenwich Payne, speak to that. My apologies, Jacqueline, to that.
Okay, so the MIH.
Go ahead.
Yes, so the MIH program, they get revenues are provided through the services that they rendered. They, through claims, submit the claims, and thus far they have generated about $40,000.
But how do you determine the fee schedule, the fees in a program like this?
We use the VI EquiCare fee schedule to determine, based on the service that is being rendered, to for the cost.
And if you see what we actually presented, you see the different levels.
Right.
And that's no matter where you go in terms of clinical care, you'll see the different levels. The emergency room gives you certain levels for visits. Outpatient services do the same thing.
Okay. Once, of course, with the support of my colleagues, once that is legislated, because a lot of times innovation precedes legislation, and in this case it did. And you're doing a wonderful job in the community. I want to commend the MIH program, the community paramedicine. It's just excellent. And so it's necessary that we pass the legislation to make sure that it is codified and continues.
Thank you. Director Greenwich Page is smiling as we speak, and I can't even see her.
Oh, the one last issue that I want to address is the fact that when you look at deaths and births in the Virgin Islands, we see that the deaths are greater than the births. And part of that is because of the premature deaths of our young people, our younger population. And you and I discussed that gun violence is in fact a public health issue. I was wondering if with respect to grants, are there any grants that you can get in your department that would address gun violence and
30
violence
seconds.
when it, well, I guess it, may I conclude? It's not only homicide, but it's also suicide. And I just wanted to address that because we are overlooking the loss of young people in our community to suicide. Not you overlooking, but sometimes we overlook it. We categorize it not as what it is, which I view it as a public health issue also. So I wanted you to address that.
Okay. Thank you so much. And
Time.
if I may. Go ahead. Okay, good. I'm going to ask Dr. Noel to continue with this, but gun violence, and so it's definitely a public health emergency. We're seeing it more and more these days, so I think it's important, but it's not just nationally, but it's worldwide. In terms of grants, SAMHSA is one of the ones that we're looking at. We actually have a technical assistance program that has been afforded to us through SAMHSA. So our team is working with the technical assistance program, and like I said, our health strategists would be able to assist us with the grant finding as well. And I'll go from there in terms of what we're doing in reference to suicide prevention, gun violence, linking to our gun violence program. Just to let you know, I'm also a board member of HIDA. And so we're working with them they're not just looking at gun violence and saying that they're going to put these individuals in jail. They've changed it. That's why public health is now on the HIDA board, both Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, so that we can provide that preventive measures that's needed.
So to piggyback on what the commissioner has said, we first started with Mindfulness Mondays, which ran during the month of May. 2 of our 4 shows focused on gun violence prevention and suicide prevention. Our statistics have not been the greatest, so we have partnered with our technology transfer centers to capture data prior to these events happening to actually get an accurate picture of what's happening, especially with our young people. And then we plan to implement some changes with the school systems as well as what we're doing in the community to ensure that we're being preventative instead of reactive.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have a burning question. Burning, because it has to do with yesterday. Okay, thank you. What steps, and I wrote this one down because of yesterday, what steps are being taken to promote collaboration and coordination between different departments or agencies when it comes to public health funding and grants? And when Dr. Noel, you just said, I remember when I looked at the budget hearing on Office of Gun Violence. I saw your face the minute that she spoke, Madam Chair. What's the collaboration and coordination that's going on between Office of Gun Violence, Department of Human Services when it comes to all the money, the funding, the grants coming into the territory? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that.
And if I may respond?
Yes.
Okay. The collaboration in terms of sharing funds is not there as much as I think we would like to see it. Internally, we actually are speaking with CDC, HRSA, SAMHSA to come down here so that our coordinators and our directors who are utilizing the funds, who are receiving the funds for utilization, we meet so that they can share with us how best to braid and leverage funding. So that's actually, we had our first meeting, and then we're actually setting up a date for, his name is Terry Perry. He's one of the directors of that program in CDC. So he's assisting us to collaborate, to coordinate that. And I think that's gonna really lead us in a specific way. Unfortunately, education and human services, they get the grants through block funding. We only have specific block funding, but still designated to the different divisions. So that's a completely different means. So I think maybe when we get the individuals who give the funding together, they could tell us how best to spend the money and what we can actually work together and how we could do it. One of the things I said before, Governor Bryan is actually working hard. Tasha Dorsett is our policy advisor. So she and we have also spoken, how do we come together on an ongoing basis to sit down and say, okay, you know what? Medicaid is a perfect example. Like, I really believe social determinants of health should be one of the things that we're looking at to provide funding to prevent hospitalization. So we're working with that, having conversations with, this is a passion of mine, you could tell. So working with the director of Medicaid and how we can look at that from a standpoint, health having input in the Medicaid state plan from a preventive standpoint. So we're working on things.
Thank you for your response. I have a however. I do. So one of our pet peeves, and some of us in the institution, is basically going back to what Senator James asked. So she made specific reference to the Office of Gun Violence, and she also basically made it clear that gun violence is a public health issue. And that collaboration between Department of Health, Department of Education, Department of Human Services, and the Office of Gun Violence, as well as LEPC, and let's say VIPD. So I don't know that we necessarily need to have the federal partners saying to us, this is how you should use your grants. When we apply for the funding, if we have that collaborative think tank amongst our department heads and agency leaders, then it flows. Because at the end of the day, you know, the challenges that we have here is the cradle to grave situation with our students, and it starts from birth. So we should be collecting data, and that's why the federal government gave us, I believe it's over $2 million sometime in 2010 for the VIVIS system. Of course, VIVIS is not implemented in earnest, so data is not collected. So a lot of the things that we talk about it sounds good, it briefs well, but we are not collecting the data to truly follow our children. So we have two issues. We have those that are babies now, and then we have those that are adults now, or young adults, if you will. But we have not figured out what that system is to actually begin to follow them, and that's because we just don't see, and we can't make it happen on this end of the aisle. So I'm not seeing where the departments that have the work that they do impact the next department and the next department, or the work of the next department. We're just not seeing that, and it sounds like we starting to like beat this drum, but we ain't seeing the movement. And that's the challenge. And,
Understood.
you know, we talk about the Office of Gun Violence here, and I was not a support. I did not support it because of these same concerns that I had. And I'm just not seeing the movement. So from Department of Health, we should be hearing from you that y'all are meeting with them and the Education Department and the Human Services in particular, so you can systemically look at what those challenges are and begin to collaborate amongst yourselves. It's an issue. It's an issue. And if we don't stop and really say, you know what, we really need to address this, because what we're doing is outing fires every day. We have to figure out how to out fires and make those plans so we could see what we're going to look like in the future. And that is my concern. And I'm certain that it is Senator James's concern, because her and I talk about the same thing over and over about this. But I'm going to beat that drum today. I'm going to move on to Senator Diane Capehart.
Testing, oh, great. I'd like to say good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, listening and viewing audience, and most importantly to Commissioner Encarnacion, to your team, to the Executive Director Romney and your team, good afternoon. I want to say I've never had the opportunity to say thank you to the Department of Health. Your department, of course, that provides public services for health. Your department, your education and outreach during the pandemic, I just want to say thank you, thank you. You guys did a great job with never having the experience of dealing with a pandemic. I just have to say you did an excellent job, you and your team. So when you deserve your credits, I am going to give it. On page 7, as in the miscellaneous projects, including DOH budget, under the Virgin Islands Central Cancer Registry for 2022, you have about 48,000, 2023, 37,000. Then you had a decrease of 33,500. Can you explain that drop?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So what is actually missing is the 13,500. So there isn't a drop. We got the same funding is $47,000. But somehow the post-audit report does not reflect supplies, which is $13,500.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Also on page, let's see, one of the pages where you talked about chronic disease program, and then it continues on to talk about the cancer registry. And it says, you address risk factors such as alcohol, tobacco use, nutrition, physical activity, cancer, cardiovascular disease, weight status, which have a substantial impact on individuals' health. I'm very, very passionate about having a cancer registry here in the Virgin Islands, particularly on the island of St. Croix. Does this registry study individuals living in close proximity to refineries that may potentially cause significant increase in cancer?
Historically, it did not. So Dr. Fredericks is on the line as well. So we're changing the data that's being collected from a demographic standpoint throughout the territory, not just on St. Croix, but throughout the territory.
So you would have, when you're collecting that data, so would you go to individuals' home? How would you collect that data for individuals who live in close proximity to refineries or individuals or companies that potentially may have, health factors or risk, environmental risk?
It depends on how it's collected. The breakfast that we speak about is actually a phone conversation and questions are asked. So you can actually say exactly where you live, and those kind of questions are going to be transferred into there. And of course, from the cancer registry, those are conversations we're having with the providers, and the providers are pulling that information away from the patients. We're also working on a data warehouse with also Department of Human Services and the Medicaid Division, as well as Office of the Governor, and on how we're going to pull, when we pull that information, how are we collecting that information, how are we disseminating the information, but more importantly, how are we making decisions based on those information. If I may ask Dr. Fredericks if she wants to expound upon that, she's on the line as well.
And if I may just even ask, as we're talking about this, with this data now, you'll be able to apply for additional federal funding or get grants because of that data, correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. I only have 7 minutes, and I'm trying to get a lot into this 7 minutes. So probably after I ask this question, because my colleague somewhat touched on it, in the recent past, we've had 3 suicides of 3 young individuals, and it bothers me because as we've tackled with hurricanes, the pandemic, we've seen an increase of behavioral issues in the territory, but we have never seen the impacts of behavioral issues of our youths. 3 people committed suicide in a short period of
3
time.
months.
And I know you mentioned in the testimony that you had a children's mental health summit in both districts. I commend you for starting. But what are you planning? What plans do you have to start getting into the schools, partnering with Department of Education to start targeting these youths in this age bracket, high school, that we don't have a fort?
Okay, so first of all, it's awareness. Everyone has to be more aware of what's happening, so education is definitely one of the things. And we have actually been going into the schools. MCH is partnering with our department, our Division of Behavioral
1
Health.
minute.
Going into schools. So we've actually increased by the thousands of how we're going into the schools and the conversations that we're having. Senator, may I complete?
My time ain't finished.
I thought you said 1 minute. Okay, good. Sorry. Thank you. And so those are some of the things that we're doing. First of all, in reference to looking at a suicide prevention, we actually right now have a suicide prevention campaign that's happening. Dr. Noel, you're going to hear her voice on the
30
air.
seconds.
You're going to hear many other individuals on the air speaking about suicide prevention and what we can do, but really and truly awareness and how we relate to people in general, no matter in which environment we are in. We have to be cognizant of the impact of our reaction to individuals and how they respond to what's going on in their environment. So each and every one of us. Last week, we actually spent a lot of time with VIPD in terms of de-escalation act tactics. So that occurred last week, and that was from behavioral health as well. So, I mean, I could give you a list of things that we're going to do. But one of the things, and I actually went to the press conference last week, and one of the things that I said is that we need to hear it from you. Mm-hmm. The community, you need to tell us, what is it that we need to do differently if there's something that you need us to do? Because we don't know everything. Remember, that's where community health workers come in. We're not in your homes. We don't know what's happening. So you need to let us know. And so those are some of the things that Dr. Noel and her staff are working with. We also have Dr. Sims here, and I haven't called upon her. I'm calling upon Dr. Noel, but she can tell you some of the things that we can look at to improve as well.
Well, I'm on the Committee of Health and Human Services, so I look forward to having further discussion. But in your testimony today, on page 16, you mentioned the WIC Frederiksted renovation on St. Croix is approximately 60% completed. Where's that going to be located?
It's right by Frederiksted Healthcare on the corner right there.
Frederiksted Healthcare?
Healthcare.
The health center?
Center, yes. My apologies.
And then one final question, Madam Chair. You have all these federal grants. Have you had to request any extensions, any no-cost extensions on any of your federal grants?
Yes, we have. We also have expanded authority that provides us the right to continue working on the grants after the time period is over. So we have not had to return any funds as a result of that, and work diligently to make sure that we do spend all our funds.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. We have to take a quick recess so we can reset our system. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. See, the camera is on. Okay, so the committee is back on the record, and I have a couple of budget questions that we need to run through very quickly, okay? So I note that, so Madam CFO, page 7 of the post-audit report, page 7 of the post-audit report, there's some discrepancies between the numbers as far as the Ryan White, the Ryan White says 140. The budget that we passed in FY 2023 was 195. I just want to make sure we're on the same page, and this is just not something that you are unaware of. On the same page?
Yes, page 7.
195?
Yes.
Ryan White, that's what you're spending from?
Ryan White?
Mm-hmm.
No, Ryan White is actually 195,000.
Correct. Okay, so we're on the same page. So we just need to
Yes.
make these corrections. All right, and then let's go to your general fund, other services and charges category. We note that there is a decrease in your other services and charges category. It's difficult for me to identify what that decrease is because all of these special funds are rolled up into the overall budget. So tell me, what is the actual decrease in the is there a decrease in the FY 2024 budget requests in your other services category?
No, there isn't a decrease.
Okay, so again, I think I asked it before, we're gonna need to get a breakdown of how all of this is aligned, okay?
Okay.
All right, good. Now let's go to the Health Revolving Fund. So in FY 2023, the Health Revolving Fund budget amount was 3 million. And we see that this year, 24, the recommendation is 1.9, and I suspect that is because of the transition of the EMS, correct?
Yes, correct. So,
Go ahead.
So yes, $1,023,381 was shifted from our health revolving fund, and that was transferred into budgeted under our general fund.
For what year?
For FY 24.
Okay, so I'm seeing, give me that number again.
So $1,023,381.
So for 24?
Yes.
So the actual amount is 1.976755.
Correct.
That's the amount that was recommended for you.
Okay, great.
But I note specifically that under the Health Revolving Fund, there is an available budget of $4,115,000. So I don't know, and I have to look a little deeper to determine whether or not there are other entities like the EMS
Yeah, I think
that will be.
Yeah, I think the 4 million is actually the health revolving fund, the
Right.
actual revenue fund.
Right, so
Yes.
that's what I'm referencing. That's where the money is being
Okay.
budgeted from.
Okay.
The Health Revolving Fund, but it's 4 million as available, but we only budgeted 9.7 from the FY 2023. Sorry, FY 2024. So my question was, and you perhaps won't be able to answer, so I have to find out if any of the fire EMS hasn't come to the committee yet, but my question is if any portion of that amount will be budgeted, is being considered to be budgeted under that particular agency.
Yes, $2.1 million.
Okay, so that's what it is.
Yeah.
All right, I will try and give her all of it.
That'd
So
be
now I
good.
understand. Okay, good. All right, so I
I don't
cleared
think
that
I
up.
don't think that Director George would mind.
So I cleared that up. I think that is primarily what I needed to clear up. And then I think Senator Blyden asked for that already. In our reports, we see that you have some federal grants that's expiring or has expired, but we don't see the listing, the information as it relates to the, I think we asked the previous department for that same information. So we're not seeing we see that we have the budget period, but we don't see, we see the amount, but we don't see the expenditure and the balance.
Okay.
So we
Understood.
need to get that from you, please. Okay.
Sure, of course.
And then I believe that would be all that I need to get from you. And I already asked you for an updated personnel listing to include a listing of your budget, your vacant positions based on your priorities. And your personnel category for FY 2020. So your unions are negotiating this year?
Yes. Right. The next one is RN and the leadership union, and then the physicians union.
Okay. And so then, so if they're negotiating, well, what we usually do is set aside the funds for under a lump sum category. But this year, colleagues, we need to make sure that we say that these funds are for union increases. Okay? For union negotiations, I think it was a little broader. So let me ask you, because we've asked, I think, most, if not all of the commissioners, did you receive a salary increase?
Yes.
To what?
To 135.
All right. Okay, so to 135. So that's, what was your salary before?
110.
Okay, so your salary was 110. And when was that effective?
I don't think it's effective. I think it's going through the process.
But just came back.
I was told my NOPA just came back, so.
Sorry.
Okay,
so
so
it was just approved.
Okay, so then when you submitted the FY 2024 budget, that's not included in here. So that's why we need updated personnel listings so we can know exactly what's going on in this government.
Thank you.
Because right now, we do not know. But guess what? We gonna know. Okay, and tell me about your travel budget very quickly. Your travel expenses. What are you anticipating as your for travel this upcoming year? What you look like this year, and what you anticipate in 24?
1 second.
And that's general fund, proper.
Understood.
Yes, yes. Sorry.
And that's off-island travel. And we also need a breakdown of all of your professional services. We need to be clear on that as well. But give me your travel, if you have it.
Travel is $20,000.
No, your bulk purchase is 20, right? Well, that's your travel. Into island or off island? So I'm focusing on off island.
Most of the off-island travels are through the grants,
Through
the grant
grants.
funding, yes, because they go for conferences and training and different activities pertaining to the grant, because some grants are mandated to attend these conferences.
Understood. And then in your capital outlay request, do you have a capital outlay request for FY 2024?
No, we don't.
No capital projects, but you do have a capital outlay request under your health revolving. What is that for?
Oh, under health revolving, sorry.
$62,750.
That's for computers.
That's for computers. And you have other services and charges of 1.19 million under the health revolving. We need you to provide us with a breakdown of that too, please.
Okay.
And do you have any judgments? Okay. All right. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes.
And we're out of recess. At this time, the Madam Chair had to step away, so I'll be acting in her stead real quickly. So I want to say good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to the Department of Health and their family, as well as good afternoon to the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure. And I started off the morning here at the legislature and then went over to St. Thomas, where we had the flag ceremony for the fallen officer, and that has really sapped my energy. It's really moving and sad time in the Virgin Islands. And of course, you know, later on this week we'll have the viewing at Government House, and then the funeral on Saturday. So again, we want to continue to keep that family in our prayers while they go through this difficult time of bereavement. So I think I had my 7 minutes. So in all fairness to the process, Madam Timekeeper, if you could put 7 minutes on the clock for me, I'll try to stay within that time frame, or take the privilege of the chair, and maybe add some additional time. But I want to say certainly, Ms. Vanterpool Romney, good afternoon. It's good to see you, and really just to commend you on the number of accomplishment and achievement that have been made by the Board of Nurse Licensure. And I think that Ms. Joycelyn McFarland is certainly a welcome addition to your team, and I certainly wish her well. I'm happy to see that the office and St. Croix have been opened, and that examination is starting to occur here, and in the district of St. Croix. That's something that I strongly advocated for, and I'm happy to see that it has come to a reality. So kudos and being able to achieve that. Department of Health, I have a few questions for you. First of all, I wanted to ask you, what is the priority of behavioral health in the Department of Health? Obviously, I was able to listen to the testimony on my way back here today and the conversation in respect to the behavioral health and the fact that contract haven't been executed for, Devereaux, Larkins, and Elizabeth, which is all affiliated with behavioral health. We have not seen a whole lot of gravity here locally in respect to this behavioral health. Even though we have worked hard to pass the legislation, we continue to have the football of Anna's Hope that I gave some leverage for us to be able to design that facility. But what is the true priority of health? In your testimony, you spoke about 790 inpatients or patients that went through outpatient that went through Department of Behavioral Health over a 5-month period of time, from November of 2022 to April of 2023, which indicates to me clearly that there's a need. What are we doing to move the needle on behavioral health? What will your legacy be as it pertains to behavioral health?
Well, in reference to priorities in behavioral health, we're looking at infrastructure is high, but it's not the highest priority, and I'll tell you why. Because prevention has to be where we're looking at, what the focus is, and I'll have Dr. Noel speak to that as well. So our focus right now is awareness and prevention going into the schools, starting from young, because that's really where identifying the ACEs that are out there, the adverse childhood events that are occurring and how we can prevent. So those kind of things, prevention is always the key in terms of public health. So that's kind of like where we're going. Suicide prevention being high priority because we're seeing more incidences. And as Dr. Noel could say to you, when you see one and you see two, the third one is happening because they now see that it's okay to them because someone did it. So we're trying to break that. And so we're actually going to, she has, like I said, a very overwhelming talk that we're going to be sharing on the news. So awareness, prevention, infrastructure is very important. So we're hoping tomorrow when we go to Eldridge Shelterburn that we at least get approval for prudent replacement so we can expand that. And on St. Thomas, as if you expand the inpatient or long-term care, you look at your transitional care down on the bottom, and you have that at outpatient services, and you repeat what we need to do because you need some component within a territory in St. Croix as well. Now, we have like the biggest division of behavioral health in the new building, but that's 4 years ahead. But that's kind of like what we're looking at. That's true outpatient services, wraparound services that we need. Want to add to that?
Before Dr. Noel speak to that, what's the status on Mr. Steele, Ronell Steele? What happened to him?
He actually has joined, he's right now in DC. He has joined, we all have joined the...
Is he still with the department or not?
Yes, he is. He's working with, education is there with him, human services is there, VIPD. So the governor's challenge is meeting right now, looking at data mapping in terms of suicide prevention. So we're there. So he's very involved. He wanted me to be there, but I didn't think that it would be feasible. So he's actually listening to us right now. And so with their governor's calendar, they're going to be coming next week to meet with us as well because suicide prevention is definitely high priority.
So before we go to Dr. Noel, again, I want to make it clear that I totally agree with the governor that we need one institution and that everything will be moved to St. Thomas with Seaview. I will not sit back and allow that to occur. We've been asking for a facility and institution here in St. Croix because I believe that there's so many patients involved in this episode that I believe that St. Croix needs its own institution, as well as we should develop Seaview, and we have Eldridge Shelterburn over there as well. We have asked for the $20 million from the Epstein estate to go towards the St. Croix development, and I'm going to be sticking to that position. So I just wanted to put that on record. I heard his conversation and even press releases and comments in regards to having one facility, one institution. I don't think that that's the way to go. Dr. Noel?
Good afternoon again. So the commissioner is completely right. Several of our divisions, behavioral health, communicable disease, chronic disease, have all moved our conversations from just the crisis mode into prevention mode. So we are visiting our facilities. Our staff in this fiscal year has visited 4 of our facilities. So we put eyes on our patients to make sure that they're okay, first of all, that they're connecting with their families. But we're also doing that preventative measure. Tomorrow we have a meeting with Department of Education in order to get ourselves intertwined in their actual curriculum and calendar to ensure that our children know that we are not lukewarm about behavioral health, that we're going into the schools, that they know us personally, that our vans are parked there. We're going into government agencies. We've been blessed to have the partnership of not only Department of Education, we've had agriculture, licensing and consumer, Department of Justice, so that we can
30 seconds.
Go in and talk to also the staffing about how to balance their own stresses.
So, of course, prevention is important and very high priority, but we have individuals that's in crisis. We have episodes that's falling out every single day on our streets. So how are we attacking those type of situations?
What we've done is we've used the behavioral health bill to educate the public, family members of how to go through the process of involuntary commitment and voluntary commitment. That's why we've actually had a jump in our numbers in the last... In the last 2 months, we have jumped actually up from, I believe we reported 43 in our report. We're up to 47 now, simply because families are now aware of what is happening. So we're going to be treating our crisis locally through our hospitals, as well as acute settings, so that we can use that 3-month leverage period to stabilize individuals and then return them to the territory so that they can get outpatient services instead of long stays like what was done traditionally before our time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Senator, if I may add to that, one of the things that's been happening is if an acute phase occurs, I've been asking VIPD and EMS to call Department of Health. And we've been actually going out with them so that we can actually de-escalate the situation, because that, like you said, they're in crisis. So we can't wait. We act right now. So whether it be day, evening, or night, we've actually been going out there with them as well. Now, there is some, in terms of increased access to mental health, prioritize early intervention, expand community-based care, focus on high-risk population, and increase funding, as well as reduce the stigma, because those are all areas that we need to focus on.
Very well, thank you. I wanted to move on to the laboratory that was at Charles Harwood Hospital. What is the opportunities that's being sought after in light of course, one, the move, but are we going to be able to preserve that laboratory, and what are we going to do to expand the possibility of being able to collect additional revenues on it? I mean, there's a lot of analysis and specimen that's sent off to our island labs that I believe that the level of competency that we're seeing in our local lab here could be done locally. What are we? Of course, we won't be competing with the local labs, but I believe that there's some opportunities there where we could actually do some of the analysis here and be able to get some revenues out of it. What do you say about that?
Well, first of all, we have recertified, so we did have a visit from CMS, so it's recertified this year. Kudos to Dr. Ellis and his team. Not this Dr. Ellis, the male Dr. Ellis, Brett Ellis, and his team. I have to tell you that AC Malloy can speak to you about the plans to move that building from point A to point B, where we are with that. But it's not going to be demolished, it's going to be cared for, and we are actually implementing a fully serviced public health lab within the new Donna Christensen Public Health Building.
Very well, thank you. And in regards to data collection, data mining, I'll come back and allow him to speak to that, but I really wanted to move towards what are we seeing in terms of some of the medical emergencies and diagnoses that we're seeing here locally, renal failure, for example, strokes, and those type of, what is being done in the space of being able to collect, mine, and really analyze this data that's happening here, and how is environment contributing to that occurrence?
Of course, it's going to take collaboration with hospital as well, and we spoke about the data warehouse that we're going to be building shortly, and how we can utilize those funding and look at the data from that perspective, and AC Malloy can speak to that. And in reference to the data mining, you know, we do have a federal grant focused on data migration and what we're doing with that. And I'm sorry, you had the first part of your question. If you could repeat that, because I had an answer to that and I can't remember what.
Well,
the
I
first
spoke
part
about
was.
the issue of renal failure and
Good.
stroke and
That-
those.
And I wanted to have Dr. Linnea Fredericks, if she's available, to speak on that, because that speaks to the breathless as well as cancer, and we do have some data that's would be nice to share with the public as well. Dr. Fredericks?
You're muted.
You're on mute.
We're not hearing you.
Okay. She's not on mute, but she's not hearing it.
I don't know why.
You can hear. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
Okay, good. Linnea Fredericks, Virgin Islands Department of Health, Director of Chronic Disease. I was just sharing that we are implementing our annual survey, population survey, the behavioral risk factor surveillance system that collects data on chronic health indicators such as stroke, heart disease, cancer, diabetes, etc. That data is housed at the CDC. It's through a CDC grant, and the public has access to that data. However, what we are working on in chronic disease is creating EPI reports, so just snapshots so that it can become more accessible, so people can have access to specific indicators, so like one-pagers pertaining to chronic disease.
Very well, thank you. Dr. DC Malloy, you wanted to weigh in on the lab and how you're transitioning on that during this build-out phase?
Yeah, yes, Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner. As a part of the construction of the new facility, and in order to maintain the continuity of services, the public health lab, a modular lab, is being moved to the north lot. When Housing Authority and Property and Procurement testified, they both made mention to a land swap, and they talked about Dishabert. We are involved in that. Dishabert, what the old Dishabert project used to be. So the public health lab will be moved on that north lot, while the construct a BSL level 3 lab within the new Donna M. Christian Christensen building. And we'll also expand the capacity, because what they're doing is they're installing a modular lab, having a new set of modules brought in. That will be set up. They will establish operations, and then they will move the existing lab there. So they will expand the capacity of that. We do not intend to get rid of that even after the new facility is constructed.
Very well. My final comment, my final question on this round, and then what I'll do is open up for a second round for my colleagues. I wanted to ask you about empowerment. Commissioner, how are you empowering these very experienced individuals that I see sitting here in the audience here? How are you empowering them and allowing them to carry out, some of the role and responsibility with the Department of Health?
They run me.
They run you?
Well, but through leadership training, it's one of the things, and I think that from the time we have come together as a team, we've ensured that we provide leadership training, and including some of the other departments in the government as well, brought them to the table for leadership training. That's one. And of course, really and truly teaching autonomy, but at the same time, holding them accountable for what their responsibilities are. And those are not just through the KPIs, but through monthly meetings. We do have directors' calls. So every first Tuesday of the month, directors meet by themselves, figure out exactly what needs to be done, what they can do to grow the program, to build Department of Health, and then also what we need to do as exec managers to help them. The second Tuesday of the month, they come to us. We actually have a lingo as to this is what you brought to us, this is what we can do to help you, but what is it that you can do to help yourselves as well as to help us? So one is not just saying, okay, here we're gonna help you, but try to find out how you can actually help each other as well. So that's part of it. And I think that Dr. Wall actually is part of that process. She's the only director here and she can actually speak to that. And that's really and truly just providing support. We meet with the all staff maybe once every month or every 2 months virtually. We actually have close to 300 people on the virtual calls, and those calls are actually going very well. So that's supporting. If you support the directors, you support the staff, and you hold them accountable. I'm not going to say that I'm not tough at times, because I think that they can attest to that. But I think fairness is very important, and consistency is also very important.
As long as you recognize you're being fair, right? It could be tough, but you got to be fair as well.
Senator.
Yes.
I don't want to miss the opportunity. Commissioner Encarnacion alluded to it twice during today's, or more, during today's testimony, but we've been given a grant using ARPA funds, $2 million grant to establish a Virgin Islands Universal Data Warehouse. That solution is to provide decision support and care management capabilities for the territory for decision makers and policymakers on healthcare policies, related policies. The solution would get direct feed for claims, medical claims, medical, dental, lab, clinical, and all clinical claims. And it will, in those claims, those claims, there'll be collected a bunch of information, including diagnosis codes. There are 70,000 diagnosis codes available. That will give you the level of specificity and the prevalence of every encounter that a person who has Medicaid, as is mentioned, Cigna, United Health, and all other insurance carriers. Whenever they submit claims, that information will be available in this data warehouse to be able to provide decision support for population health. So that will be able to answer a lot of the prevalence questions related to any disorder that our residents encounter.
And that will be available on a public dashboard or some mechanism by which it will be digitally available to the public?
Well, sure, yes. The data will be available, aggregated, de-identified, to be able to make available to policymakers such as yourself and your colleagues and all others who seek to understand and know the health related conditions in the territory.
And before we go to Senator Blyden for his 2-minute round, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, one of my colleagues, of course, wants to know whether or not everyone that was deserving of their premium pay, whether or not they have received their premium pay, or there's some mechanism in place to ensure that they receive their premium pay.
Okay, we'll speak about that. Senator, you did ask about the lab. So we actually increased the number of tests being done from 46 to 49. So we are increasing our testing in terms of our billing. I'll speak offline in reference to Dr. Brett Ellis and what we're doing, and CFO Hewitt, to see how we can actually, because we have not been billing as to why and what we can do to improve that. But DC Jean-Baptiste can speak to you about the premium pay.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so we have a total of 347 persons who received premium pay. There is a shortfall of the numbers that was originally presented to the Office of Management and Budget through our vetting the process. So dialogue continues with OMB and through our Director of Financial Services, who primarily was the one communicating. But moving forward, I'm going to see exactly where we are.
What is the delta? What is the missing number outside of the 347?
Okay. We submitted 407 names, 407 at first. And then to date, it's 347 persons
So
paid.
60 individuals?
Correct.
Okay.
So I just need to continue vetting through and see why. All 60, I think part of the reasoning is that some of the persons went beyond the threshold of 70,000.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Wrap up.
2 minutes? Okay, very well. Let me ask Commissioner Encarnacion, in your testimony, you spoke to the community health clinics, which played a vital role in our community. And you stated in terms of revenues at the clinics, there have been a decline from 385, 836 in 2022. Right now, we are going to 2023, and it went down again to 243, 454. But you also stated at the end of that sentence that basically you anticipate revenue generation in the next fiscal year. How do you plan to do that? To include having no primary care provider on the island of St. Thomas.
We now have
1 minute.
We now have a primary care provider.
Okay.
She started on the 5th of this month. And so I know we lost Dr. Nutter. But we also interviewed a second primary care provider that can start within the next 6 months. And so she'd be able to go back and forth as well. So we're trying to also hire individuals who just don't want to stay in one district, but to go to both.
And what are the other challenges you mentioned also in that statement? You said you had
30
other challenges
seconds.
also. What are the other challenges you mentioned in that statement or in that sentence?
In terms of going from island to island?
No, in terms of the community health.
Okay,
clinics.
so basically, one of the things is that we have had to move several times. In St. Thomas, of course, the community health clinic is stationary, but in St. Croix, we've lost a lot of dollars because we've had to move. One, we had to close the clinic at one point in time because of sarcasm. If you remember, we had to decrease our hours due to sarcasm, and then, of course, the mold situation within the modulars have really not been good at all. And so we've removed community health as well as all our clinics from out of that area into several areas within the island. And so those are some of the reasons why we really lost some funding.
In closing, Commissioner, with your facilities maintenance and the facilities KPI, you mentioned that there have been a significant increase of 79% compared to calendar year 2022. But in other areas, when it comes to facilities management, how are you managing those challenges in the interim before you get the FEMA funds, etc., to assist with the repairs?
The maintenance piece of it, we actually we're just recruiting a director of maintenance. And maintenance really and truly is the biggest entity that I think we have to struggle with when it comes outside of clinical care. Looking at our buildings, a lot of our buildings are old, but the ones who we need to upkeep, we need to do so. So having someone have a true oversight for the territory, which we haven't had for a while, putting back maintenance as high priority for our buildings would be important.
That is very important. Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Nurse, actually, Edie Abantapour-Ramney, I know that you spoke to in your testimony about your level of automation right now in terms of being able to track the time period for individuals to recertify for the nurse licensure. How is that going, and how is that process right now? You still utilizing, what is it, date of birth, or what is the mechanism that you use to make the determination, or anniversary date? What's how you recertify?
Executive Director Carmen Vanderpool-Romney. Currently, we are now with ORBS, and each nurse will be renewing their application and all other nursing applications via ORBS system, which is a national database system. And so far, we are getting, with everything, there's positive and negative, but we are here to and willing to assist anyone who's having difficulty with the online system. Last year went very well with the LPN and the CNAs.
So are you able to send out notices of expiration date or whatever in a timely fashion to make sure that people are certifying in a timely period?
Currently, we are sending out information. We have done it via email, but I am getting some feedback from nurses that they haven't received anything. So we will have to actually recheck and see if the the information that we have, but what we are advising nurses to do is update us with the current email. And so we can, but with Orbs, they will now get it through their system if their email is correct, because they must open an account before they register to renew.
Thank you very much. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Joseph. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask two questions. I don't know if it's been answered because I was downstairs in a meeting, but I wanted to inquire about the premium pay for the employees of the Department of Health. Were all of the workers who were eligible to receive their premium pay, did they receive their premium pay?
All but 60.
60. And what is your time frame to pay those 60? I'm sure you're communicating with OMB with that. What is your time frame?
We don't have a particular time frame. We'll continue to communicate with OMB. And what we'll do is try to inform the staff as quickly as possible when we see a changes or a forward movement.
Okay, so that's a conversation we need to have with OMB for those 60 employees. It's unconscionable that they have to wait for their premium pay, knowing that during the COVID, I saw many of the Department of Health workers out. Finally, what about your pay increases? Pay increases for your rank and file employees. When was that paid? And what's the status of that? And how many employees are owed retroactive?
Prior to going there, I think it's important, DC Jean-Baptiste wanted to reinforce that for the premium pay, if you're making over 70,000, you may not qualify. So we're also determining that factor. But I'll have DC Jean-Baptiste speak to you about in terms of the payments.
Okay, Senator, as the commissioner said, we submitted, actually I said, submitted 407 names, and we, to date, 347 persons were paid. So, of course, that's a difference of 60 persons.
Time.
You may continue.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay. Yes, Senator, you have another question?
She was going on, but then I also asked about the pay increases.
Right.
Those are the two items. She can conclude on your time, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Commissioner. The Senator did ask about the rank and file pay increases to employees and whether or not they're owed retroactivity.
Okay. So we have several unions. So all salary increases, with the exception of, as of yesterday's count, more specific to USW, we have 6 members that are actually going through the process. They are at varying stages, and mostly those on the federal fund, which is tied to the budget revision. But that has been done for most of them, for all of them, all 6. So at this point, at the Office of Management and Budget, we do have requests to our budget analysts to approve those persons that are still pending. So it's a total of 6, and we had 1 case review on the SIU, which warranted additional compensation due to a real old NOPA from 1995. So that's creating additional steps for us.
Very well, thank you. Commissioner, what's the morale like over at the Department of Health? What would you assess in terms of the morale, and what is the prevailing concerns or challenges?
We were speaking about that this morning in reference to morale. And I guess it depends on the day that you ask the question, but from an overall standpoint, we try to keep the staff informed. We try to meet with them every month or every other month virtually. We have plans to meet with them in person as well, just to feel how their morale is showing. Productivity is very high throughout the department, so productivity is one sign of morale. And so we're looking at that. It's very difficult. We have not done an employee satisfaction survey, so that's something that we need to put on the table to really get the true sense of them. So I would say that there's some unhappy individuals, there's some happy individuals, there's some angry individuals. Sometimes I get angry. But all in all, I think that we have an awesome group of individuals working in the Department of Health who have various emotions that they channel as well. Now, I would, if I can, have Dr. Sims speak to that, because we have had a discussion about that this morning as well.
Sure. Good afternoon, Dr. Nicole Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health. Just to kind of dovetail, we identified that we've experienced collective trauma in the Department of Health from the pandemic. And as the Commissioner mentioned, a lot of the activities that we've infused have been designed coming out of behavioral health to spread over the entire department. So there's not a feeling of disconnect that we're doing for the community and not doing for ourselves. We definitely take care of home first when it comes to building morale along with behavioral health in the Department of Health.
So if you had to give morale a grade from A to F, what would that grade be?
For me?
That's for you. You're the Energizer Bunny. You're the Energizer. He's the Energizer Bunny, right? So you should be able to do a good assessment.
Pitch that ball to the left. If I had to give it a grade, I really would give it a solid B+. And I say that because, as the Commissioner mentioned, we're still performing very high. And our directors and our staff, our upper middle management, everyone throughout the department is still performing. And that says a lot in terms of the understanding that there's care, there's compassion and psychological safety within the department. So I would definitely give it a B+.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Maurice C. James. You're recognized for your 2 minutes or so.
Thank you, sir. I just have quick questions. The MIH community paramedicine that you're, yes. Is that included in the budget, the cost of running that program? Is that included in your budget right now?
No, it's not. So right now, the MIH program, we have one, and the director can speak to this, but our CDC Foundation grant, ARPA funding, so we actually have some individuals who are working through that. And of course, the only one who I would say is on that is Director Jackie Greenwich Payne, who assists in that process as well. But she can speak to more about exactly who does the work.
Okay.
Director?
Good afternoon, Jacqueline Greenwich Payne. The mobile integrated healthcare program right now is being supported by members from the state office of EMS along with 3 Pathward employees that is assisting us.
Okay, thank you. So it'll need to be funded, basically. Thank you, Ms. Greenwich. I want to also ask, with respect to your statement about the facilities and environmental
30
challenges,
seconds.
because you were talking about employees and, mental health is one thing, physical health, they're related. Can you address that? And why would you need local funds if the FEMA modular units were defective?
Okay. So let me speak about the employees. Most of the employees, I would say, are out of the modulars. We have some that's still in the modulars. We actually just received a complaint a couple of days ago about the heat in that area. So we have a project plan, and looking at working with OPCMR, our Office of Contracts, to make sure, and leases, to make sure that we have leases for everyone so that they can actually disperse into those areas. We have individuals like Epi working from home because Building 6 is really sick. And so they can afford to work from home because they don't have to, they can more data working. So those are some of the things that we're doing. But really and truly, my heart breaks because I was getting sick myself. So I couldn't stay in that building, and to know that other people are there isn't a good feeling whatsoever. So we're definitely working on it.
I just have one quick thing. I want to go home.
Use the mic. Bring the mic a little closer.
Yeah, okay. It's just quick. My office received a call from Larkin, You know, everybody listens to our hearings. I'm aware of that now. And they want to know when they're going to be paid. Will that jeopardize any services they're providing if they're not paid time?
It may,
Timely?
but Larkin in particular, we actually, I think May was the last month that was paid, but we spoke with them a couple of weeks ago as well. So we've been getting a lot of calls, believe it or not, about Larkin itself.
Okay.
So we're processing those payments, and hopefully by the end of this fiscal year, they'll be all paid because they're in the process right now.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Commissioner, have there been a mold assessment of air quality assessment of all the
Many.
buildings that you're in, even the new ones that you've just moved into?
No, and not the new ones we've just moved. Well, yeah, one of the ones that we just moved into, they wanted to do an air quality assessment, and we asked them to first remove the rugs from the floor to see whether or not, if that be the case, if that would make a difference. But we've actually done, AC Malloy can actually speak to most of that, but for sure, in our modulars, we've done several air quality tests.
AC Molloy?
Good afternoon again, Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner. Yes, we have done air quality tests in one of our new locations. We've identified that the ducting needs to be replaced, and the landlord is replacing the duct.
Okay. Commissioner, why is it taking a week or more for individuals to get their birth certificate processed?
Okay, we just reported that it actually takes about 3 days. So Director Matthew is on the call, and so if we're having issues, so we used to have a lot of complaints. We don't see, very rarely do we see complaints in terms of birth certificates. But Director Matthew, can you speak to that, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Lauren Benjamin Matthew, Director of Vital Records and Statistics. I am pleased to say that our turnaround time is within 3 to 5 days. However, if we do have an application that comes in that was not filled out in its entirety, especially if it was mailed in, of course, that turnaround period may not be as fast because we would have to reach out to that individual to make sure that we get the accurate information before we process the request. But for the most part, our turnaround is between 3 to 5 business days.
Very well. I hope the caller heard that. Good. At this time, I'll allow for closeout. I think all of my colleagues have completed or exhausted all of our questions. Today, we'll start off with you, Ms. Vanterpool Romney, for a 30-second closeout, and then we'll come to you, Commissioner, for your closeout.
Executive Director Carmen Vanterpool Romney, Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure. In closing, I would like to say thank you to the Office of the Governor, the Office of the Legislature, all the departments in the government, all our listening, viewing audience, and lastly to our staff who helped us in many ways achieve all our goals for the 2023 fiscal year. I would also like to, for clarification, note that it's not about a signature on a piece of paper, but the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure is here today to seek our budget, and I just want for the board, as we were in the past, to be accountable for the money allotted to the board. It is also the board desire to ensure that competent nurses are at the bedside and to promote safe nursing practice in the Virgin Islands. We care about everyone, and we would just like to say we will continue doing our work to ensure that each person gets a competent nurse, well vetted, at their bedside in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Romney Vanterpool, and appreciate and thank you for everything that you continue to do over at the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure.
Thank you, Senator.
Have a good one. At this time, Commissioner, I'll close out.
Thank you, sir. I do commit, and I spoke with to this before, to work closely with the VI Board Nurse Licensure to see exactly what we can do if there's anything differently. We do have a meeting tomorrow internally, and so we can see how we could progress, and the commitment is still there. So just really wanted to put that on the record. And also really and truly just to thank our staff at the Department of Health, all of the staff. And when I first spoke, I spoke about the directors, and that is because the testimony that's written is written because the directors are doing their work, and the staff is doing the work. And so that's how we're able to do what we are doing now. And I know that there's some improvements that needs to be done, but I think that we're all committed. We have one goal in mind, and that's public health, prevention, and safety. So we'll continue to work towards that goal. Just to let you know, the Office of Gun Violence did work along with MCH in the events over the past week, and we'll continue to work with them tomorrow. So yeah, there's some work to be done there as well, but we're trying to form a collaborative as much as possible and continue that process. In terms of collaboration, I said not just Office of Gun Violence, but Dr. Noel spoke about our collaboration with the Department of Education, Human Services, and Department of Justice. Looking at funding, Department of Justice does have some funding that came about of the opioid settlement. We're going to be working with them to see how we can put some data migration, because everybody's speaking about data, but we do have that plan in place in terms of collecting data from a houseless standpoint, as well as opioid standpoints and medications as well. Environmental health, that has been a big conversation today. I know it's food safety is important and critical, so we definitely will be working on implementing a more robust plan for environmental health. In terms of billing for laboratory, our CDD division have really been working with our labs, trying to figure exactly what we have to do. A lot of times we can't bill because it's federal funds. For example, like COVID. So we'll be working on that as well. And a big thank you. As Senator Fred Gregory had to leave, is to thank her as well for allowing us to present who we are as public health. And my team, of course, executive team, I thank you all so much for being part of who we are. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. There's a number of items that have been requested by the Madam Chair, and of course, you'll be sent a correspondence in regards to that, but if you could start putting those together, we'll certainly appreciate it. Today, we had the opportunity to have before us in the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee, we had the Virgin Islands Energy Office, and of course, we just completed the Virgin Islands Department of Health, as well as the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure. I want to thank everyone that participated, my colleagues, of course, all of Central staff, and everyone that assisted us in getting through this hearing today, and the committee hearing of July 26, 2023 is hereby adjourned. God bless.